This is 5 Live Sport.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Good evening from Germany. We have a football match to bring you tonight, and we will do, and we will start our build-up to it shortly. But this has been a heartbreaking day. John Hunt is our colleague and our friend, not just to the current 5 Live Sport team, but to all of those who've worked here with him over the past 20 years. And also to all of you who have enjoyed his superb commentaries. So, on behalf of everybody connected to 5 Live Sport, our love and thoughts and support are with John and his family. We'll start tonight by going to Lords and the cricket and Henry Moran.
Well, here at Lords, it has been a busy day at the start of the first test between England and West Indies. Jimmy Anderson's final test match has seen another fast bowler star with the ball. Gus Atkinson on debut, taking 7 for 45. West Indies bowled out for 121. Anderson did get the final wicket. West Indies falling from 88 for 3 to their eventual low total. In response, England have now got their lead of 62, reaching 183 for 3 as we head towards the close of play. Zach Crawley out a short time ago for 76. Alongside me, former England fast bowler Stephen Finn. Stephen, a day that was billed as all about a man whose test career is coming to an end has seen the debutant shining.
Yeah, it's been a sort of a changing of the guard, it's felt like today here at Lords. The day started with a really lovely moment with James Anderson, his daughters, his wife and his parents ringing the bell for him to walk down and take the field for one final time, and it felt as though it was written in the stars that under leaden skies he was going to go out there and take 5 wickets. But it was the young man Gus Atkinson playing his very first test match who took the plaudits today. He bowled beautifully to take 7 wickets for 45 runs and has really announced himself on the test match stage in the very first opportunity that he's had to get out there.
Well, what can he bring to this side as a young fast bowler looking to make his mark on Test cricket?
Well, I think he has that point of difference. You look when you see a debutant and you want to see if they can take what they've done in domestic cricket and elevate that to the Test match game. He's only played 19 first-class games in his career, which is curious given that he's 26 years old. So he is young in life terms, but in sporting and cricket terms, you would have anticipated that he'd have played a bit more than that. But that raw ability that he has, a very simplistic approach, a nice high arm, the ability to move the ball both ways off the seam and through the air has and his pace. I think the most noticeable thing today was his control of those skills with the pace that he bowled, averaging around 87 miles an hour and sometimes reaching beyond 90. So it was a great first outing for him in a test shirt for England. Clearly he'll have tougher days ahead where he's tested more on flatter surfaces, but he made the most of everything out there today.
West Indies were in quite a strong position, 88 for 3. It quickly became 88 for 7, and then the innings fell away to that total of 121. From what we've seen today, do we think West Indies have enough to challenge England in this series, particularly with the bat?
I think we'd be fools to write them off. They just off the back, or not just, it's about 6 months ago now, that they played Australia down in Australia and beat them in a test match that no one anticipated that they would at the Gabba. So I think after one day's play, I think we'd be foolish to write them off. But the worry for me coming into this was not their bowling unit, who actually haven't looked as potent as I'd anticipated when they've been bowling. Today it's that middle order in their batting, and that's really what was blown away today by the England bowlers, and in particular Gus Atkinson. Yeah, you just felt as though that was going to be their problem, and that was highlighted.
The danger today was it was all be focused on Jimmy Anderson and this test match. In the end, though, England have managed to get through all of that and reach a good lead at the end of the day, 64 as we have 1 over remaining. Zach Crawley 76 was impressive.
Yes, he played well, didn't he? He was a bit scratchy to begin with. The clouds were quite dark, and here at Lords, when that's the case, the ball does just zip around a bit. So he lived life on the edge. He had a very close LBW decision that went his way, and he made the most of that. He looked more fluent as his innings went on. He played some of those beautiful cover drives that we've become accustomed to seeing him play, and as he moved through the gears, he was unfortunate to get a really good delivery that removed his leg stump to get rid of him.
185 for 3, the England total as we start the final over of the day in the sunshine of Lords. England's lead is 64 runs.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Stephen. And we'll be back at the close of play. And obviously there will be the TMS pod at close of play, so you will get reaction from that opening day at Lord's. So here we are in Dortmund. There are grey clouds above this magnificent stadium. What is normally the yellow wall away to our left is most definitely an orange wall tonight. By gum, they are going to take that stand over, aren't they, John Murray?
Yeah, they are. They've got in early as well. I have to say, the noise that's been coming out of all of those Dutch fans has absolutely drowned out the England fans, many of whom actually aren't in their seats yet. So in that sense, the early advantage is very much with the Dutch, Mark.
I'm not sure I'd want to be in my seat yet, Alan Shearer and Matthew Upson, who are alongside us. I will do team news very shortly, but I'm not sure I'd want to be at that end of the stadium looking towards that orange wall. That is one of the most, even when Dortmund are here, obviously it's one of the most intimidating sights in football.
Yeah, I was actually saying on the car on the way here, I wonder who's going to have the wall when we walk in, and you see all the orange shirts behind it, and yeah, they've certainly got it, and they'll make themselves heard. I'm pretty sure that. But the England fans have been in good form as well, and they're all looking forward to it.
Matt,
it will be interesting if it goes to penalties. Not to tempt that at all, but I'm just saying, taking a spot kick in front of that is going to be interesting.
That's going to be a big toss of the coin.
That is, isn't it? Put the buddy system to a test and everything else. That would.
Certainly would.
Izzy Christiansen pitch side for us as well. So you're behind the goal that faces the orange wall, are you?
Yes, I am, and I have got a fantastic seat here, and you are bang on, chappers. It's very intimidating, and it's probably a third full, would you say? It's going to get even fuller, of course, but the England fans, like Alan was saying, are in very good spirits, and they've been responsive. I noticed when the England players came out to have a look at the pitch, the noise lifted significantly from the few England fans that are already in here. But my word, what a stadium this is, what a privilege to be here.
The other thing, when they were out and just setting up the cones and having a little walk round, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, as the rain starts to lash down here in Dortmund, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is in his element tonight. He can wave in any direction and he will get a wave back. Oh my, you probably can hear the rain actually on the roof here in Dortmund. And remember, this was the venue actually where we had a delay earlier on in the tournament, John Murray, didn't we, for the Germany-Denmark game?
This was where the spectacular electrical storm took place, and if you remember, I think it did strike the stadium, didn't it? And there was a crack like gunfire. I think we need to go down to Izzy pitchside, don't we?
Izzy?
I'm coming, guys. So the organised producer, Gary Flintoff, thank you, because he kitted me out with an umbrella. So I've just frantically got that out of my rucksack, and it is absolutely lashing down. I hope this umbrella is going to stay strong for me, because it's got really heavy out here. I
mean, we are a good 15 rows back in the stands, and this is blowing right into us as well. And you will remember the leaks that we saw as well during what?
Because it's like being at St James's Park, Alan Shearer.
I've just taken the words out of my mouth, John. I was thinking, goodness me, it's like being in Newcastle this weather.
Do you have your normal get-up for a St James's Park Tuesday night game?
I thought this was meant to be the posh seats. We're getting soaked here.
That was a knowing laugh from someone who's been with Five Live on many a commentary tip.
Absolutely. Posh seats.
Posh seats.
What are they?
John Murray, the team news.
Yeah, the team news is as expected. So just the one change from the side that started the quarter-final, and that sees Mark Gay restored to the team after his one-match suspension. So Ezri Konsa is among the substitutes. So this means it's back to the same 11 that started against Slovakia in the round of 16. But the expectation is it'll be the same 3-4-3 that was used against Switzerland, which is Pickford, Walker, Stones and Gay, Saka, Mainu, Rice and Trippier, Foden, Bellingham and Kane. So we've got that consistency of selection that Gareth Southgate has talked to us about. It went unchanged for the second group match, then one change, and one change. So still 9 of this team will have started all of the matches here for England.
Does that make sense to you both? Alan first?
Yeah, Gareth is very loyal, and he knows that they haven't been in sparkling form yet. I think the last game was certainly an improvement, but I still think they can go into 4th and 5th gear, and they're going to have to this evening. But he'll hope that what's happened beforehand will help them get through to the final, no matter how they do it. Yes, we all want a great performance, but that won't matter to him so long as they get through, and I think that's why he's picked pretty much the same team, other than that one change, bringing Gahey back.
I think one of the positives in that is that in the group you kind of know what your role is in the squad, I think, and I think that's actually quite important when you get to this stage, whether or not for a lot of players it isn't a starting role, but it's still an important role, and knowing what that is, he also knows what he gets from those players, doesn't he? And it might not have been the levels that he was hoping for, but it's been good enough to get this far. So he's doing something right, and the players are doing something right, and I think he just knows what he gets from that group of players.
And the Dutch team for this semi-final, Ronald Koeman actually makes one change. It's the change you and I were talking about, Matt, in that Marlon of Borussia Dortmund is coming into the side, playing in his home stadium, taking the place of Bergwijn. So the Dutch side, for Bruggen in goal, Dumfries, De Vrij, Van Dijk and Ake, then Schouten and Reinders, and then Marlon, Simons, Gakpo and Depay.
Would you expect, Matt, that it is that same formation for England? Because obviously, I mean, he could go back to a 4-2-3-1 if he wanted to.
He could, but I think it'll be the same, personally. I mean, we won't know until it gets going, but the beauty of that is because he keeps Trippier on the left and he keeps Saka on the right, it can lend itself, and it will change quickly, and I think it did change in that game, in and out of possession certain moments, but I expect to see Trippier high and wide again, because it just allows Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham more space, because that area has been quite congested, so neither one of them have really probably hit the heights they'd like to have done.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it'll be the same system. He'll continue to ask Trippier to keep on pushing up as high as he can. We haven't had great success down that left-hand side, so in an ideal world he would want more from that, and that's pretty understandable. And that was another decision that I guess that he was so close to putting Luke Shaw back in, because Gareth has said himself, we heard him say it, there's definitely have been unbalanced down that side. Now Shaw's fit, now whether Gareth was thinking that he could get an hour out of him or maybe put him on in the second half if need be, but he's gone for the same system. He's gone for Trippier in the hope that it works again in terms of result-wise.
I mean, I suppose what you have is with both teams, actually. I mean, when you look at the Dutch as well, I know they're nominally set up as a back four, but both systems can be sort of hybrid, can't they? With, you know, Ake can drop in as a third centre half if Dumfries pushes on as a right wing back. I mean, both sides are the epitome of modern football, really.
They really are, Chappers, and it's going to be a wide players game, this, both fullbacks and wingers, how they operate, because obviously the form of Cody Gakpo coming into this match, he is somebody Kyle Walker's going to have to marshal very, very closely. And, you know, Matt was saying about thinking that Trippier will be high. He's probably right, but what I would personally like to see is Trippier being low, and I'd like to see him almost squared off next to Marc Guéhi, because what that does is it actually makes the pressing distances bigger for Holland and for the Netherlands, and I'd like to see that, because that distance will open up spaces into midfield, and this is where we need to see Rice and Bellingham on the ball dictating and zipping the ball around, because this pitch is going to be pretty wet.
Yeah, no, I think looking at the conditions here, I mean, the waterfall coming off the side, I mean, I did see that on the television that night, but that's no joke. You mentioned the posh seats.
Well,
who's got the seat under that?
It's no joke if you sat under that. I mean, I actually think it's going on to the concourse, really, but there'll be a fair bit of splash back into the England fans there.
There must be. But back to the formation. It is an interesting one, and I think the Dutch, Dumfries will look to bomb on. I mean, Trippier spent a lot of time defending in deeper areas, no doubt, but I think when England have the ball, just for him to maybe not even, like Alan said, be productive, get on the ball, doesn't need to, it just stretches the pitch. For me, it's more about Foden and Bellingham, that they can have space, because it's tough for two number 10s to play together. It's not very often that kind of works particularly well, so you've really got to kind of make it happen, and creating that space for me is the only way you can do it.
It will be a very different semi-final to last night. I think last night's, which you obviously did for the telly, Alan, is very much. We were talking about on air about it. Spain are quite a throwback, actually. Two wingers. Let's get the ball forward. If we have to go long to beat the press, we're going to go long to beat the press. It was a really first half in particular was a really entertaining semi-final. This will have a very different feel to it, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at the Spanish and you look at the possession over the years that they've progressed, they're not. I wouldn't say they're not bothered, but they don't have as much possession as they used to have. And that is a lot of it is down to the two wingers, because as you say, with Yamal and with Williams, they've got raw pace, they've got brilliant skill, they've got energy, they've got goals. And I don't think you can be anything but be impressed with the Spanish. I think even in last night's game, when they were under the cosh second half, they had to defend really well. But England are going to have to do that. England are going to have to defend well tonight. England will suffer at times tonight, but that's the sign of a good team, when you have to stick together and you've got to grind something out, because this is not going to be easy. England are not going to have it all their own way. But I think we know that and we expect that. But when we do have the ball, we have to then hurt the opposition. We have to hope that Kane can show a little bit more energy. I know he's got his goals, and he can get a bit more from Foden, get a bit more from Bellingham, and Saka can have his shooting boots on again, because I thought without doubt he was the pick of the bunch the other evening.
Alan Shearer, Matt Upson, Izzy Christiansen with us here in Dortmund alongside our correspondent John Murray, and we're less than an hour away from kick-off between the Netherlands and England as the rain just starts to ease off, unless you are in that right-hand corner where the waterfall continues to come down from the roof near the England fans. Close of play at Lord's on the opening day of the first test. Let's return to Henry Moran and Stephen Finn.
England 189 for 3, a lead of 68. Harry Brook and Joe Root have just strolled off into the pavilion in the distance. A special day for Gus Atkinson, taking remarkable figures of 7 for 45 on his test debut. West Indies bowled out for 121. Stephen Finn has been watching all day for 5 Live, and England well on top in this test match.
Yes, they've had a fantastic day, haven't they? Right from the very beginning, when there was a huge cheer when Ben Stokes won the toss in James Anderson's final test match and gave him the opportunity to, 1, lead the team out, and 2, bowl the first ball, and where everyone anticipated it would be Anderson who did the damage. Today it was Gus Atkinson on debut, the young man from Surrey, bowled beautifully and got his just rewards with 7 wickets.
Everywhere you look, Jimmy Anderson's career is acknowledged. 1 wicket for him today. How do you think he got on?
He'd have been a touch nervous and emotional, I think, at the very beginning of the day. It was quite an emotional beginning, and he's not a man who likes the fanfare. And there were videos and montages of him playing all over the ground and all over social media this morning. So it wasn't to be for him in that first passage of play, but as soon as Gus Atkinson got the ball in his hand, he really stole the show, and I think it was quite fitting that James Anderson ended up taking that final wicket to take the team back to the pavilion with a good job, well done in that first innings with 121.
How excited do you think England fans should be about Gus Atkinson?
Yeah, he's a guy that I've enjoyed watching for a couple of years now. He's very impressive in the way that he keeps things simple. He's got a really nice repeatable action. It doesn't look as though there's too many injury worries for him down the road. It's just going to be a question of managing workloads and making sure he doesn't get poached by franchise leagues. But yeah, what I've seen so far, and that's been reinforced by the way that he bowled today with this Red Dukes in his hand. He really made it zip around at good pace, and it's those two things plus the control that he showed today that make him a really exciting prospect moving forward.
And the plan tomorrow for England will be just to keep on batting.
Pile the runs on. I don't think England will do it the old school way as we would have seen before Stokes and McCullum at 3 and over and grind the West Indies and just try and make them stay out there and wear them down over the course of a day. They're going to look to get on with it and do it quickly. They'll sense their opportunities to attack when they can, and I think that we will probably see England in an aggressive declaration at some stage tomorrow bowling.
So close of play, England 189 for 3. That's a lead of 68.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Stephen. As I say, there's a TMS podcast every single day with reaction from the day, and you'll get interviews as well from the players and the TMS team. With the rain stopping, the goalkeepers are on their way out to warm up. That's the Dutch coming out, still waiting for England. We are here in Dortmund. Spain await in Sunday's final of Euro 2024. Will it be England or the Dutch who get there?
Bullock gets the ball into the area. Van Basten trying to turn. Van Basten gets a shot in, and Van Basten scores for Holland. Put it on the floor, plays it through to Van Basten. In the midfield for offside, but Van Basten scores. The corner kick comes in, put it there, and it's another goal for Van Basten. And Van Basten's got a hat-trick. Well, once upon a time there used to be a fellow called Johan Cruyff. Today in Dusseldorf, wearing that shirt is Marco van Basten, and his hat-trick here could well have put England out of the European Championship.
Here comes Curry, chips the ball, Seaman stretches and doesn't reach. And Ronald Koeman, we knew he was a danger at free kicks. He's again proved dangerous, and he's put Holland crucially in front here.
Bergkamp shoots and hits the back of the England net, and surely puts England out of the World Cup.
We're here at Wembley Stadium, a noise the like of which we haven't heard in many years.
It's a penalty for England. It's going to be Shearer against Van der Sar, and it's 1-0 to England. Shearer makes it 3-3. It's England 1, Holland 0. In comes the curling corner from Gascoigne, the header from Sheringham. Oh, Sheringham finds the back of the net, and that is the goal that England wanted. Now Gascoigne in the area, keeps his footing. The ball from Sheringham. Shearer can make it 3, and he does. Great goal for England, and there's a strike deflected. Van der Sar hasn't got it out. Sheringham's there, and it's 4-0 to England. Holland are being absolutely stripped apart by England.
Let the football begin. Euro 2024 about to get underway.
Walker pulls it across, double deflection, Kane, left foot, in it goes, and England have the lead. Beckhorst, that might well be the first touch for Val Beckhorst, with a possibly winning goal 7 minutes from time. Overhead kick from Bellingham. It's 1-1. It's that man, Jude Bellingham.
Brilliant footballing, and that wraps it up. What a performance from the Dutch.
Trent Alexander-Arnold puts the ball on the spot. Up he comes and drives it in, and England are through. They've coughed and spluttered all of their way through Euro 2024. Somehow they're through to the last 4.
Gakpo arriving, smuggles the ball over the line, and the Netherlands have turned it around.
And the referee blows his final whistle, and the Dutch celebrate. And it'll be the Netherlands against England in the last 4.
Well, aside from everything that's happened at this tournament, the other things that you heard there were Euro 1988 and Marco van Basten's hat-trick as England were beaten 3-1 in Bobby Robson's last group match in that tournament. England lost all 3 games in that group. You had the World Cup qualifier in 1993, which saw England not qualifying for that World Cup. The Dutch doing England there, Ronald Koeman doing England there. We'll probably come on to that in just a moment. And then Euro 96 and England beating Netherlands 4-1. I mean, those 3 games, John Murray, are 3 of, for those of us of a certain age, I mean, they are probably 3 of the most memorable games of the whole of my teenage years, really.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I have to confess, as soon as we knew it was going to be England-Netherlands against Ronald Koeman's Netherlands, I went and watched back the highlights from Rotterdam. I couldn't believe it. You know, I remember it at the time, feeling that England had been almost cheated because of the events during that match, and then to see it again after all these years, I didn't feel any different. And the other thing I thought of was Graham Taylor, of course, you know, who's a lovely friend of ours, worked with us for many years.
Absolutely.
You know, if if he'd still been with us now and he'd been sitting here, I was thinking that if I'd said to Graham that night, so Graham, it's Ronald Koeman's Netherlands in the semi-finals, I think Graham would have said, yes, interesting.
I mean, there was a positive match in there, but Alan, John's gone for one of the negatives from your England career to start with.
Yeah, I mean, Ronald Koeman was one of these guys that when I played against him, and I just really didn't like him. Really didn't like him. I mean, he was an unbelievable player. He was a magnificent player and had a great play, but I just didn't like him. But after we retired and we had a drink together, or we played golf together, or I've interviewed him, he's actually a really, really nice guy. So I had to apologise and said I take all of those things back that I said to you in that game.
I mean, anybody would have done the same, wouldn't they? I mean, anybody would have done the same in that game. That's what you do as a footballer. It wasn't his fault that the officials didn't make the decision that they did.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. I would have done it. One of my teammates would have done it. Anyone did it. Matt would have done it for his team. So, as much as we didn't like him, yeah, it wasn't his fault.
Is that when he puts one in the top corner with the free kick?
For the free kick,
it should be off the pitch.
He should have been sent off.
That's right. It's like double whammy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The 1996 one is not that it really matters from my point of view, but I think that's the greatest England performance that I have witnessed in my lifetime. Certainly the most joyous, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it was the best performance that I was involved in with England, and I mean, England went away to Germany and won 5-1, didn't they? I mean, in tournament football, I don't think it gets any better than that. I think it was pretty much perfect evening. It was a tough evening. It wasn't as easy as the scoreline would suggest, but the atmosphere and just looking at around and friends and family and in the crowd and having this. The feeling of we've got a really, really good opportunity here. We have to try and make the most of this, because it was the genius of Terry Venables, you know, because Terry had been planning for that game for weeks, and he said to us before the game and weeks before the game that we will be playing more than one system during that game, and he was absolutely right. We sometimes played 3. We started off with 4 and maybe a 4, and then a 1 and a 1 with me and Teddy. But the way he shuffled the pack around and changed the system around, he was a genius, and he'd planned for everything.
I think that was why that night was so magical, actually, Matt, because we out-Dutched the Dutch, and we were in an era of constantly being, well, it doesn't really happen as much, though it does a bit, I suppose, but constantly being told about the European superpowers and their technical superiority and tactical superiority. And the England team and the England manager in Terry Venables out-Dutched the Dutch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was one of the best matches I can recall watching. You know, when I was at that age, it was a fantastic game to watch, and as a kid, it was just brilliant. But it just shows you the relevance in today's game as well, doesn't it? We're talking about an England team that have just really shuffled the pack and changed it in order to get the desired result. And Terry Venables, as Alan said, absolute masterclass in terms of tactically and what he did with the team.
Terry, you know, we keep on about how brilliant Pep are and Jurgen are, and how the press and changing the system and getting a centre half to go. Terry was doing that in 1996. I mean, I learned so much from Terry in terms of the pressing from the front and the angle to close down the defender and where you want to send the defender into the traffic into your team, you know, and he was brilliant at that, and rightly so. All the guys now lauded over that and how well they do, but Terry was also brilliant in the 90s doing that.
Sheringham's ball is phenomenal, isn't it?
Why did he pass it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I know the other way round. It wouldn't have gone. It wouldn't have gone to Teddy.
Can you remember the first game we played Switzerland, and I scored that goal, and I watched it the other day and I thought, I should have actually passed that, you know, because Teddy had a tap in, but I think I was that frustrated that I just wanted to shoot, because I hadn't scored for 12 or 13 games for England. But then when we played the Dutch and he had that opportunity to shoot himself, he actually passed to me, where I might have been in a more difficult position, but that was the brilliance of Teddy. He saw a picture before everyone else.
You have to be on your toes to even be expecting it.
Well, I was actually screaming for it, but I didn't expect him to pass it. It was just a matter of getting the right connection and getting enough slice on it to take it away from the goalkeeper.
In a different way, similar togetherness to what you see to an England squad now in terms of the group. We're talking about the tactical side of it, but that just seemed that had a great feel, that tournament, as a spectator. But it must have felt as a group absolutely amazing as a team together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't seen, I don't think, any football like that from this team yet. But what this team has in abundance is a great team spirit and a great togetherness, and a way that they find a way to win, you know. And I think that is equally as important as playing the sparkling football, as it's proved, as they're now in the semi-final, because I said before, we're still waiting for them to go into 4th and 5th gear, and hopefully that'll be tonight.
I'm just going to go down pitch side. I'm assuming Izzy's there. There's a step ladder obscuring my view of Izzy at the moment. You are there, are you?
I'm here, chappers, and I can give you a little update on my attire if you like. I've unravelled a poncho. I'm now rocking a poncho, so I'm quite thankful for this step ladder blocking the vision that you have of me, because I don't think I look great right now. Luckily I'm on radio.
The noise here is incredible for the teams coming out. I mean, England have come out to warm up in front of Izzy. Jordan Pickford and the goalkeepers. First of all, there was a real kind of fist pump, and let's try and get the England fans going from Pickford, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was, and it's been like that every game this tournament as Pickford's run out, and England are actually warming up in front of their own fans, and they've done that before. We've seen them change it, haven't we? They've set up on the other side of the pitch in front of the opposition fans to do their warm-up, but they're right in front of their own fans here, which is how they like it. They need that familiarity, and Jordan Pickford, when he comes out with the goalkeeper union with Aaron Ramsdale and Dean Henderson, the noise, especially from the fans on the front row that are just right behind me, they absolutely love Pickford, and rightly so. He's been phenomenal, hasn't he?
Yeah, but there's also a cacophony of whistles and boos when the rest of the outfield players came out, and you contrast that to the cheers of the Dutch fans, and that's just because there are more Dutch in at the moment.
Yeah, there is, but Pickford, you know, he gets these fans going, and I think that I think John Murray might know better than me, but I think there is going to be a larger Dutch contingent inside the stadium, and certainly if it's measured on colour, they're certainly winning, because that orange wall in front of me, they're taking up that corner as well, aren't they? It's just amazing. I was chatting to a steward who's clearly a Dortmund local, and he said the Dutch were planning the biggest ever march from the city centre out here to the stadium, but who knows, we might see some pictures on TV, I don't know, but it is pretty impressive, isn't it?
I am also quite looking forward to when Jordan Pickford goes out into the goal in front of the orange wall, actually, just to see the communication between those 20,000 Dutch fans and Jordan Pickford when he does that. Let's talk a little bit more about the Dutch. Former Dutch right back and friend of Five Live Sport, Mario Melchiot, joins us live this evening. Hi, Mario.
How's it going, guys?
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much for joining us. What are your feelings ahead of this then?
It's going to be an interesting game. Why? Because I think, you know, two countries, you guys been going kind of, I say, nicely hard at your team, and Holland has been some moments of criticizing too. You know, the Turkish game was, of course, one of the highlights for us, and then Switzerland came up. But the key thing now, I think, for this game is going to be how both teams are going to press. Because sometimes, when I look at the English side, when I want to press, they look sometimes vulnerable. And Holland has similarities. So it's going to be, you know, I think that tactical battle is going to be very key, because a lot of players know each other.
And has there been criticisms of the Dutch press as well then, Mario, back home?
Yes, because there were moments, you understand, that we had moments, let's say the midfield of us is kind of like a young kind of side, because Schouten and Reinders haven't played that much together. And then you got Simons, the young boy up front, very talented. So he plays like a behind the striker, kind of merge around that and picks up the ball. So it's going to be interesting how you guys are going to pick him up. You understand, when I see Rice and Miner, how they're going to handle that, because he's an intelligent player in where to pick up the ball. And so how are you going to press that? You cannot afford to leave holes. But that's on the other side. I think England's got some talented players too, so Holland can afford to do that too.
Have they been inconsistent within games during this tournament, do you think, the Dutch? I mean, sometimes they've played some really good stuff and looked a real threat, and then at other times they've looked vulnerable. Set pieces, they've looked vulnerable, actually, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. You know, like set pieces could be good, but we also have moments where we are, you know, like kind of like we cross balls. We still deliver, because sometimes you make a choice to say like, hey, if you struggle with that, it could be difficult. No, but we still take the advantage, and sometimes we just try to place it in a better way to make it. So the Vrij scored with a header. We know that Virgil van Dijk is very good in the air. So those are kind of key things for us when the free kicks or corners are there to create some danger. But on the other side, you guys, I mean, look, I played so long in England, and you just spoke to Alan Shearer. There's no better one that can head the ball when it comes to a free kick or a corner. So,
are you? I'm not going to let him come in on that and just give him even more praise. But are you surprised that the Dutch are in the last four?
No, because I felt like we had the opportunity. Look, from the French, I always had them as favourite, but I felt like Holland could get out of that group. But now I always said that this was going to be the key decision making, because I knew they were going to come to a moment where they meet a team that is really going to test them in a hard way. And that is what I expect England to do. You guys talked about it, that this could be the crucial game for England really to step up to the level that you guys expect them to be. But on the other side, Holland is very eager, very talented. It looks like a good group that respect each other. And I think sometimes the group can overwin the talents.
Hey Mario, it's Matt Upson. How you doing, mate?
How are you, Matt?
You okay, mate?
How are you,
good?
man?
You're good.
I'm good, mate. Good to hear you.
Quick question about Dumfries and Marlon tonight. I mean, that's obviously a change in the Dutch team. Do you think that's because they link up well together, or Dumfries will be on the overlap and bombing forward quite a lot from that position?
No, one of the key things, Bergwijn played it, and he plays between the lines. He's very crucial in picking the ball up. But if you got Trippier on your side, for example, so what is going to happen? Marlon is going to test his speed, because Marlon's speed is quicker in the sense of like when he goes beyond you, then Bergwijn goes. And they're both quick players, but I think Marlon is quicker. And he plays at home, because this is his home stadium, playing in Dortmund. So that's an advantage. So I think he picked Marlon because of that reason. Like, let him go behind Trippier. Let's see what he got. And let us test him on a 1v1. And Dumfries, I mean, I don't have to explain him to you, because you probably know enough about his attacking skills and as a fullback. But he plays against the best Premier League player, you understand? So Foden. I don't think Foden is up to speed yet. And I hope he won't in this game. But normally, having a good player like Foden, it could be an interesting situation to see what is Dumfries going to attack him, or is going to sit and just defend him.
The other side of the pitch will be an interesting battle as well, won't it? With Gakpo, who is, I would imagine, will be in the team of the tournament at the moment, and how he works within the space maybe between Saka and Walker.
Yeah, definitely. We all know, like, Walker is one of the guys that I always enjoy watching. So now you have Gakpo. I think he's in top form. He delivered 3 goals for us. He's arguably one of the best players in this tournament for the national team of Holland. And then you're going to get that one-on-one V situation, and then it's going to be the decision-making to see what is Walker going to do. Because Gakpo going inside, we all know that he loves to go inside and try to hit the ball at the far corner. So this is going to be a crucial test for Walker to see if he's going to be, like, normally he can handle that, but we have seen moments as well in the Premier League that he's been tested. So I'm sure that Gakpo is going to test him, but we know Walker don't mind to bully anybody. So that is going to be a question mark.
I think there's so many personal battles that you can look out on that pitch. I mean, Saka against Ake is certainly one, and you've mentioned one there in Gakpo and Walker and Marlon and Trippier on the other side, and Dumfries getting up there as well. So yeah, there's battles all over the pitch, and you've got to have the mindset that first and foremost, you've got to go out and you've got to win your battle. It does feel like that, Mario, doesn't it, actually? You know, that could be Van Dijk against Kane even, but you look at every area of the pitch and you think, maybe certainly again, going back to more than last night's semi-final, this is maybe who wins the individual battles in each head-to-head.
Yeah, definitely, because we didn't even mention Kane and Van Dijk. So, you know, like going like that, how you say it, like how Alan just said, it just makes sense. You know, when you play against anybody that is someone that you know personally, or you have met a couple of times already in the Premier League playing against them, you know them in and out. But you never want to disappoint yourself by playing against them. So you're going to give it your best. You know, like, I know, like, even if you don't want to give Alan praise, but there were moments when you start the game and you look at him and you go, like, I got to mark him. But you don't care because you don't want him to embarrass you. Regardless if you think it's a good player, you still, and I think every individual in this team, either it's Netherlands or England, will have the same mindset. They don't want to be embarrassed.
is there anybody left in the Netherlands? Because I look over to the honestly, look over to the left, and I can see Dutch fans for as far as the eye can see.
They said that there were going to be 75,000 going to turn up, but then now the number is going to 100,000. So imagine our country probably, I'm maybe the only one that's in Amsterdam waiting to see what's going to happen. So if anything happens, at least I'm safe.
Mario, thank you very much for joining us as ever. We will talk soon. Mario Melchior with us on 5 Live Sport. Let's just go back to the cricket. England closing day one of the Lord's Test against the West Indies on 189 for 3. So that already gives them a first innings lead of 68. Jimmy Anderson took 1 wicket in his final test for England. The tourists were bowled out for just 121. But it was all about the Test match debutant Gus Atkinson. He returned figures of 7 for 45 from just 12 overs. The second best debut from an England fast bowler.
It was pretty special. I obviously nerves this morning, but once I got the first wicket out of the way, could sort of go from there, and it went pretty well.
What was your plan for that opening over, given that you took a wicket with your second delivery in Test cricket?
Just to get it down there in a good area. Got the wicket. It wasn't exactly where I wanted to bowl it, but it came off well, so can't complain.
And what was the feeling at the point you got your first Test wicket?
A bit of relief, to be honest. Nice to get the first one out of the way quickly, so yeah, as I said, relief, and then went from there.
It did go from there. You found yourself on a hat-trick at one point. Yeah. Talk us through that little period.
We struggled a bit after lunch. We went for a few runs, but then that sort of turned it a bit. Just I don't know. I just felt pretty good, and it came out well. And then a few wickets quickly, and then happy days.
Does it almost become a blur when you take 3 wickets in quick succession, a triple wicket maiden like that?
Yeah, you just sort of go with the flow and then do what you think's best. And thankfully, it came off for me today.
That was Gus Atkinson. Alison Mitchell with the questions. TMS back on air 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on Sports Extra. Now the semi-final lineups for the Wimbledon singles are complete. In the men's draw, Novak Djokovic received a bye after his quarter-final opponent Alex de Minaur withdrew through injury. So he'll now face Lorenzo Musetti on Friday, the Italian winning in 5 sets against the American Taylor Fritz. Watching for us, Naomi Cavaday and Marion Bartley.
Well, Marion, what a 5-set battle that was for Musetti. Some moments of magic from the Italian took him over the line, and a huge win for him over Taylor Fritz on the grass.
Absolutely, Naomi. I mean, what a moment for him. And, sometimes you just have to wait a little bit more into your career to really leave an extraordinary moment, but it's never too late for a great beginning, and that was very much the case today for Lorenzo Musetti, who really had to wait for his moment in that match against Taylor Fritz, who lost that first set 6-3, and we all thought, oh my goodness, he's just not really up to the task. The level is not quite there. He's feeling tense. He's feeling the pressure, and they're just gradually using his craft, using his capability with that slice backhand to just put Taylor Fritz into awkward position. I think as well, just showing a lot of maturity actually on the court and into believing into his chance. Obviously he has his camp that is full of people helping him to believe in himself, but it takes a lot to go out on the quarterfinal stage of Wimbledon on court number 1 and beat someone who is better ranked than you, who just took out the number 4 player in the world in Zverev, and do that in 5 sets. I mean, it takes a lot of courage, and he absolutely earned his spot into the semi-final.
Well, let's look ahead to the ladies' semi-finals tomorrow and just reflect on what we saw today. Barbora Krejcikova and Elena Rybakina moving through.
Yeah, Barbora Krejcikova has been a little bit flying under the radar, I would say, since her win into Roland Garros when she won the singles and the doubles. She hasn't been really able to play really good tennis because she had some injury, she had some illness as well. It has been difficult for her to crawl herself back, but you always feel like she has that game, when she has the technique, the slice, the variety, the possibility to come to the net. She's a very accomplished doubles player. And you just think if she can put it together against Jelena Ostapenko, who is a lot more erratic into her game, or of course can thumb the ball incredibly well, but you feel with Krejcikova ability, almost a little bit like today with Musetti and Fritz, to just change the rhythm, change the pace, get her those slices, get her those drop shots. It would be a tough matchup for Jelena, and very much it was the case today. But you can see the relief and the excitement into Krejcikova to get back finally into those final stage of a Grand Slam.
So we have our ladies semi-finals set. It will be Barbora Krejcikova taking on Elena Rybakina first, followed by Donna Vekic up against Jasmine Paolini.
And the Wimbledon team will be back tomorrow on 5 Live from 1 p.m. The defending champion Jonas Vingegaard won today's stage of the Tour de France, but Tadej Pogačar retains the leader's yellow jersey. It's 7:31. We're live in Dortmund this evening for the semi-final between the Netherlands and England. Less than half an hour to go until kick-off. Jill Mackenzie now has the BBC News.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Euros and Wimbledon.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Police have found the man they were looking for in connection with the deaths of 3 women who are the wife and daughters of BBC 5 Live's racing commentator John Hunt. 26-year-old Kyle Clifford was discovered in North London and is receiving medical treatment. Our correspondent Nikki Schiller has more.
He was captured at a location in North London. Police say that he is receiving medical treatment, having been found with injuries, but they say no shots were fired. They also say at this time they believe that the suspect was known to the 3 victims.
The manhunt started last night after 61-year-old Carol Hunt, 28-year-old Hannah and 25-year-old Louise were all found with fatal injuries in a house in Bushey in Hertfordshire. They later died at the scene. Derek Turner lives on the same street.
The thing that really struck me was that there was police with guns, in black outfits and sort of like semi-automatic rifles and stuff like that walking around, and I just thought for a moment maybe it's terrorist related or something.
In other news this evening, America's top diplomat Antony Blinken says NATO allies have started transferring F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine to help counter Russia's control of the skies. Leaders, including Sir Keir Starmer, are attending a summit in Washington where the supply of military and humanitarian aid to Kyiv is dominating the agenda. George Clooney's added his voice to those calling for President Biden to end his campaign for a second term in office. Writing in the New York Times, the actor and Democrat supporter said the party can't win the US election with Mr. Biden as its candidate. And Royal Mail will no longer use its freight trains to transport post by rail. The company's planning to sell them and increase the number of deliveries made by road. Critics are concerned about the impact on the climate, but Royal Mail insists it's the greenest delivery company in the UK.
Now the crowd's already coming in. What's going to happen actually when the first ball is bowled? I think that's probably the question.
England are back in action with a home series against the West Indies.
Down the track, perfectly timed, superb shot.
Hear every ball, every boundary and every wicket with 5 Sports Extra.
Shot, cut away and brilliantly caught.
And keep up to date with the TMS podcast on BBC Sounds.
It's just about trying to still the mind, which I used to do by having a little snooze.
England versus the West Indies. The first test continues tomorrow from 11 on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports
with Mark Chapman.
Euro 2024 Deutschland.
It's been a rainy, drizzly last 45 minutes or so here in Dortmund. It might just have eased at the moment, but there are some very threatening grey clouds ahead with just a little bit of blue sky as well. Both the Dutch and the English going through their final warm-up routines, and John Murray can remind us who's starting for both.
Yeah, England making just the one change. So Mark Gay coming back after suspension for the quarter-final. Ezri Konsa drops out. So England with Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones and Gay, Saka, Menu, Rice and Trippier. So Shaw on the bench, not starting yet. Foden, Bellingham and Kane. And one change for the Netherlands as well, with Donyell Malen, who plays here in this stadium for Borussia Dortmund, coming in to replace Bergwijn. So the Dutch side for Bruggen, the young Brighton goalkeeper, Dumfries, De Vrij, Van Dijk and Ake, Schouten and Reinders, then Malen, Simons, Gakpo and Depay.
And just actually, we got the 3 former England internationals with us here, Matt Upson, Alan Shearer and Izzy Christensen. But just going pitch side to Izzy, the conditions haven't been great for the last 45 minutes. What I do find quite interesting at the moment is that England are doing their shooting practice in the spare goal that's set up near the corner flag. The Dutch are actually pounding the main goal in front of the orange wall.
Yeah, it's interesting that. England have always done that though. They've warmed up just to the right of the main goal. I think it's just to maximise the space on half the pitch they've got for the warm-up area, because The goalkeepers have been doing a lot of catching practice from crosses, and they've been using that big goal in the middle just for central shots as well. They're using it now that Declan Rice has had a few free kicks. You can see Cole Palmer just at the moment playing around with Dean Henderson, getting some shots from the edge of the box. So it's what they've always done, so I don't think they'll change at all.
Although no stone is left unturned, Alan. So if you're the Dutch, you pound that 6-yard box as much as possible, then win the toss and turn them round.
Well, that also might come from Pickford. He might be saying, I don't want it chewed up anymore in his box. So that might be one reason for it.
Let's hear from Gareth Southgate. He's been talking pitchside in the last few minutes to Gabriel Clark.
Gareth, it's been a roller coaster, but having made it this far, what do you sense in the team?
Looking forward to the game. I said over the last couple of days, I thought at the beginning of the tournament we were too concerned with what might go wrong. That dynamic changes now. You know, you've got the chance to make history, and you're 2 games away from something very exciting.
What do you hope that change in mindset gives you potentially now in terms of improvement in performance?
Well, I think we showed that in the quarter-final. We used the ball better. I thought we were a lot more composed. We obviously play a team that are another notch up from Switzerland, but also maybe a little bit more space to play as well.
One change, Mark Gahey for Ezri Konsa, but you stick with that formation. What's the thinking?
Well, we're quite flexible in having Bukayo. He can play higher, he can play lower. The team are settled. Ezri did a brilliant job for us the other day, but I think Mark has been exceptional throughout the tournament. And we've got Luke as well, very close to starting games, so that's also an added bonus for us.
A lot of Dutch are here, but thousands of English, millions are watching back home. What energy can you take from their messages, their support?
Yeah, no, we've felt that over the last few days especially. I think we said if we're united with our fans, which that now feels, then that gives everything a huge boost.
You never know, of course, when your next chance will come along. This could be the last chance as a player or a manager. Have you underlined that?
Yeah, we have. It might seem normal to be in a third semi-final, but that's not the reality. So you have to grasp these opportunities, and you don't want to come in having not performed at your very best.
Good luck, Gareth.
Thank you.
Gareth Southgate with Gabriel Clark. I know Matt Upson, I keep going on about the fans and this orange wall, but actually, if you look about 10 rows up, that orange wall, there are 2 guys in England shirts, and I just wonder what goes through your mind when you put your ticket in the turnstile. You go this way, whatever, and then you walk out. You think, poor blimey, this could be an interesting evening for us.
What are you going to do if a goal goes in? No, seriously. That is all over that stand, though. There's obviously that concentrated section bottom right, and that corner is nearly all, like you say, bar the odd couple of fellas in there, but. You then look at the other end, and there's quite a few orange shirts mingled in with the main England support as well. It's everyone seems to be enjoying themselves at the moment.
It's just
hopefully that lasts.
It's just those 2 right in the thick of all the orange shirts. It's just amusing. Do you think Gareth Southgate has talked this week about changing mood, expectations at the start, fear at the start? From your experiences, once you get deeper into the knockout stage, does the fear dissipate a bit?
No, but that's all part of a manager's job now. That's all part of the psychology. The Gareth's team will be telling him he has to put positive messages out, and it was a better performance. And I think that was the important thing. And there were small shoots to take from it. Obviously the biggest thing was getting through on the penalties and the way they took the penalties. But in terms of performance, that's what he wants. He knows, he's not daft, Gareth. He knows that they haven't played well for large parts of this tournament. But he also knows that you've also got the right to reply. And if he keeps pushing his players and cajoling his players and telling them how good they are and having all those talks behind the scenes to whatever he's saying to them, then he's got to try and keep going and keep giving them confidence and the hope that brilliant performance is somewhere, because it can be, there's no doubt about it. We're waiting for it, and as I said, the last performance was an improvement. It was better, and slowly but surely they've got better. They're going to have to get better again in this one, because they're going to face a very, very good Dutch team.
I think what I took from his interview was the comment at the end about it isn't normal. to be in these situations, and maybe we're all a little bit guilty of the expectation of this being the norm for this group of players. But you go back over history, we just had a good chat over, past tournaments, not qualifying for finals, where England has been over the last 20-25 years, and we're now in a state where the expectation is we have to make this final. And that's down to their success, and they've created that, because when you are successful consistently, the expectation goes up, and I really feel they've had to deal with that this tournament. It's kind of leapt out a little bit, and they've had to deal with it as a group, and they've done that quite well, because they've kicked back in. They're in a position now where you feel they're going to perform better again today. I genuinely believe that from where they're at. So for me, they're kind of heading in a really steady direction at the right time.
I absolutely agree. I mean, when you look at the job Gareth has done, look at the bigger picture. Look where he dragged us from. We now expect England to be in these semi-finals and finals. And whatever happens this evening, the big picture is Gareth would have done a good job. But if England were to go out tonight, then it'll be a bit on a sour note, because as yet they haven't quite hit the heights in this competition. I really hope, and I'm really desperate that doesn't happen, because they're on the brink of something special. This squad, I think, is really just waiting to click, and we'll hope that happens tonight, and then again on Sunday in the final.
He's repeated this over and over again in advance of this match, this thing about how expectation was weighing heavily, but now what happened in the round of 16, what happened in the quarter-final, that's changed the psyche, and I think it's, I really do feel that's the psychological side. That's what he's doing there. He's telling them things have changed now because of what you've done.
You don't get the benefit from all of that work of the building, the togetherness, and that when things are going well. You don't see it then. You see it in the moments where they've had against Denmark, and then the next game, and then the pressure in the last 16. I think that's where that foundation really does kick in. All the years of building that is for the moment. I'm hoping it's for this moment and this tournament, because it's been so rocky that they've had the stability. I mean, a lot of previous England groups would have really struggled with how those early performances were, and wouldn't be in this situation in a semi-final. So, that's credit to what he's laid down with the squad.
And also, Matt, he's got to a semi-final. He's got to a final with lesser teams.
Yep.
Now he's in a semi-final with better individuals, and certainly a better team that, all right, may not have hit the heights we want to as yet. And I use the word as yet because I'm still hoping that there's a lot more to come for it. But when you get to these positions, he's got to get us over the line. He's got to deliver that trophy. That's what we all want now.
Do you think, Izzy, expectations were greater going into this than previous ones?
No, I don't. I think the guys have hit the nail on the head. I think the pendulum has switched quickly, because I think the expectation has been lifted off Gareth Southgate a little bit for this game tonight, and it's gone towards the Dutch, because the Dutch have got history of being a fantastic football team. So I think that takes a little bit of the pressure off England. And if you transmit that onto the pitch, I actually think the way that the Dutch play is going to help England perform better, because they're going to be aggressive and they're going to play with intensity. They're going to have players that are going to take huge risks 1v1, and sometimes in football that's where the best moments come from, because it increases your intensity for you as a player. And all we've wanted to see this whole tournament, no complaints about where England are, we're in a semi-final, but what we've all wanted to see is the talent and the craft that's on that pitch with that England team come to life, and it's poised to come to life tonight. Whether it does or not, we'll see, but how can you not play fast, aggressive, intense football in this stadium with the noise and the history that this stadium holds? It's absolutely incredible. The pitch is wet, the ball's going to zip around. I think we're in for a massive treat.
Let's find out if Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham combining will be part of that big treat. Here is Foden on how their relationship is going since Foden has moved more centrally.
I felt like it suited me a little bit more being more centrally. I feel like that's the best we've probably played in this tournament as well. So there's still a lot of steps to improve, and we know that there's more to our game, but we want to just keep improving and take that into the semi now, the confidence that we was playing with, so hopefully the confidence is high.
You've got the Premier League Player of the Year and you've got the La Liga Player of the Year, both playing that similar role and trying to help each other out, trying to make it work in the best way possible. So what kind of conversations are you having in game or before a game about it?
Obviously we speak before the game what we think is going to work well against the opponent, and me and Jude had to stay a little bit patient in the pockets, and hopefully the lads can find us like Dec and Colby, in between the lines. And we spoke on that, just staying patient in our position and trying to help the team the best we can. And I feel like last game was a lot of improvement. Me and Jude linking up well, changing positions as well. I know it's big with Gareth. He doesn't want us to stick to one position. He gives us freedom, which helps us a lot.
Did the way you set up for the Switzerland game give you more freedom then, do you think?
Definitely, yeah. It'll let me roam across the pitch, and sometimes start the attack off, sometimes stay in the pocket, and just confuse the opposition really. And I thought we did that well.
Phil Foden, it was definitely, Izzy, his most effective performance for England at this tournament.
Without a doubt. We saw him, operating in places which he's a bit more familiar with. He's not used to hugging the touchline and getting chalk on his boots, is he? He's used to coming inside and playing, combining. If I'm going to be really, really honest, I don't think him and Bellingham work. Let's find out if that comes to life tonight. Let's hope. I really do hope I'm wrong, but I don't think they work. But that's up to the manager. That's up to, whatever happens in the future, because these two players, Bellingham and Foden, they're going to be in that England squad for a long, long time. So somebody, whether it's Southgate, whether it's somebody else in the future, but for tonight, they've got to find a way to make themselves tick, because they're the two players who've got the key to unlock, what could be a magnificent occasion for England.
Well, I suppose that, to a certain extent, they didn't link up with each other that often, did they, Alan, the other night? But they both carry a threat, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the moments that Bellingham's produced without being his dominant self in the position that I think that he wants to play in. We've yet to see the best of them in that position. They have improved. There's without doubt unbelievable talent in there from the both of them. It's just trying to get that to work when the ball goes out on the left-hand side, which there is definitely an imbalance there for England, and that was one of the decisions that Gareth had to make in terms of whether he brought Shaw back or whether he left Trippier out there, and we're still searching for that balance and for one of those two, when they do go out there, to produce something special.
It just feels a bit like that moment where you're trying to get your best creative players in the team, but it doesn't quite work. And it's such a hard kind of challenge to know where you do go with that, because whether or not you take one out and say, okay, there you go, have the space, and then maybe put Ivan Toney in there with Harry Kane, stretch it a little bit, and it would have a completely different feel. I'd like to see that happen at some point, but I understand why he kind of sticks with what it is for now. But you just feel Foden's productivity, I mean, 1 goal and no assists in his last 18 appearances, isn't a great return from a player in that position with his talent.
But you would think, wouldn't you, Izzy, that bearing in mind the Dutch are set up to start with very differently to the Swiss, and the Swiss, who also had Granit Xhaka, who just marshalled everything superbly the other day, that box of Bellingham and Rice and Foden and Mainoo will get more space.
They should do, and I think it's a game where they need to be brave. Mainoo showed it in the previous game, but it's just about thinking 2 passes ahead, and it's finding the right space, is not necessarily being on the ball as well, and it's just working off each other. I know it's really, sounds really basic, but sometimes the game is played out of the ball, away from the ball, and the positions that Foden takes up are intelligent, but a player like him, it's like a magnet. The ball is like a magnet to his foot. He wants the ball all the time. And if you look at Bellingham, he's like a ball carrier, and he's unbelievable at taking people on, and he's got so much strength and power. But he just doesn't release the ball when Foden wants the ball released. So that's why they don't necessarily work, but it's just how they find the right spaces to occupy the Dutch, pin back their 2 midfield pivots and just see where the spaces are. And let's hope it's not too tactical and the game isn't too chessy, if you like, where they're figuring each other out. Let's just hope somebody takes it by the scruff of the neck and does something magical.
Teams are in the tunnel. Harry Kane and Virgil van Dijk have just high-fived each other. I mean, we talk about battles all over the pitch. There's going to be none bigger battle than that, Alan.
Yeah, it always, I know it's a respect thing, but it always makes me laugh, that, doesn't it? Particularly when they're in the tunnel or when they come outside and they're shaking hands and saying good luck. Never wished any luck on my opponent.
Did you and Roy Keane never high-five each other in the tunnel before coming out of St James's?
What do you think?
Gareth Southgate has just come out onto the pitch here in Dortmund in that white t-shirt that he's wearing, no jacket, no coat, and he has just applauded the England fans on all four sides of this ground. Spent more time looking towards the end away to our right, which is where the England fans are. Of course, what do you want to see from Kane? And goals, obviously. But what else do you want to see from Kane tonight?
I would like to see him stay and occupy the two centre-halves. I don't think there's a need for him. Certainly in the early parts of the game, when I'm hoping that England show a lot of energy and start really well, and he can be a pivotal point for us rather than keep coming back. I know he's excellent at that, I know he's very good at that, but there are also times where, because of where the two tens are, Foden and Bellingham, he doesn't want to take up their space. I would leave that to those two and let him occupy the two centre-halves.
They have just set off the fireworks that we've had for the quarter-finals and the semi-finals ahead of each game, with the colours of both teams rising into the air. The Dutch flag is actually away to our right, so the Dutch smoke is in front of the England fans, the red, white and blue, and the red and white of England has masked that wall of orange just for the moment away to our left. What do you want to see from Kane, Matt Upson?
Well, I think he's playing against two centre-backs who aren't the most mobile. That isn't one of their key strengths, and I think Harry Kane's got enough in his locker to move them a little bit more. They'll want the play nice in front of them.
Is he not struggling with his mobility as much as they are?
I don't think he has looked as comfortable as what I've seen him before, and I'm not sure whether he's quite at the fitness or whether he's got a niggle or something. You know, he's had a bit of a bitty end to his season, even though it's been a hugely successful goal-scoring season. And I think he knows he's not quite in that tip-top sharp form, but I still think he's capable of upsetting either of these two, running them in a channel, in behind, stretching the pitch and just having a bit more energy to create that space for the other players.
Just to contribute to the atmosphere here in Dortmund, when you look at the tunnel at the moment, it's a bit like being at Goodison. It is that tight for the players as they stand in that tunnel. None of this, coming up different staircases and barely seeing each other. Their shoulders are touching each other and they are being held there and they are being made to wait, and the officials are just in front of them, and they've gone three across, so they're even tighter at the mouth of that tunnel. And the fireworks that we had at the semi-finals last night, just some gold fireworks, have gone off as well. And we wait for the players to come out. John Murray, you were going to jump in?
I was just going to say, Harry Kane scored a hat-trick in this stadium this season, and he's got 5 goals in 4 appearances in this ground.
And here they come down below as Harry Kane leading out his England team. Virgil van Dijk leading out the Dutch. Spain wait in Sunday's final in Berlin. Over the next 90 minutes, maybe 120 minutes, maybe more, we will find out who will join them. And here in Dortmund, they have a longer walk than they do at the other stadiums, because they take them over to the far side of the pitch, because that's where the dignitaries are sat, over on the far side, and therefore the players must be facing the dignitaries, I'm assuming UEFA decide, for the national anthem. So as they walk over to the far side of the pitch and we get ready for the anthems, let's join your commentary team. We've got former England internationals Izzy Christiansen pitchside, here in the stand Matt Upson and Alan Shearer, alongside John Murray.
And I think, Mark, you probably assume right that that's why they've gone over there, because the dignitaries, I can see them all in their suits staring down from the top of the lower tier. So here we are in the stadium in Dortmund. This, let me tell you, is a brilliant venue for a match like this. Champions League, European Championship, World Cup. Just listen to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, please stand up for the national anthems, starting with England.
Well, officially there are over 8,000 England fans inside this stadium, but they are outnumbered by the Dutch.
The Netherlands.
Great noise and a truly great sight. The fans of the Netherlands, almost all of them in orange, they've got the south stand here in the stadium in Dortmund, behind the goal to our left, where the Borussia Dortmund yellow wall normally is. Well, it is absolutely orange. There'll be some fantastic television shots, some fantastic pictures to see what that looks like, stretching right up to the top of the roof, where the famous yellow metalwork of Borussia Dortmund is right on top of the roofs. So we're almost set. It's almost time now for England's attempt to win a semi-final outside England for the first time. But just before the match begins, I too would just like to take a moment to echo Mark's words earlier about the dreadful events back home that our friend and colleague John Hunt has been going through. There is no one at BBC Sport more enthusiastic, more positive. He's a great man, and all of us send our love and support to John and his family. The players have broken away from their team photographs on the halfway line. Harry Kane and Virgil van Dijk, they've had some tussles in the past, the two of them. They've exchanged pennants. England, white shirts, blue shorts, white socks tonight, and the Dutch all in orange. The team lineups, if you haven't heard them yet, the Netherlands are showing one change from their quarter-final, with Donyell Malen of Borussia Dortmund coming in on the right side going forward. So Bergwijn is on the bench, the former Tottenham man. Lots of familiar faces in this lineup. Verbruggen in goal, the young Brighton goalkeeper. Dumfries, De Vrij, Van Dijk and Ake. Then Schouten and Reinders, the two central midfielders. Malen on the right, Xavi Simons in the middle, Cody Gakpo of Liverpool on the left, and Memphis Depay, now a free agent, having his contract ended at Atletico Madrid. So Memphis Depay up front. And England, Jordan Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones and Gay, we think, the three central defenders, but we'll keep an eye on that just as the match begins. Saka, Menu, Rice and Trippier, Foden, Bellingham and Kane. This is 5 Live from the BBC. If you're on the move, BBC Sounds as well. And we have Izzy Christiansen, former England midfielder, down behind the goal. Matt Upson, World Cup England defender, 2 seats to my left. And just before we get underway, Alan Shearer, just your thoughts, just before kick-off.
Oh, I can't wait. I want England to show real intent right from the first half. I want to see energy. I want to see them try again and push high up the pitch and press high up the pitch and show the Dutch that they're in for one hell of a game tonight.
And the World Service join us as England kick off here in Dortmund in this second European Championship semi-final of the tournament for the right to play Spain in Berlin on Sunday night. England fire it forward towards Harry Kane, and the captain with the heaviest touch, Gakpo, then collides with Walker, and the much talked about German referee Felix Zweier, that's dominated the headlines this week. He gives an early free kick the way of the Dutch. Gareth Southgate last night, I actually saw him greet the referee and the officials down in the tunnel area. It was all smiles, happiness, very, very friendly. I'm not sure that's going to be an issue tonight, Alan.
No, it shouldn't be an issue. The players wouldn't want to get into entertained in that, and certainly Gareth wouldn't want to either. It was always going to be all smiles if he did see him.
Well, quite so. So the Dutch with the ball on the edge of their own penalty area. These two very experienced central defenders, Van Dijk and De Vrij, both 32 years old. Van Dijk has just won the title again with Inter in Italy. Now here's Dumfries on the right-hand side. Hits a long pass for Malen to chase, but he just broke too early and the offside flag was up. I'm not sure he would have reached it anyway, but it's a free kick to England.
Just looking at the system, it's pretty much what we expected. You can see when the Dutch had the ball there, and Saka taking his right wing back position up and helping his defenders out.
So England in possession in front of their own penalty area. England, who have never reached a final on foreign soil. And here we are in a semi-final with England for the third time in the 4 major tournaments that Gareth Southgate has been the manager for. Actually, if you add the Nations League back in 2019 when they lost to the Netherlands, it's 4 semi-finals. England with Walker, heavy touch. Walker though just touches it past Gakpo. Now Saka, infield to Menu. Menu then, little ball to his left. Jude Bellingham just dwelt on it, and as a result he was closed down by Simons, and now Declan Rice is able to muscle his way ahead of Marlon, and England have got possession back on what is currently a dry evening here. It's nothing like as warm as it was last night. The thunderstorms have just eased the temperatures, but we have had some very heavy showers in the build-up to kick-off. So John Stones just bringing the ball forward. Stones tonight winning his 78th cap, which brings him level with 2 other fine defenders, Stuart Pearce and John Terry, and now he's 1 ahead of the great Terry Butcher. Here is Rice on the halfway line. Declan Rice just takes it on a little further, and then there's a first touch over there on the far side from Trippier, comes back infield towards the 19-year-old Kobbie Mainoo, slipped by Foden as the challenge came in. He was nudged over, and the free kick after the challenge by Schouten goes England's way.
Yeah, they've done really well, those 2 midfielders for the Dutch, Schouten and Reinders, and that's going to be a huge responsibility on those 2 tonight, particularly with the positions that Foden and Bellingham will want to get into. You can see them now, they're just actually, neither of them have stood on them.
Yeah, they've been consistent selections. In advance of the tournament, you would have thought Frankie de Jong and Koop Meiners, maybe Martin de Roon would have been in there, so they've done very well, these 2. Here's Foden as England move it through the middle, but then the recovering De Vrij just takes it away from him, and Van Dijk goes back to Verbruggen, who Foden was all over. He had to be very sharp there. The 21-year-old Dutch goalkeeper, all in yellow, and England playing it out to the white headband of Depay. Now you can hear the orange. Simons ball through to Marlon on the edge of the penalty area, but a very good challenge from Walker coming across. Timed it well, and the ball was just deflected back to Pickford.
That was really good play from the Dutch, the way they moved it back from the goalkeeper through to the midfield and then into Depay, and then trying to get the ball forward quickly into Marlon. One to watch that one.
Early thoughts, Matt Upson?
Yeah, just shows you about, I mean, England really went hard on the press there, didn't they? Foden went all the way into the keeper, and Holland played through really well.
Here's Bellingham now, striding from deep, plays it to his right to Harry Kane. Now Saka, right side of the penalty area. Saka up against Nathan Ake, curls it in left-footed towards the back post, where De Vrij got his head to it, didn't clear the penalty area. Trippier's there, he's able to get the ball down. Rice, this is the first real pressure that we've seen from either side, and England testing the Dutch defence. Rice, now Phil Foden, still waiting for his first positive involvement in terms of goal or assist at the tournament, but his pass forward found Trippier in an offside position, and it's a free kick to the Dutch.
Well, it shouldn't be offside there, Trippier. He's looking right across the line. In his defence, he did want the ball played to him that little bit earlier because he'd gone and wanted it, but because it didn't, and there was a little bit of a delay on it, he then ran into an offside position.
So Netherlands 0, England 0. The Dutch in possession on the edge of their own penalty area. The Dutch, who themselves have not been in a World Cup or European Championship semi-final for 10 years, not for 20 years in this competition since Euro 2004. Here's Van Dijk, who missed the last Euros, remember, when England went so close at Wembley. De Vrij, very, very patient, and then Schouten back to Van Dijk, and here is Nathan Ake. Nathan Ake with his clubmate Phil Foden closest to him. Now it's worked here to Reinders. Gakpo, one of the joint top scorers, dispossessed by Saka, and Saka making ground quickly up to Harry Kane, gives it back to Saka. Kane might have been fouled, but the referee waves the advantage, although Saka is actually just weaving from right to left. But England retain possession. Rice goes back to Stones, and then Walker, a little ball in for him to Bellingham. Mainoo's just backed away to the right-hand side. We see Ronald Koeman for the first time down there since the start of the match with his still blonde hair, dressed in black. England's old adversary, as Trippier sends one forward for Bellingham to chase, but that will just bounce through to Verbruggen.
It was a really good tackle from Saka, wasn't it, when the Dutch were trying to get the ball into Gakpo. It was one of those where, I'm just going to let you know I'm here in the first few minutes of the game. He timed it to perfection, Saka, that tackle.
Yes, he did. 0-0. And De Vrij and Van Dijk again with the ball halfway inside their own half. Harry Kane comes to him, and so Van Dijk plays it to Dumfries over there on the right hand side, the other Inter-man. His pass forward, Mark Gay back in the team, does well to readjust, get to it. Rice is robbed by Simons. Simons shoots and scores! What a super strike that was from Simons from the edge of the penalty area. It arrowed beyond the dive of Pickford. I say Pickford as well has just collided with one of the Dutch players, but it is 1-0 to the Netherlands, and a goal in the 7th minute, and the Dutch are ahead in the semi-final.
Wow, what a strike. He couldn't have hit it any better. It just opened up for him, and the shot was so inviting that he wasn't going to turn it down. What was it, 20, 23 yards out, and it's pinged into the right-hand side of the net. Pickford had no chance. Did really well in winning the tackle. Takes the ball off of Rice, I think it is, in there. Then it just opens up. There's no pressure on the ball. What a strike, what a goal.
Well, it's not often you see Declan Rice dispossessed in that area of the pitch. Simons really was aggressive. He wanted the ball and he took it. And then from then on, the positivity, he just saw the hole. It's a funny technique the way he hits it. He's almost kind of sliding into the shot, strikes it really straight on, but hits it really flush. Sweet into the top corner, super shot.
So there we are, a big early setback for England and for Gareth Southgate, as Xavi Simons of PSG scores in front of the now orange wall. Here's Bellingham on the edge of the penalty area. So once again, England are going to have to come from behind. Bellingham's attempted cross, that's blocked. Came from behind in the round of 16, came from behind in the quarter-final. And here today, they are behind early in the 7th minute. Simons, what a goal it was. Brilliantly struck. Just his second for his country. And it flew past Pickford, as there is a foul for Marlon's challenge on Bellingham, who was caught about the face. And it's a free kick to England near the left corner of the penalty area.
No, I think they're just battling for the ball, and he may have just took one in the face there. It was shouting, I think it was, wasn't it?
No, it was.
It's a little clash of heads, isn't it?
And Bellingham, and actually Kieran Trippier saying to the England medical people who ran onto the field, Kieran Trippier's actually standing over him and saying, go on, actually no, we don't need you. And they've just run off the field on the far side. Bellingham's okay, but actually now the Dutch medical people have been called on because Schouten, who did collide, he is going to be looked at. And it is it was a knock of heads, so understandable. But an England set piece that what a goal that was to score in a semi-final by Simons.
What a strike it was. He won't hit many better than that in his career. It was really impressive the way he robbed Rice of the ball and then thought, you know what, I'm going to have a pop here. And just flew into the top corner. But England here have got a free kick in a really promising position.
Well, last night France went ahead early against the Spanish, and great goal that was here by Simons. I don't think it was quite as good as Lamine Yamal's last night, which I think will have to be the goal of the tournament. Alan?
Yeah, that was an incredible strike as well from a 16-year-old. Johnny's 17, isn't he, on Saturday? So yeah, what a goal! What a goal we've seen this evening.
And actually, Bellingham has just gone off the field. They're just having a look at him, or has he just gone through? Actually, the referee's just gone over there to Jude Bellingham. The history they've got between them, just a little word between the two.
I think he needs both of them to stay off the pitch because the trainers have both come on, so both players have to go off.
They came on the field, so yeah. So it's a free kick then, and both playing with 10 men, and actually Schouten sitting down on the far side. Trippier, no, it's going to be Foden to take this free kick in, which is headed away by Ake, who did well, won that header commandingly. Seen him do that so often for Manchester City. Saka wins the ball back, the man who scored the equaliser in the quarter-final. Saka is bundled into by Gakpo, sends him flying, and it's a free kick that the Dutch don't like, but shoulder into his back.
He's had a good start to the game, Saka. You know, he's made a couple of really good tackles and trying to force his way down that right-hand side and trying to put the pressure back on them.
If you just switched onto us late, Alan Shearer's with us here on 5 Live tonight for the commentary, and the highlights will be on BBC One tonight after the news. And it's a free kick to England. England trailing to that early goal from Xavi Simons, and Trippier and Foden trying to work something again. England have created so little from set pieces. Without the Harry Maguire threat at this tournament, he's been a big miss in that regard. Free kick that Trippier will come up and strike now, curling it in towards the back post. Rice is there, tries to work it across, and Kane was on the edge of the 6-yard box, but Van Dijk got there to lash it out of play into the England fans over on the far side.
You mentioned the lack of chances from set pieces. There's actually been a lack of chances in all of the games that they've played. It's been one of the big disappointments, is that with the forward talent that they've got, just haven't created anywhere near enough. Yeah, it is perplexing, actually, as Rice gets the ball back. But the referee spotted an infringement. I think they played it back to Trippier, who was then in an offside position, so it's a free kick to the Dutch. For the second time, Trippier, again, he's looking right across the line. And he is offside, he can't have any complaints. It is the Dutch who take the free kick, and Bellingham and Schouten are both back on the field. I think, yes, there is Schouten down there, the number 24. Great noise from the Dutch as England try to respond. Here is Menu going between two Dutch players, gives it to Trippier. Bellingham's out there. Bellingham picks out Kane on his right foot. Kane shoots, and Verbruggen has to go down and save that. The shot from probably 25 yards plus, and it's out for a throw on the far side. Yeah, why not? Why not have a pop? Very much like it did for Simons. It opened up for him. Didn't need a second invitation. It was a decent save. Keep it down to his right-hand side. So that's England do have an attempt on target. And Verbruggen had to make a decent save down to his right. Had a good sight of it. England, as they play from left to right here as we look. Behind already, Rice. Back to Gay. Now here's Trippier over on the far side. Comes back to Mark Gay, who will just steer it all the way back to Jordan Pickford. So let's bring in Matt Upson. Again, thoughts, Matt?
Yeah, it was an interesting parry, wasn't it, from Verbruggen? I mean, he made it look easy, but he parried it all the way out for a throw. It's a really good piece of play from the goalkeeper, but Harry Kane just dropping into that pocket. England with good possession, he found some space and got a shot off. Bellingham, passes intercepted, but into the path of Kane. Now to Saka. Saka onto his left foot, trying to find a position, still going. Saka shoots, it's blocked, then Kane over the top of the crossbar, and Kane's been caught in there. As Kane hit that, he's clutching his right foot, and he's in some pain as the shot flew over the top of the crossbar. Well, the England players are looking to the referee. They think there was a collision. Saka does really well. He runs into the traffic, but then the ball falls kindly for Kane. I think it's just Dumfries that comes in with that challenge. He does connect with him, you know. As he came in, Dumfries, Kane had already hit the shot, and let's bring in Izzy. This is at your end, Izzy, so you were, 10, 12 yards away from it?
Yeah, John. I mean, it's a wonderful strike from Harry Kane. He does so well to generate the power, and I thought it was in, and it sailed over the bar, but there was some power behind it, and he went down, Harry Kane, in a lot of pain. And he did catch him late, didn't he, Dumfries? I know that you guys can see the monitor up there, but Kane's shot earlier to that as well was fantastic, because he hit it into the ground, and Verbruggen has had to really, really watch that, because that's how to score, is to hit into the ground and watch the ball fizz off the surface. The referee is saying to Verbruggen, do not take this goal kick, because there is a check. There's a VAR check, and I can understand why, Alan. Well, absolutely, he does get a good strike on it, but there's no doubt about it that Dumfries comes in for the challenge, doesn't get anywhere near the ball, but it's a follow-through. There's the square. The referee's been called over to have a look, and we know what this means. It's going to be a penalty to England. There was no contact at all with the ball from Dumfries. He actually connects with Harry. Even more that it's the follow-through. But there's no doubt that he's boots up high, and Harry does get the ball, but he also, with the follow-through, then connects with him. Matt, as the defender, I mean, is it hard to see whether he gets a touch of the ball, Dumfries? I don't think he gets a toe on the ball. Therefore, the follow-through of Kane, he does raise his foot and he studs her up, Dumfries, which is why Harry Kane's in so much pain. He's actually struggling to shrug off the knock on the top of his foot. I mean, it's a fair challenge for the ball, and he's a little bit late. It's a penalty. VAR
The German video assistant referee, in conjunction with Felix Zweier, they've decided it's a spot kick for England. And Kane, who took this knock on his right foot, and I think there was concern from Gareth Southgate. He sent Bukayo Saka, I think, over to see Harry Kane to see if he was all right to take this penalty. What do you think the answer is, Alan?
No, Harry will take the penalty. I think he's up there. He might have been in some pain, but believe you me, when you get a penalty, that pain wears off.
Yeah. So Harry Kane now.
I think he's just booked Dumfries as well for that, John, which is, I mean, it's pretty harsh. I mean, he's genuinely gone to block the shot. I don't think he's lashed out at Harry Kane. I think he's got a little bit carried away there, the referee.
Well, yellow card for Dumfries, and Virgil van Dijk was in long discussions with referee Zweier. Memphis Depay was getting involved there as well. But here we are, another penalty at Euro 2024, and this time Harry Kane from 12 yards. In front of the England fans, it should be said. This is the north end, where the England fans all are. Kane, the man who scored more penalties for England than anyone else. But remember the miss in the quarter-final in Qatar. Kane stands 1 foot in front of the other and waits and waits. Final, big deep breath, and Kane is up to score! Into the bottom corner! Down to his right, but Harry Kane can celebrate here in Dortmund. He's got his third goal of the tournament, and he's now the joint leading scorer. And it's Netherlands 1, England 1, and down to you, Izzy Christensen.
Unbelievable penalty from Harry Kane. He looks so confident. He controlled every single person in this stadium. He took a big, deep breath, and he just slots it into this bottom corner right in front of my eyes. But I was watching Kieran Trippier throughout that whole process. Him and Jude Bellingham were just guarding Harry Kane, keeping him safe from any distractions. He looked so focused. Clean from the penalty spot from Harry Kane.
Calm, really calm, and he hits it to perfection. He has to, because the goalkeeper goes the right way to his right hand side. Having said that, he's not stopping it. Went right in the corner, right in the side netting.
I mean, it doesn't matter how well the goalkeeper dives at that one, does it? He hits it that hard and that low, it sneaks just inside the post at the bottom. Nearly impossible for any keeper to save. Top penalty from Harry Kane.
Netherlands 1, England 1, and England equalising from the penalty spot through Harry Kane's 22nd penalty for England out of the now 66 goals that he has scored for his country. England's record scorer. As the ball goes back to Verbruggen, who went the right way, Alan. He wasn't too far away from it.
No, I would have guessed he would have gone that way as well, very much like the goalkeeper. But when you hit it as sweetly as that, it's where he wanted to put it. It's where he practices on. The keeper can go wherever he wants. He's not stopping it.
So back on level terms. The Dutch lead lasted for 11 minutes. And with that goal now, Alan, that is 15 for Harry Kane at either World Cup or European Championship tournaments. And he's drawn level at Euros with a certain A. Shearer. 7 goals.
Let's hope he beats it tonight then. Yeah. He's had a good start to this game, you know.
He has.
He had the shot from 20 or 25 yards, which the keeper saved. He then had the shot which got the penalty, and then of course the penalty.
So that's the voice of the now joint leading scorer at the Euros for England, Alan Shearer, as Depay miscontrols the ball out of play. Important though for England to make that quick response.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought their response was really good actually after the initial threat from the Dutch, and England just settled themselves down. I think the Dutch will feel hard done by with that penalty, because I agree with Matt, when the defender goes in there was no intent to kick him, and he didn't really make the contact. It was the follow through which Harry Kane generated with his shot.
Here's Foden bringing it forward, gives it to Bellingham. Bellingham just turns, passes it to Trippier, just took a moment to get it under control. Foden wants it, gets it. Now back to Declan Rice, who was just caught out for that opening goal. I think he slipped actually, didn't he, when Simons got the ball and took it away from a Gay. Back in the side tonight for Konsa, who's a little unfortunate, Ezri Konsa, because he put in such an impressive performance. against Switzerland in the quarter-final. But here's Menu now in the pink boots. Turns, faces the play, gives it to John Stones, takes it towards the halfway line, and then Stones goes back across to Mark Gay. Brilliant atmosphere inside the ground. I mean, all of the stands, all of the spectators close to the action as Menu chips it over the top for Phil Foden. It bounces away. Trippier's going to leave that to Harry Kane, who's out there on the left-hand side. Kane now with the right foot cross. It's a high one right across the field to Walker, who pulls that down. Tried to lay it back to Menu on the edge of the box, but only succeeded in giving it to Reinders, who will pass it away to Bayo. I think might have been given a shove in the back by Kyle Walker, but in any case it's out of play for a throw into the Dutch.
Yeah, he did give him a little shove, didn't he? I didn't know whether the ref was going to give a free kick or the throw-in for the Dutch, but he's given a throw-in.
It's a proper match, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really good start. I mean, it was a bright start from both teams, but then that fantastic strike from Seaman posed the question to England. Well, what you got? What are you going to offer?
As the Dutch try to work it away through the middle, but Trippier comes across a right-footed ball forward towards Bellingham, who's in the centre circle. Bellingham, this his former home as well, remember. Jude Bellingham, Foden, back to Kane, and he'll give it back towards the halfway line. Walker finds Foden. Foden, a little pass in field towards Menu. Kane wants it, but Menu up to the edge of the area, slipped it into Foden. Foden could be through, very tight. Oh, and the shot is blocked on the line, incredibly, by Dumfries. Brilliant footwork from Foden. How he found space in amongst all of that and got the shot in from the tightest of angles, and yet Dumfries right on the line stopped it.
Wow, we're not sure how it hasn't gone in. We'll all of us looking to the referee to see whether the ball had crossed the line. Menu did really, really well in getting the ball to Foden, but then Foden's quick feet. He then goes to the goalkeeper and sort of slots it past him.
Saka now left-footed ball. Trippier's got so much space on the left. Trippier's ball all the way across, a stretching away by De Vrij. The Dutch really stretched there. Now they're trying again, England. There's two balls on the field. Walker, yeah, so the referees had to stop play. How on earth did that happen? England, great momentum there. Two balls on the field.
Well, we've seen 23 minutes of great football. Really encouraging the way England have come back into this game, the way they're moving the ball around, the way Bellingham and Foden and Menu are controlling now that midfield and creating chances.
Back down pitch side, is he?
Oh, it was a beautiful weave from Foden, wasn't it? How many times have we seen him do that for Manchester City? Just takes on so many players. The way he got the shot off in the end, and it was a brilliant clearance from Dumfries on the line. Everyone behind me obviously thought it'd gone over, but from my angle, I have to be honest, it definitely didn't cross the line. But it was unbelievable from Foden.
It was immediately the referee's via said no, it hasn't crossed the line. We've not had a chance to see it again, and actually I need to see it again because Foden's feet were almost quicker than the human eye. Rice with the pass to Walker on the right-hand side. Now Foden. Menu back to Phil Foden, who, well, after that, goodness me, he certainly looks like he's in the mood to, like the rest of this England side, confound the critics. Walker's ball into the edge of the area. It's 1-1 if you've just switched on. Seaman scoring the early goal for the Dutch, and then Harry Kane with a penalty to equalise at the stadium where he's now scored 6 goals in 5 competitive appearances. Harry Kane. Here is Saka. He's able to get the ball and run from 30 yards goalwards. Kane tries to turn. I thought he might have been caught there. Seamans is in there, and Seamans is able to play it back to Verbruggen, who will clear up towards the halfway line where Rice is underneath that to head it, and it will bounce for Harry Kane, who pulls it down, and Kane sets off on a run, and he's eased over by Dumfries. Referee says no free kick. I think Kane will be questioning that. Oh, but Foden almost in, but De Vrij, he nipped the ball away from Dumfries, and Foden is saying that he was impeded there.
I think he was. I think he definitely clipped the back of his heels. Foden read it really, really well and managed to nick the ball. But then when he's starting to run towards goal, he just clipped his heels. So it's an impressive last 10 or 15 minutes from England, you know, the way they're moving the ball.
However, here's one for Marlon to chase through the middle. That's headed away by Gay. Now Reinders. Simons gets that down. Might have been a handball. Simons' ball is blocked on the edge of the box by Rice. Comes out to Reinders, who's very, very neat. Shiny black boots. Sharp side parting. Again, Reinders. Back out to the right-hand side. Here is the cross that is blocked by Dumfries and bounces out of play off Trippier for a throw. over on the far side. Netherlands 1, England 1. I would say, Alan, that's the best period of play that we've seen from England.
Absolutely. I said about moving the ball quicker. That's what we've been watching from Spain for the vast majority of this tournament. For the last 10 or 15 minutes, England have done that.
And just seeing confirmation on our little screen here in the commentary box that the ball was about halfway over the line when it was stopped by Dumfries. Close, but not close enough. And here is Reinders, the number 14. Here's Gakpo, who's hardly been in the match. Gakpo back to Nathan Ake, and now Gakpo once again with his 3 goals. As I say, Harry Kane now joins that group. It's now 6 players who are all tied on 3 goals as the joint top scorers at the tournament, with Harry Kane, much maligned, being one of them. Can't be too bad if you're the joint top scorer at the tournament, can it?
He always will score goals, John. You know that. We all know that. That's why he's in the team. We know that we want a little bit more from him, so maybe off the ball, but the one thing he will guarantee is goals.
Yep, quite so. Here is De Vrij, who just carries it forward, and then Dumfries goes back to De Vrij again through the middle. An attempted flick from Depay. It's blocked away. Then Bellingham's onto this. Bellingham, lovely footwork from him as well. And he releases Saka down the right-hand side. Saka again sticking to the right wing here. He's drawing Nathan Ake into him. Then plays the pass to Mainoo, who was challenged by Gakpo, but it bounces to Walker. Mainoo again. Now here's Foden again in that dangerous position. A flick to his left to Bellingham, but then came the challenge, which took it back to goalkeeper Verbruggen.
Yeah, again, but England passing it well. So it's a really interesting battle going down this right-hand side for England. The Dutch left-hand side with Gakpo and Saka, and Saka certainly winning that battle at the minute.
He just switched onto us 5 Live, the World Service from the BBC. It is Netherlands 1, England 1 in the semi-final with almost half an hour played. Verbruggen, long downfield from him. Mark Gay is underneath that, up against Marlon. To head it forward for England, Rice keeps it in, over on the left wing, tried to play it infield towards Bellingham. Now it's forward towards Depay, who's got some space here. Rice out of position. Depay then towards the edge of the box to Marlon, who hits the shot, but the defenders came together and Gay put in the block. Pitch deflected it wide of the goal and behind for a Dutch corner, the first corner of the match. Matt.
This lad can run, Marlon. He's got some serious pace on that right-hand side. Every time a central player has the ball, he makes this starting run from out to in. He gets the wrong side of Trippier, but Walker reads it so early, gets across. He actually anticipates it, goes to ground, he just wipes everything out. He's top defended from Kyle Walker, but he's got to be alert to that run. It's a dangerous one for the Dutch.
Well, we know that the Dutch can be a threat from set pieces, most certainly. And Depay took the ball out to the right-hand side, but it's actually going to be taken, this corner, this right-sided corner, by Xavi Simons. Raises his left arm. That noise comes out of the orange wall behind him. An outswinger which is headed onto the top of the crossbar by Dumfries and over the top of the bar. Pickford dived up, whether he had that covered or not, I'm not sure. Hit the top of the bar and over anyway.
Well, they carry a great strength in there, the Dutch, with Van Dijk in there and De Vrij and with Schouten in there, and of course with Dumfries, who actually gets ahead of it. He climbs really, really well, and I don't think Pickford's getting that.
So 1-1. And England take the goal kick. Pickford out to Mainoo. And Mainoo, the Manchester United teenager, sets off, gives it to Foden. Now it's over there on the left-hand side to Trippier. And then back to Rice. Gloomy skies above the stadium here in Dortmund. As Mainoo flicks it to his right to Walker. Now down the line, Saka again in a very, very wide position. Nathan Ake gets tight on him. So Walker is involved. So is Mainoo as well, and England are forced by the Dutch back into their own half. And then actually from Mark Gay it goes all the way back towards goalkeeper Pickford.
I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying Kobbie Mainoo's performance. I have to say, he looks so confident when he gets the ball. His first touch, he's passing it, he's driving at players. It's been a top performance from him so far.
Here's John Stones carrying the ball forward, lays it out to the left-hand side from the halfway line. Kieran Trippier, who lost here with Newcastle United in the Champions League this season. That was a very impressive Borussia Dortmund performance that night. Here's Foden, then infield towards Mainoo. Mainoo then picks out Harry Kane, 25 yards out. Kane drives it into the box, cleared away by Van Dijk. Mainoo slides in there to win it back for England against Gakpo. Now Saka on the right-hand side, goes for the byline, chips it across the back post. There's no one there. Trippier's trying to get there against Marlon. The two of them shoulder to shoulder. Trippier did well, actually, to get there ahead of the shaven-headed Dutchman. Now Rice again. Rice trying to pick out that pass to his clubmate Saka. It bounces up. Saka's able to chest it down. They've got two men on him now. In it goes towards Foden. They want Foden to shoot, and he hits the post. The top left corner. Just needed a little more bend on it.
Well, it was so similar to Yamal last night, wasn't it? In an identical position. Again, it opens up. He doesn't need a second invitation. He looks and he can see the spot and he spots it, and the connection is great, and he's just watching it all the way, and we're thinking, come on, dip a little bit quicker. It just didn't hit the post and bar.
Izzy, you must have had your eyes on that. It was heading right at you.
Absolutely superb again from Foden. How much joy is he getting, by the way, off that right-hand side coming in? And it opened up perfectly for him. And the strike, I mean, I thought it was nestling in that. It was a superb strike. You could feel the noise from behind me, the England fans urging him to shoot as soon as it opened up. Wonderful effort from him.
So Foden strikes the frame of the goal again. I think that's the second time at the tournament. Had the ball in the net for offside, ruled out for offside. He's getting closer, Alan.
He's playing well. I think they're certainly causing the Dutch problems in there with Mainoo and Foden and Bellingham with their movement in there. They're trying to get in the hole, and Van Dijk doesn't really know whether to go in tight on Mainoo on that occasion there, or sit and try and mark Harry Kane. They're getting joy in there.
1-1 the score. Here is Foden through the middle. He's leaned into by Reinders. The referee says play on. Mainoo's able to take it on. He's up against Van Dijk, and he chips it forward for Kane, but Kane was on his heels, and the ball runs through to Verbruggen. And with Foden, Depay is actually sitting down in the middle of the field, so the referee will stop play for a moment or two with the score. Netherlands 1, England 1. But for Phil Foden, after the season that he's had, with the 27 goals that he scored for Manchester City and the 11 assists, he's also had the attempt that was stopped on the line here. So he's hit the frame of the goal twice. He's had the ball in the net at the tournament, ruled out for offside, and he's had one stopped on the line. Yeah,
he's looked really sharp tonight, much more like Phil Foden. He's getting the ball in really tight positions and turning and running towards that Dutch defence, and he's really, really unlucky there with that effort. What a great strike it was.
Well, he's got the ability, hasn't he, to pick, the freedom to pick the ball up in that area where you want it. He's on the right-hand side, which suits him, gets it out of his feet, that left foot curler, and it's just a brilliant hit, but not quite there, and he's just picking up. You can tell he's enjoying being on the pitch more in this role than out wide on the left.
Alan, what's your gut feeling about what we've seen so far here tonight?
I'm really encouraged. I think there's been an energy about their performance, particularly the way they've responded after going 1-0 down. They've certainly had that in their game. Their passing's been crisper, it's been quicker, and they've created chances. So yeah, I'm very encouraged.
So 1-1 after Siemens opened the scoring in the 7th minute, and Harry Kane with the equaliser from the penalty spot. Harry Kane, who has now scored 15 goals in his last 19 England appearances, and the Dutch are going to make a change now. Is this? Well, it's going to be Memphis Depay, who's not going to be able to continue. So Joy Veerman of PSV, the Dutch champions, is going to come on into that midfield. So he's taken off Depay. Looks like Marlon's going to go through the middle for the time being. And Ronald Koeman is putting Veerman in there with Reinders and Schouten. So a sort of three-man central midfield, which they have played during the course of the tournament. But, that's clearly a reaction, despite the injury to Memphis Depay, that's clearly a reaction to the way the game is going, the flow of the game. As England have it on the edge of their own penalty area, and Trippier plays it back to Pickford. So that's it for Memphis Depay. Disappointing for it to end for him after 35 minutes on the clock. Here's Mark Gay for England on the left-hand side. It's the England fans making themselves heard now. They know that it is England who are on top, despite the fact they went behind in this match. Stones just carries the ball into Dutch territory, drags it back. He's looking for the options, goes back to Rice, who quickly works it to Mark Gay, and he is going to bring the ball forward and give it to Jude Bellingham. And Bellingham now gets his head down and begins to glide out towards the left-hand side, where Trippier will return it to the Real Madrid man. And now Gay and Declan Rice. And here is Walker in the centre circle. Kyle Walker winning his 89th cap tonight, so that's as many as Michael Owen for Kyle Walker. Rice to the left-hand side. And Mark Gay is actually going to carry the ball deep into Dutch territory, and he gives it to Bellingham. And Bellingham now turns back onto his left foot, but uses his right to play it behind Trippier, and he was caught late there, or at least he made it look like he'd been caught late, Bellingham, but the referee was having none of that, and it's out for a throw.
I think what he's done as well is put Simons on the right-hand side and put Veerman in the middle there, just to try and show that midfield up, because England were having so much success in there, as I said, with Foden, Bellingham and with Mainoo.
Yeah, they started with this midfield three against Austria in the group when they lost the match. But it is Gakpo now for the Dutch. Gakpo, but Mainoo slides in to cut that pass out. And Simons was an option there. And actually Declan Rice is going to run away with the ball for England. Just gives it to Bellingham to his left. England still inside their own half. Foden. Crossfield pass from him, which bounces up. Saka's able to get it down on the ground. That mention of that defeat to Austria does remind you that the Dutch did finish third in their group, yet are in the semi-finals, and received a good deal of criticism for not doing better than that. But they did recover in the knockout stages with the convincing win against Romania and the come-from-behind win against Turkey. And my Dutch friends are telling me that Koeman's team are very adept at coming from behind. Here is Mainoo, picks out a pass, that's stuck to Foden's right boot like the proverbial glue. Foden, though, has Reinders right there with him, so Mainoo, then back to Foden again, who's seen lots and lots of the ball in these opening 37 minutes and a little bit more. Rice again, match level at all square. Rice will just knock it across into the path of John Stones, and then Stones back towards Declan Rice, and then out on the left-hand side, Phil Foden again, who's stayed out there for the time being. Foden leaves it to Trippier. Kane comes short. There's no one inside the penalty area for England, so actually they go all the way back to Gay, who's got the ball halfway inside his own half, and Pickford will actually say to Gay, no, just let it run. And so it's out to Stones, who goes for the cross-field pass. And Trippier again is all on his own out there. Dumfries standing well off it. Foden says, give it to me. And then Foden runs towards the edge of the penalty area. Mainoo over the top to Walker. Walker chests it down, but had to twist to do so. Walker's got it right side of the box. Gakpo with him. Back to Mainoo. Mainoo puts his foot on it. A flick infield towards Foden. On his left foot, Foden. Oh, shot! And Verbruggen goes down and makes the save. Actually just stops it and then holds onto it down to his right.
They're playing some really good football, England. The movement is fantastic. They can't handle it at the moment, the Dutch, and the pace of the passing. When someone gets into an area, they're actually firing the ball into them with great confidence. Phil Foden is really enjoying himself out there.
I think Mainoo is as well, isn't he? Unbelievable stuff from Kobbie Mainoo. Clever, he's winning tackles, he's turning over the ball, he's driving with it. Lovely little flick there just to slip Foden in to get his shot off. I mean, he's been outstanding, the young Manchester United central midfield player.
Yes, when you see him playing like this, in a match like this, I mean, it's a little bit like Lamine Yamal last night as a teenager, as a 16-year-old, but Mainoo at 19. You wonder why we had that debate for such a long time about who would play alongside Rice. But a long pass forward for the Dutch, but it's headed down by John Stones, and England can start again. Rice makes himself available. Foden wants it in the centre circle, he's calling for it. Still Rice says, yeah, I'll give it to you. But then back to Gay in central defence. Yeah, at the tournament, England obviously tried Trent Alexander-Arnold in there, then it was Gallagher next, and then it was Mainoo. But he's certainly catching the eye tonight, the Manchester United man. Here's Gay, back towards Harry Kane, who's all the way in the centre circle now. Back towards John Stones. Kane says, yep, I'll take it. And then Kane hits a pass, right-footed. That's for Trippier to chase. Trippier with the flick. Back to Bellingham. Bellingham is onto this ball. Trippier makes himself available out wider to the left-hand side. Now it's back to Kane again. Kane curls it into the box. That's headed away by Van Dijk. Mainoo tries to get there. He does get there. He dispossesses Gakpo. And then Mainoo blasts the shot straight into the chest of Nathan Ake. And it bounces out of play for a throw down the right.
Oh, he's so bright and so alert, Mainoo. I tell you what, you mentioned before, Matt, we didn't mention the great tackle he put in on the edge of his own box. He's now at the other side, having a pop at goal from 18 yards out as well.
So it's a throw for England that Walker is going to take. Walker takes the throw down into the ground, bounces up, and as it was played forward, Mainoo was in an offside position, but actually the referee says, I'm going to play the advantage here because the Dutch are coming forward, although Simons actually played it back towards the edge of his own penalty area. We've got quite a mix in front of us. The orange wall is to the left behind the goal, but there's a real mix of Dutch and English fans down in front of us. As Simons plays it to the right, but he's got too much on that and it just rolls out of play for an England throw. I can see a woman down there just adjusting her, it's probably an airline pilot's hat. Bright orange, glitter on the front of it and on the peak of the cap. She's got it set at a jaunty angle, I notice.
What, you're going to say something else for a moment there, John?
Well,
she was actually about half an hour before we kicked off carrying 6 pints down and offered me one.
No wonder it's at a jaunty angle then, Alan. Here is Kane, got the ball inside his own half, just clips it across into the path of Walker. Gareth Southgate just appears in that cream shirt down there and applauds the intent of the England players for all of the good play and all of the near things that England have had in this first half. There is just the penalty to show from it, and in an absolutely ideal world, when they're playing like this in the first half, I'm sure Southgate and all England followers would like to see them ahead before the break. Walker back towards Rice. Rice just sticks out his chest, uses Jude Bellingham, who will tap it back to John Stones. Mainoo in a very advanced position now, actually wanted the ball from Stones, but here's Foden, who takes it up on the right-hand side and then moves infield, gives it back to Stones, then over the halfway line to Rice. Bellingham says that he wants it. Actually, it goes to Gay, then back to Rice again. There's a much better tempo about the England play, as we so often say. For England, these players, you do feel that moving the ball quickly is so important. Rice back out to Gay on the left-hand side. Trippier. Bellingham makes the run down into the full-back position. He's leaned into by De Vrij, keeps his feet. Bellingham then wins the ball back. Bellingham now whips it into the box, but Van Dijk is able to step forward and clear it away to the halfway line. Good again. Good running in behind from Bellingham. I think they're really controlling the midfield in there, and their movement is causing them all sorts of problems. Kyle Walker now it is, just forward and right of the centre circle. Suddenly we get a cooler breeze just blowing around the stadium, and a pinky sunset as well on those dark clouds above the yellow metalwork of this famous arena. Here is Declan Rice now. Rice through the middle to Foden. Foden with a scamper. Now Bellingham turns near the corner of the penalty area, gives it out to the left-hand side. Trippier is there. Trippier's ball across, that is just intercepted, but England back in possession. Again, it's Declan Rice, 30 yards from goal. England trying to crank up the pressure. The Dutch lying behind the ball. Bellingham again out there on the left-hand side, up against Reinders. Takes him on, drops the shoulder, goes back towards the byline, then pulls it back to Trippier. Then Rice makes himself available. It's coming square to Walker. It's coming square again to Kane. There's only Kane out there, so he has to chase after it, the England captain. Kane onto this, angles the ball back to Bukayo Saka just outside the right corner of the penalty area. Walker makes the run. Saka though keeps possession, takes it on past Veerman. Veerman still going with him. Saka then over to Bellingham. Now Trippier on the overlap. Trippier across, but into the gloves of Verbruggen, who makes the catch. That's just what you lose with not having the left footer on the left side in Kieran Trippier, because about 30 seconds before that there was a ball that was crying out to be put in with the left foot, but he didn't. He chose to come back inside, but then the ball eventually goes back out to him, and rather than actually whip it across, he tries to chip it straight into the keeper's arms. Now the Dutch come forward, a rare attack for them, and it's being brought forward over just in front of us by Veerman. 3 minutes of added time at the end of the first half, and then Schouten back to Reinders, and the pace just slows with the Dutch in possession. 1-1 is the score. Here's Nathan Aki on the left-hand side. The threat is there, certainly from the set piece. Remember the Dumfries header that came off the top of the crossbar, but the Dutch just knocking it around in the central third, probably just enjoying a feel of the ball and some possession. Actually, we haven't seen this for some time in the match. So Veerman will use the captain, Virgil van Dijk, and then Van Dijk just with the ball back towards the goalkeeper for Brugge. Half-time approaching. We'll have more on the events at Lords in the first test match special. Will be back on air in the morning on 5 Live Sports Extra, with England having a dominant day. And on the subject of England, the rugby union team, you'll be able to hear the commentary live from Eden Park on the second test, live from New Zealand on Saturday morning, and a rugby union daily podcast all this week with Chris Jones in New Zealand. Here is Simons for the Dutch, giving it out to Ake on the left hand side. Nathan Ake hair bobbing behind him. Siemens, who set the ball rolling really. I think the goal that he scored almost helped to set the tone for the first half. Such a good finish that it was. Reinders back to De Vrij, and now Marlon. Out to the right it goes to Dumfries. Dumfries with Trippier in front of him. It's probably the longest spell of possession that we've seen from the Dutch in the match so far, with still 90 seconds of the first 45 minutes to play, 45 minutes plus. Here's Dumfries. Dumfries up against Trippier, who steps in, puts in the challenge. And then once again it is the Dutch who go back to De Vrij and Van Dijk, hair tied up tightly at the back of his head, the Liverpool captain. And then Reinders back to De Vrij again. Into the last minute of added time at the end of the first half. I'm not sure the Dutch are actually going to go anywhere with this. Let's see as they play it forward to Simons, who's here on the left flank. Nathan Ake is there as well. Simons with a little flick with the outside of his heel to Ake. Ake wants it back. Siemens curls it to him. Ake in with the challenge. Walker as well. And then Walker does well. Ball still in play though. Walker had to be very careful there. Gakpo plays it back towards the ball into the penalty area. A glance on from Ake, but that will drop beyond the far post and wide. And it's a goal kick. And it remains 1-1. Alan Shearer.
It was a good spell of possession for the Dutch, one that they just moved it from right to left and then back to left to right, and then they eventually saw the opening and did really well to keep the ball in, and the ball's then whipped in into Ake, who just got too much on it, didn't he? Then it was no problem, just let it go out for the goal kick, and I would imagine that'll be half time then.
Yeah, Matt, a nice little tussle there right from off that plush Manchester City training ground. Walker and Ake.
I'm surprised he kept it in, actually. He did really well to get his leg around and keep the ball in play.
And there we have it, half time in the semi-final. Netherlands 1, England 1, as a great orange wave of people rise to their feet in front of us, and and he's holding up his blazer as well with the Dutch lion on it, and somebody's giving you a bit of stick, Alan. But short thoughts on the first half.
Very encouraged, very promising from England. I think the energy has been much better, their pressing's been really good, and they've created some really good chances which we haven't seen in the previous game. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yes, extremely happy for me. I thought it was a top performance. Players that have shown up. We're talking about players like Foden. We're talking about Harry Kane. We're not talking. Mark Guehi's been exceptional. He's been real focus of the early games. But really, you want to be talking about the players up that end of the pitch performing. And I think there's 2 or 3 names there that have just been excellent. Saka's been excellent. Drove it right from the off. And Kobbie Mainoo for me. Wow, what a first 45 minutes he's had.
So half time here in Dortmund. Xavi Simons gave Netherlands the lead. Harry Kane equalised with the penalty, and it is Netherlands 1, England 1 at the break.
I mean, the first thing to say is I'm not sure who you fly with if you think that's an airline pilot's hat. Village People Airways. Let's go down to Izzy Christian.
You've been thinking about that, haven't you, since I mentioned it.
Izzy Christiansen, Peterside. That's England's best 45 minutes of this tournament.
Oh, there was some fantastic football being played there by England. I mean, they were zipping the ball around, they were piercing through the Dutch defence in the middle of it when it was the right time. Foden's come to life. He's been an absolute joy to watch. It's like he's wearing a Man City shirt again. And you've also got to give credit to the Dutch, because I think John just said it there in commentary. They set the tempo for the game, and they brought that side out of England because they conceded so early on to that fantastic goal by Xavi Simons. But I think England, the fact that we've not mentioned Cody Gakpo is a massive plus, and I think Alan's also just mentioned it there. I was thinking the same. He must have read my mind. This game is crying out for Luke Shaw. Trippier's been fine. He's been absolutely fine, but the amount of crossing opportunities that we're missing, and Bellingham going out there, get himself in the box, get Harry Kane inside the box and get the ball whipped in.
England's right side, Matt, as you've mentioned, have bossed this. And we've seen, I think in previous games, we've seen evidence of a partnership between Foden and Mainoo when they are in a similar area of the field. You can see it tenfold tonight.
He's fed him the ball a lot, I have to say. That they seem to be on a little wavelength. Whether or not it's this side of the pitch, Jude Bellingham tends to peel out to the left a little bit, but Foden, who's sitting more central and to the right, every time Mainoo drives forward with the ball, he seems to make a little run in. When he slipped him in for his quick feet, and really the ball was, I thought it was in. It was bang on the middle of the centre of the line. Such a great chance to create it, but between them they've linked up probably 3 or 4 times in this first half to really good effect.
He has an amazing awareness, Mainoo, doesn't he, of when to give it and when to run with it. And there was an example earlier in the first half, it may have been even before the England goal, where he turned inside his own box and let the ball come across in Mainoo and moved 20 yards with it and took the Dutch press out of it.
Yeah, he's aware of everything around him, and what's also impressive is not when he passes, but how he passes it, with the pace on it, so it enables to get there. Because I said it last night on TV about the Spanish, what they do very well is they move it quickly, but they move it with pace. And when someone pings a ball into you as a player with pace, it's far easier to control. He's been brilliant at that in the first half.
He's got a kind of casual style as well, hasn't he? He's got this relaxed body language that he looks nothing is phased. I mean, you wouldn't know that he had any tension or felt nervous at all. He's got this lovely relaxed style, but super powerful when he's on the ball.
If the Dutch had got a penalty from that challenge, do you think you would be
fuming,
aggrieved about it? And also from that defender's point of view, where he kind of just went, I mean, he sort of went to block it, not challenge it.
Kane kicked him, and I know he's got his foot up, right, so you leave yourself vulnerable, but Harry Kane's follow-through has volleyed his boot. I'm not sure they look at that in the Premier League and overturn that. I think if you give it either way, you'd be happy, but I don't think VAR needs to look at that and interfere with the on-field decision. It was one of them for me where just the referee could call it either way, you'd accept it, but he called it as no penalty. Stay out of it. I think it's harsh to then pull it to pieces on a slow-mo and then give a foul and a yellow card was ridiculous.
Look, there's no doubt that there's contact, but the contact isn't made from the defender. He's actually trying to block the ball and putting his foot up, which he has to do. The follow-through from Harry, because of the strike, makes the connection. I didn't think that was an absolute howler for it to be turned over, no.
Alan, do you think Harry Kane's played the dark arts a bit there with his reaction?
Well, do you know what,
he's got up. I mean, I'm not complaining one little bit, but he's got up and he's taken the penalty, so he's okay, isn't he?
I was going to ask you that, because you will have had eyes on him all the way through that, because he was very near you, and he hobbled and he hobbled and he hobbled all the way through the referee going to the screen, and by the time he'd done the square, he had the ball on the spot.
Yeah, but that's fine. He might have hurt his foot. I mean, there was connection, but the connection was through no fault of the defenders. Yeah. He's just gone to block the ball. The connection was because of the follow-through. So he might have hurt his boot, but I think it's a harsh decision in turning that over.
I think they're a bit naughty them sometimes when you do kick the bottom of someone's studs. It can be quite painful. Maybe there was a little element of I'll ham it up a little bit, because he did stay down for quite a while, but the review took some time, didn't it? I mean, it was a long old review to have a look at.
1-1 here in Dortmund then. Netherlands 1, England 1. Interestingly, on the pitch down below, there is one England sub warming up, and that is Luke Shaw. We will see if he comes on for the second half, but at 8:55, let's get the latest BBC News. Here's Jill Mackenzie.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Euros and Wimbledon.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Police have found the man suspected of killing 3 women in Hertfordshire last night. The victims are the family of BBC 5 Live's racing commentator John Hunt. His wife Carol and 2 of their daughters, Hannah and Louise, were found with serious injuries at a house in Bushey and couldn't be saved. 26-year-old Kyle Clifford was captured in Enfield in North London this afternoon and is now receiving medical treatment. Hertfordshire police say no shots were fired by officers. World leaders, including Sir Keir Starmer, are attending the second day of the NATO summit in Washington. The US says it started transferring F-16 fighter planes to Ukraine. President Zelensky says the aircraft will bring a lasting peace closer. And President Biden has again said that he'll stay in the presidential race after George Clooney said he should stand down. The actor is a long-standing Democratic donor and supporter, but said the party can't win the election with Joe Biden as its candidate.
As we know, Jimmy will be hanging up his spikes. We wanted to mark this with a proper, sit-down, meticulously researched and planned interview with Jimmy. Machin, are you up for it? Tailenders. We've had Frost Nixon.
We have had that.
We present to you Tendulkar Anderson.
Looking back now, Jimmy, what has cricket given you? Apart from this house.
I've had the most amazing time. I've played at pretty much every ground in the world. It's been a phenomenal journey.
Anderson round the wicket, bowls. Oh,
Tailenders. Listen now on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sports
with Mark Chapman.
Euro 2024 Deutschland.
1-1 here at half-time in Dortmund between England and the Netherlands. Luke Shaw continuing to warm up, the only England sub who is out there warming up at the moment. Let's focus on the first test at Lord's. England closed the opening day on 189 for 3, so that's already enough for a lead of 68 over the West Indies. Jimmy Anderson, playing his last test match, got the final wicket of the tourist innings. They were bowled out for just 121, but it was fellow fast bowler and debutant Gus Atkinson who took 7 for 45 to grab the headlines.
It was pretty special. I obviously nerves this morning, but once I got that first wicket out of the way, could sort of go from there, and it went pretty well.
What was your plan for that opening over, given that you took a wicket with your second delivery in Test cricket?
Just to get it down there in a good area. Got the wicket. It wasn't exactly where I wanted to bowl it, but it came off well, so can't complain.
And what was the feeling at the point you got your first Test wicket?
A bit of relief, to be honest. Nice to get the first one out of the way quickly. So, yeah, as I said, relief, and then went from there.
Here are some more details on the opening day with former England captain Michael Vaughan and Jonathan Agnew.
Close of play the first day, and England very much in control of this first Test match. They lead West Indies by 68. They're 189 for 3, having bundled West Indies out for 121. At lunch, they were 61 for 3. They lost 7 for 60. After lunch, including 6 for 18 at one stage and 4 wickets with a score on 88. A little bit of a disaster there, as Atkinson in his first Test match took 3 wickets in 1 over. He got his first wicket in Test cricket with just his second ball, a loose shot from Brathwaite, the West Indian captain. He chopped the ball into his stumps, and that got Atkinson away. He finishes 7 for 45, the second best England figures ever by a debutant, and the best in the first innings. And Jimmy Anderson really reduced to the role of an admiring onlooker at mid-on. He took 1 for 26, that was the number 11 from 10.4 overs. Wicket for Wokes, who actually bowled rather better than that. 11 overs, 1 for 29. He beat the bat a lot, moved the ball around. Ben Stokes actually was encouraging too. He found some swing. He took 1 for 14. There were some terrific catches in there. Harry Brooks to dismiss Louis on his debut for 27. A wonderful catch at third slip. And then Ollie Pope as well to catch Hodge at backward point off Wokes. I mentioned bowled really well. Probably the worst ball he bowled all day. Cut hard, should have gone for 4, and Pope took a superb catch. So for England, Duckett fell cheaply for 3, Crawley 76, Pope 57, and at the close, Root 15, Brook 25. Will come back tomorrow for some more. The lead on 68. Michael, your summation of what you've seen today.
That's a perfect day from an England perspective. I mean, Ben Stokes won the toss. No surprise that he decided to bowl first. The West Indies made quite a good start. It was nervy, wasn't it? Jimmy Anderson, obviously in his last game, you could tell that there was a little bit of nerves around, and West Indies made a good start. And then suddenly, when they started to lose 1 or 2, you could see the inexperience. You could see the lack of game time required to play in these conditions. And I will say that, if we want the West Indies and these teams that come to the UK to compete, they're not at the standard of what we see from an England side in these conditions. Obviously, I just think they've got to have more game time.
Agreed.
I just look at that game they played last week. It was against a first-class camp, a lot of young, talented players. just one game. You look at Shamar, and it's not down to the bowlers today. The batters let the West Indies down. To be bowled out for 121 on that surface, Gus Atkinson, absolutely magnificent. But I just look at the preparation of this West Indian side and think, couldn't you have come an extra week, and couldn't you have given your players 2 games at least to get ready for these kind of conditions against the quality that they're going to be up against in the next few weeks? They probably will get better over the course of this Test match series, but we really want the West Indies and these sides that come to these shores, Sri Lanka in a few weeks' time, to really be competitive and give us a spectacle.
It's time schedule with the Caribbean T20. They want the players back for that. I mean, all these things had to be crammed in.
I just feel sorry for the players that they just don't seem to get the right preparation for the conditions that they're going to go and play in. We want to see England do very well, but we also want to see a contest. And I don't like seeing it. It's been great to see Gus Atkinson on debut. He looks the real deal. He bowled great. But I don't like seeing days like we've seen today, where it just looks so one-sided, and we arrive now on day 2, which pretty much, let's be honest, we know the result of the Test match already, and it was just down to the ball didn't do a great deal. It did just enough, and it was down to, if you can say to me there was a genuine Jaffa that was bowled today that a West Indian batter couldn't do anything about, I haven't seen it. I just saw mistake after mistake after mistake. And you have to say that this West Indies side just look ill-prepared to play in these conditions against the quality that they're up against.
Michael Vaughan and Jonathan Agnew, plenty more on the TMS pod on BBC Sounds, and the team back on air from Lords at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on Sports Extra. The team at Wimbledon back on air at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon here on 5 Live. Both sets of substitutes now warming up here in Dortmund, although Matt Upson's been keeping a specific eye on Luke Shaw in his warm-up, and look, he's being taped up at the moment. He's coming on, but even based on the warm-up, you said that's someone who's coming on at half-time.
Proper warm-up. Lots of sprints, lots of change of directions, movement at the ball, one-on-one with one of the trainers. That is I'm coming on to play warm-up, and I think he's just getting sorted now.
It's an aggressive. I mean, actually, it looks like Wout Weghorst is coming on for the Dutch as well. But from the England point of view, Alan, that's an aggressive substitution. That's like we can do this in 90 minutes here with a bit more width on the left.
Yeah, it's a positive substitute, because there was 2 or 3 times when Kieran Trippier got out there and the ball should have come in. It should have come in quickly, but because he was reluctant to use his left foot, he came back on his right, and then they went pass over to the right hand side. On the one occasion where he did try to cross it with the left foot, it goes straight into the goalkeeper's hand. So you're absolutely right, it's a positive substitution.
I mean, as a centre forward, there's nothing more frustrating when you've got a great crossing opportunity. You're in the box and it's not getting delivered. I mean, you pull your hair out, wouldn't you?
If I hadn't.
And the other thing, just from the Dutch point of view, Izzy Christensen, is that Wout Weghorst changes things for them, as we have seen in previous games.
And he's so effective at what he does. It'd be interesting to see who he stands on. If he stands on Gay or Stones, or whether he mixes and matches depending on where the ball is. But he's a threat, and he knows what he's doing. And when the ball's lumped into the box, he's so intelligent with the way he nods it down into space for his teammates to run onto. So that is something we definitely have to keep an eye on.
Right, John Murray, all yours.
Thanks, Mark. So Weghorst is on for Marlon. So Marlon's taken off, Matt. Surprised by that?
I am surprised, because you'd feel that Marlon's almost the perfect foil to be running off of Weghorst with his pace. I mean, he's put a lot of energy into that first half, but it's an interesting tack. They really did look like they'd ran out of a little bit of attacking ideas in that passage of play towards the end of the first half. So it doesn't surprise me that Koeman's made a change up top.
And so Wout Weghorst, the Burnley man. Well, I'm not sure we'll see him play for Burnley again, but he's on loan here in Germany with Hoffenheim this season. He is on. He's come on as a substitute in every game, and indeed he came on at half-time in the last match in the quarter-final against Turkey when the Dutch came from behind. And yes, Luke Shaw is on for his 33rd cap after coming on in the 78th minute in the quarter-final against Switzerland. Now he is on at half-time, and as both Alan Shearer and Matt Upson and Izzy Christensen down behind the goal have said, it feels like a positive move. The second half begins here under darkening skies. Netherlands won, England won. England in the second half attacking from right to left, so they're attacking towards the mass of orange in the stands here, over 60,000 people, and the majority, I think, are Dutch supporters. lots of empty seats still at the start of the second half as John Stones is hacked down by Weghorst.
I think what you're also seeing is Bellingham is playing more on the left-hand side as well, which has then given them more space in that middle for, like we saw in the first half, in Mainoo and Phil Foden. So you'll see a switch, I've no doubt, from playing a 3 and then playing a 4 at the back with Luke Shaw. I know he's in the forward position at the moment, but he could also play in the 4 as well, which will free someone else up further forward.
This is 5 Live, BBC Sounds, BBC World Service are with us as well. Welcome to you wherever you're listening on what is actually a very pleasant night now. It's a little coolish tinge in the air here, dry at the moment. Mainoo, very impressive in the first half, plays the ball forward, but it's blocked out of play for a throw into England halfway inside their own half. So the Netherlands now, Verbruggen in goal, still the same back 4, Dumfries, De Vrij, Van Dijk and Ake. And then in midfield, Schouten, Reinders and Veerman. And then Siemens, Weghorst and Gakpo it is now. And Ronald Koeman's used 2 of his substitutes. And England with Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones and Gay, Saka and Shaw in the wide areas, Mainoo and Rice in the middle, Foden, Bellingham and Kane. That was Gareth Southgate's first change of the night. Here is Luke Shaw into the action, having not played since the middle of February. Shaw clips one forward for Bellingham to chase. De Vrij has gone with him. And the ball is bouncing through off the England man for a goal kick to the Dutch, and a huge cheer from all of those people behind that goal.
I don't mind that though. At least the defender's running towards his own goal. We haven't seen enough of that in the previous games. It's good to see.
So a goal kick that will be capped square by Van Dijk to Verbruggen, and then Virgil van Dijk takes it away. And the ball is hit forward for the Dutch, but that will just bounce all the way through to Pickford. You're thinking that they've gone to a 3?
I think they've gone. England have gone, I think, more to a 4 at the back, which have certainly pushed Saka into a really wide forward position, and Bellingham's come to the left of Harry Kane.
Yeah, here is Gay with the ball at his back, just taps it forward towards Rice, and then across it goes to John Stones again. Stones has been closed down by Weghorst. Stones gave him a right glare when Weghorst put in that early challenge on Stones. Weghorst, before the match, came out. He was the first man out, the Dutch players. He went straight to the orange wall. He was leading the cheering as the ball is thrown forward for Saka. Saka pulls it back across the penalty area, but it lands for Schouten, who's able to play it away up to Weghorst, who's come back into his own half. Simons actually was caught out of position, but then he was caught the wrong side of the ball, but then Shaw put in the challenge, tugged him over, and it's a free kick to the Dutch.
I don't think any of the England players thought or expected Saka to get that ball, because none of them attacked it into the box. He did really well in keeping it in and pulling it back towards the penalty spot.
So the Dutch take their quick free kick, and here is Dumfries, who hit the post, the top of the post with a header from a corner in the first half, and then De Vrij, as the Ruud Gullit lookalike, just walks past us, remarkably like Ruud Gullit. Here is Schouten, now to Siemens on the right-hand side. Shaw is able to intercept that pass. Bellingham gives it back to Luke Shaw. England in the white shirts, blue shorts and white socks tonight. Rice, still deep inside his own half, wins the throw-in off Dumfries.
I think you can buy those wigs down there, John, those Ruud Gullit ones.
Yeah, but he had the moustache as well.
Yeah, it might be a nice little addition at some point. Yeah.
Do you think so? Do you think it's come to that stage, Alan?
You and Al.
We'll get two for the price of one, John.
Yeah, not sure I could see Alan Shearer in a Ruud Gullit wig, given the history. Although that's a long way in the past, isn't it?
We're all right now. We're fine.
Yeah. Netherlands 1, England 1, and orange splashed all around the stands here in Dortmund. Floodlights taking effect. Mark Gay now with the ball at his feet. Harry Kane comes short. Harry Kane equalising in the first half with his 66th goal for England. Long and forward from Gay, looking for the run of Luke Shaw, but that's dealt with by the head of Dumfries. And then Schouten infield, Rice is chasing. Mainoo gets a header forward. Foden stretching for it, and then Foden is adjudged. He's actually in an offside position, so it's a free kick to the Dutch, half inside their own half. Not quite had the flow in the second half, and those changes that Ronald Koeman has made You know, they were given at times a little bit of a chasing by England in the first half, so it's a tactical response by the wily Ronald Koeman in his second spell as coach in the Netherlands side, and getting to the semi-finals means, as he was gleefully pointing out himself, that a clause in his contract has been triggered, which means that he'll be coach until 2026 in the World Cup in North America, North and Central America. Here's Dumfries, left-footed ball forward to Weghorst. Stones allowed it to bounce into him, but Stones takes it away, had to be quick there, then was clipped by Reinders, but kept his feet, and John Stones still with the ball, goes back towards the edge of the penalty area. Stones, such an important man for Gareth Southgate over these 4 tournaments, started every single match. World Cup, Euros, World Cup, Euros, and here they are again, England in the semi-final. Walker in the semi-final 3 years ago at the Euros. Remember, England went behind in that match as well to that excellent free kick from Damsgaard, and eventually against the Danes won it in extra time when Harry Kane scored from the penalty that was saved by Kasper Schmeichel. Here's Rice, then back to Rice again from Shaw. That semi-final victory, England's first tournament semi-final victory since 1966. Rice across to Gay. England in possession, enjoying the possession. Walker, then out to Saka on the right-hand side. Saka again, very, very wide, noticeably wide. Nathan Ake goes with him, so the pass is back to Mark Gay, who will pick out Bellingham. Dropped a little deeper there. Bellingham receives it and then sets off, plays the ball infield towards Foden. Foden trying to find a position, gives it to Shaw. Shaw's ball across, that's blocked by Dumfries, out of play for a throw. Nice interplay from Foden, Bellingham, Shaw.
That's where you want to get Luke Shaw. We said about the left foot, he tries to put it in first time, but it's just blocked.
Yeah, but it makes England look almost totally different in terms of the balance, and we've been talking about that all tournament. Here's Rice, now to Foden again, who is over here to the left-hand side, goes back into the England half. Rice, the England supporters getting their opportunity to pick out the Dutch fans. Kane bounces to Weghorst, and now Reinders will bring that forward. He was tugged back there by Rice. Reinders, though, kept his feet, played it forward to Simons. Simons, the man who scored the opening goal in this semi-final, is up against Menu, who puts in the challenge. Comes back to Reinders. Reinders then passes between Dumfries and Simons, and the three of them have a right go at each other. Out of play for a throw.
Well, Weghorst wants the ball in early, that's what he demands, and then Simons tries to go around Guéhi, but there's just no way around him.
So it's a throw into England. Weghorst certainly has a presence, isn't he? 6'6". He also, we noticed, had an absolutely massive earring hanging off his right lobe. It's like something out of Pirates of the Caribbean. Throwing the Shaw is going to take. Shaw up to Kane, but it's headed forward by De Vrij. Chested down by Luke Shaw and volleyed forward. Bellingham brings that down. Koeman says that was a handball. The referee didn't see it. And then Menu receives it in a very tight area here. Simons puts in the challenge, and Kobbie Mainoo knocks it down the line, but he can't keep it in. It rolls away, and it's a throw-in to the Dutch halfway inside their own half. The score's still 1-1. Matt Upson.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think England are close to near 60% possession in this game, which tells you how well we have played. I mean, we've been a different animal with the ball. You know, the confidence, the way the players are zipping it around. The change in formation has had an impact, you feel. I mean, it is balanced with Luke Shaw, but it hasn't quite got that fluency of the first half. But the Dutch are really sitting in. I mean, unless there's a breakaway or a set piece, you know, that for me is the only way they can be a threat at the moment.
So it is Dumfries who will just knock the ball back to De Vrij on the edge of his penalty area. And indeed all the way back to Verbruggen, who's made a couple of decent saves. Good save from Harry Kane in the early stages. Kept out Phil Foden as well. Foden hit the post, had a ball stopped on the line as well after a brilliant piece of play. The highlights of this tonight, by the way, on BBC One after the news, or you can watch it anytime on the iPlayer. Hope you've been enjoying all of our coverage from here in Germany of the Euros across the various BBC platforms. And here's Rice just in front of where Gareth Southgate is watching. Ball is just touched out of play for a throw-in that Luke Shaw will take. Back to Mark Gay, who gets it down. All of the reaction to whatever happens on the Football Daily at the Euros. Wayne Rooney's Euro 2004 on there as well. Here is Gay across to Stones, now to the right-hand side to Walker with a long pass that Ake gets his thigh to. Kane in on the challenge, and Ake just kept possession and then used De Vrij on the edge of the box. Dumfries, as England press them in there, but up it goes towards Weghorst. John Stones with his hands in the back of the big man, but Weghorst does well. Siemens then curls it forward, but Shaw is able to pass it, and then John Stones takes it up again.
Yeah, it was good hold of play from Weghorst. That's one of the reasons why he's brought in into the game. But there's not enough runners that were going in behind, and England had it covered. They've certainly had more possession without carrying that threat that they had in the first half.
So England begin to move forward again. Here is the tall figure of Jude Bellingham with those big gaping holes in the back of his white socks. Bellingham again, just 21. To Luke Shaw, then back to Mark Gay. Kobbie Mainoo comes short, still in the central third. Then Declan Rice just adjusts himself and passes it to Foden, who's dropped deep here. Foden looking up with Veerman in front of him, still Foden. Back it goes, and now England try to start again down the right-hand side. Walker actually gets his head down and sets off on a run, and then has to check back, and then back into his own half it goes. They've certainly become more solid, haven't they, the Dutch, in the second half. Veerman came on towards the edge of the first period for Depay. Mark Gay, as deafening noise is coming out of the Dutch fans. Now down the right-hand side with the cross from Walker that is blocked, bounces away. Kobbie Mainoo on the halfway line gets that down to his feet. Mainoo, and England again go back towards the central defenders. I think Mark Gay says, just roll it to me, which he does, and Mark Gay's going to take it on through the middle. Kane comes deep. He's in the middle of the half at the moment, the England captain, with his yellow boots, playing the ball out towards Walker. Now to the right-hand side to Foden, who just moves away from Gakpo. Foden again with that quick, slick footwork that we've seen from the Manchester City player to such great effect in this match. Kane is then challenged by De Vrij, who enjoyed that. It's out of play on the halfway line.
Good defending from De Vrij. It's the right ball into him. Kane just tries to hold him off and then just clip the ball around, but De Vrij's having none of it. He's tight and not leaving him at all. It's a good block.
Yeah, they're a really experienced pair, those two, aren't they? Van Dijk and Stefan De Vrij. Now Luke Shaw just down in front of us. White socks just 3/4 of the way down his calves. Mark Gay, the Crystal Palace man, slips it forward to Foden. Foden on the turn. That's how England and Manchester City like to see him play. Uses Bellingham to his left. Now it's Kane. Kane's challenge goes down. Veerman put in that challenge but took the ball, and even though Kane was on the ground, the referee said, yeah, play on, and the Dutch played forward towards Dumfries, but that'll just bounce out of play for a throw-in to England on the halfway line, Matt.
Dumfries just having a complaint there that Luke Shaw just checked his run. It was a good ball over the top from Verbruggen, actually. The Dutch winning the ball back, but they just can't seem to keep hold of the ball at all. I mean, it's difficult for them. You just feel, as time goes on in this game, you can't keep dropping deeper and deeper and defending how they are. I mean, they're packing out the midfield. Very much three sat in there, Weghorst up on his own, and they haven't got too much of an outlet. So England win the ball back and then just building another wave of attacks to have to defend. It's very much the pattern in this second half so far.
Yeah, the Dutch are sitting in here. A couple of my broadcasting friends who follow the Netherlands, I saw them first time I've seen the Netherlands live at this tournament, so first time I'd seen them, asked them what they were thinking about the team, and they said, Koeman, he's such a conservative coach, rolling their eyes. So I think that gave you an idea of the sort of reaction that there's been to the Dutch performance during the course of this tournament. Well, it seemed to ring a bell somewhere.
Yeah, it said everything when he brought Veerman on for Depay, didn't it? And how he looked at it. He thought it was an opportunity to shore things up as opposed to be more offensive, but it might be the smart move because England, for me, are better.
Yeah, they are, though, the Dutch trying to break with Gakpo. Gakpo's had such a good tournament, then plays it to Dumfries on the right-hand side. Gakpo into the penalty area. The Dutch do have shirts in there. In from Veerman, but he's got far too much on that. And the England fans cheer as it just drifts away beyond the far post. Goal kick.
That's the threat they carry, both with Gakpo and with Siemens, either side of Weghorst. Both of those two either side of them have got pace, and then they hope to get into danger areas and then put it into the box for the big man in Weghorst.
we're already into the last half hour of this semi-final. So, just as I say that, thoughts begin to turn to what there might be after 90 minutes. Here's Foden inside his own half, with Vehemence sticking closely to him. Foden there just turns, and there's a little bit of a reaction from him, a bit of arms flailing from Foden as if to say, didn't have the options that I wanted there. Walker, now Rice makes himself available on the halfway line. Rice just moving it from right to left, and then still coming forward. And now here is Mark Gay, who's joined the attack from the left-hand side. Foden is available, but the Dutch have got everyone apart from Weghorst behind the ball. England are going to have to find a way, pick a way through this. Bellingham to Foden, now Shaw, back towards Rice again, who looks over his shoulder. Rice, now down the left-hand side. Luke Shaw with Simons, very close quarters to Declan Rice. Foden is there as well. In comes the challenge from Schouten, but Rice was very quickly in, and the referee says that Foden impeded Schouten, and it's a free kick to the Dutch, halfway inside their own half. We're yet to see an attempt on goal, Alan, from either side in the second half.
Yeah, I think England were knocking it around, and Shaw and Foden and Declan Rice here down on England's left-hand side, but they're actually going nowhere, and the Dutch were quite happy to let them press, and then on the go, then get the ball back, and England give away a foul.
See Harry Kane just chatting away to the German referee. Felix Weyer after that, as Bellingham I think might have been caught by a hand by Schouten, but Schouten was able to play it back to Verbruggen, and now he has Veerman and Simons, and then Simons will knock it back into central defence to Van Dijk. I mean, they're cancelling each other out at the moment in the second half. Schouten back to De Vrij. Nothing like the thrills and spills and creativity that we saw in the first half, but here goes Schouten with the pass down the right-hand side for Simons, but Pickford will pass it out to Declan Rice, who's come back almost into the left-back position. And Declan Rice back to Gay, who just chips it forward out of play. Unforced error, and the Dutch supporters have taken real positivity from that. Many of them actually getting to their feet and cheering their team on. So Van Basten shirt down there as well. Gullit and Van Basten, who scored the 2 goals when the Dutch won the Euros here in Germany back in 1988. Gay in with a challenge from behind on Simons, who goes down and wins a set piece on the right.
It's just 2 minutes of sloppy play. We set up here on the left-hand side when they're in forward positions. Now we've seen it in the defensive area where the ball can go quicker and earlier. They get caught on the ball, they give it out for a throw, and it then comes back in and they give a foul away. It's unnecessary in a dangerous position.
Feels like it's a dangerous period of play, this, for England, because the momentum that they had in the first half has not been carried on into the second. And the Dutch now, with this set piece that Veerman is going to take from the right-hand side, just cleans the bottom of his boots, the studs, raises his right arm. England holding their line just outside of the penalty area. The referee's in there talking to one of the Dutch players on the edge of the box. It's Van Dijk, actually. Van Dijk, who's standing next to Kyle Walker, who I think might be talking away to the Liverpool captain there. Kyle Walker. Veerman plays this in. That's a lovely looking ball, and it's stabbed goalwards and saved by Pickford. What a good save that was. Have to confess, that looked like from Nathan Aki that it was goal bound, and Pickford leaping to his left pushed it away wide.
Come off Declan Rice, you know. What I do know is it was a wonderful ball in. A real hard ball for the defenders and the goalkeeper to handle. But Pickford did really well in pushing it out for the corner.
Veerman to take this from the right-hand side. First big chance of the second half. Still 1-1 the score. Veerman, after that excellent delivery with a free kick, and it comes and it's headed up and over by Dumfries at the near post, and it's a goal kick to England.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give them any chances. You can't afford to try and let them get back into the game, and England have done that themselves by giving silly fouls away and silly balls out for throw-ins, and just giving the encouragement that they may need.
Down to Izzy, who's behind that goal.
Yeah, the England fans are like coiled springs, actually, because they're just waiting for the next moment from England. But I blame Ronald Koeman for that, because he's been pretty negative, hasn't he? The way he set the team up in the second half, it's kind of just nullified England. But we've got to keep believing and stay in it, because the fans are firmly behind them, that's for sure.
Yeah, as the ball's headed back to Verbruggen on the edge of his penalty area, and the Dutch goalkeeper is able to get it away. First time downfield, and Weghorst is penalised for his physical challenge on John Stones, who goes down. Ronald Koeman can't believe it, but it's a free kick to England. I'm still not sure who that actually came off that from the save from Pickford. Might have been Van Dijk, might have been Rice, the two of them together. But anyway, free kick to England.
Free kick to England. I know there's a long ball up. The goalkeeper Verbruggen had to get rid of it, but in doing so, it's a long ball up, and he's trying to fight for it, Weghorst and Stones. And at this level of international football, you're not going to get away with that when you're trying to. Your arms are that high.
Alan, England have not been able to get Saka into the game at all in the second half.
They've had a lot of possession, but they've done very, very little with it. Hardly ever been in the 18-yard box to cause a threat.
Here's Rice, though, receives it from that free kick, takes the ball through the middle. Here's Bellingham, now square from him to Kobbie Mainoo out to the right. Saka just backs away. I think the floodlights were in his eyes there for a moment. Saka, however, was able to control it. Walker back to Mainoo, puts his foot on the ball. Saka infield. Foden tried to bring that down, but it got away from him. Cleared by De Vrij to Weghorst. Weghorst, all action. Stones is in on the challenge, gets the ball, takes it away from him. However, that was straight back to the Dutch and to Schouten, who was able to play it to the left-hand side, but the Dutch just actually almost pull the handbrake on there. Instead of continuing to go forward, back they go to the halfway line again. A pattern is emerging. Here's Simons with Reinders just next to him, but Van Dijk just gets the ball under control on the halfway line and taps it forward towards Reinders, and Reinders with a little shimmy. Harry Kane goes with him. Now Dumfries on the right-hand side, back to De Vrij, and then the fair-haired Schouten again. Nathan Ake has got some space over there on the left-hand side, and now Cody Gakpo on the left wing, right-footed cross deep to the back post. Pickford comes, gets his gloves to it, and that deflects it. There were two Dutch players at the back post, but Pickford's touch takes it behind for a corner.
Well, just in the defensive situation, England did go back to the back five there, and no surprise at all that at every opportunity now the Dutch on the left-hand side or the right-hand side, their main aim is to fire balls into the box for the big man.
Corner then from the right-hand side. Yeah, it was Van Dijk who got the contact that forced the save from Jordan Pickford 2 or 3 minutes ago. So 1-1 the score. This is right in the balance again, and referee Zvaya is again right in the thick of a group of players there, and here comes the corner then. The Dutch raise the volume. Veerman, it's a deep one this time, headed goalwards by Ake, but the whistle had already gone. Well, the referee gave them fair warning, and I think he's just saying to Pickford. What's he saying to Pickford? Anyway, it's a free kick to England.
It was Weghorst and Rice that were wrestling at the far post. They had each other by the neck, really, and as soon as the ref saw that, he gave a free kick for England, and rightly so.
He's twisted his head off. Weghorst has certainly, Matt, put himself about.
It was a friendly embrace. What I could see, it was very nice, very much 50-50, but like Al mentioned, I think the referee just looked at it and thought, well, he had his hand too high around Rice. Rice was hugging him as well, and I think England have to do that on that set plays. We've got to be clever. I think it's a big problem, those corners, and England have to defend them well and be physical, match up against some really good headers of the ball. De Vrij, Van Dijk, we've got Weghorst on there now, Ake, Dumfries. There's some good heading power in that team, and for me that's a concern.
Stones with a long pass there for Bellingham to chase, but it was shepherded behind by Schouten. Just watching on the field now over there on the far side, Phil Foden talking to Bukayo Saka. You know, if we're thinking another change by Gareth Southgate, what's the change that is going to swing this back England's way in terms of the domination?
Well, because of what the Dutch have done and sitting right back, and they've got so many bodies back there, it's very difficult to get the space.
Schouten's giving it away, but Rice's pass forward is harmless, way beyond anyone and through to the goalkeeper.
Just wondered whether the legs of Watkins would do, you know, in terms of running behind. I mean, Bellingham's done it once or twice. I know there's not a lot of space in there because they're sitting back, but we haven't caused them anywhere near enough problems in this second half compared to what we did in the first half.
Matt, what do you think, subs-wise?
I would think Ivan Toney and play two up, and you'd have to take somebody out in the middle, whether it be Foden, Bellingham or Mainu very difficult to pick who you take off, but I think Ivan Toney or Watkins, like Alan mentioned, but Toney for me, I think he's a real threat.
It's 1-1, BBC Radio 5 Live, semi-final night here in Dortmund for the right to meet Spain in Berlin on Sunday. We'll have that fully covered for you across the BBC. It's live on BBC Television and of course here on 5 Live. Here is Reinders back to Simons. Now it's England who are parked inside their own half. Veerman to Ake. Virgil van Dijk just turns to his right, rolls a pass through the middle to Simons. That's a little short to De Vrij, and Bellingham in on the slide there.
That's naughty.
In on De Vrij, and a yellow card comes out for Jude Bellingham. And I did wonder for a moment there whether the referee...
You know, he needs to be really careful, because I saw him a minute ago look over to the bench at Gareth and sort of throw his arms in the air as if to say this is not working.
Do you not think that when we go to that for, one of them has to play this? It's the old issue, isn't it, of one having to play out on the left. Bellingham's been out in here second half.
He's not comfortable doing it, isn't he?
And he doesn't look like, you know, it's not where he's at his best, and he knows it, and he kind of expresses that, to be honest.
So the referee that Jude Bellingham once called out 2 or 3 years ago shows him a yellow card here, but really it was a simple decision, right decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if he's going to do that, then he's also got the option of Eze and Gordon as well, hasn't he, on the left-hand side.
Here is Mainu. Mainu is challenged illegally so by Gakpo, so it's a free kick. Mainu very quickly up to his feet there. He wasn't staying down, and England leave it for the free kick to be taken. Yeah, not the dazzling play as it was at times in the first half from England, and therefore it's 1-1. And with the play that it is at the moment, the pattern that it is, it would not be in the least surprising were this match to go into extra time. Mainu moving from right to left. All the way the pass comes to Luke Shaw. Bellingham makes the run, but Shaw goes back towards Rice. And now Mark Gay, Stones. Foden wants it over there on the right-hand side. Foden putting his arms apart on the right flank. He wanted that more quickly. You can see there his arm goes up again, Foden.
Are you a bit surprised the shape's changed from the first half? Because it's a straight swap Shaw for Trippier. You'd think it'd just be more balanced and more aggressive going forwards. It's really surprised me that we have really gone back to a back four.
Here now Saka takes on Ake, but Ake is able to play that via the England man, and it's through for a goal kick, and Phil Foden is not happy. He says something to the referee as he walks past him with his hands on his hips. Van Dijk says something to the referee. Saka is still down, maybe just got his toe end stood on by Ake, but it's a goal kick to the Dutch.
You know, it's really, when you're comparing the first half to the second half, what we said about all the positives, about the quick passing, about the energy and all of those things, that was so good. We haven't hardly seen any of it in the second half up to now.
Right, Weghorst with Gay, might have pulled his shirt there, however, Simons, then to Gakpo, and then Kyle Walker in with a challenge. I think it was a 50-50. The Dutch are in the stands saying that they felt that was a foul, but I think it was well timed by Walker. Here's Bellingham, gets his head to it on the left-hand side, but can't keep the ball in play, so that's a throw-in to the Dutch, and Bellingham had to be careful there. He's on a yellow card, and he passed the ball away. He's just got to watch himself. You know, in these circumstances, a red card, I mean, that could be pivotal in terms of the way that a match that is poised like this goes.
Yeah, Gareth needs to be careful here, because he's got a frustrated young footballer out there on the left who doesn't really want to be there. He's just been yellow carded for a tackle. He's moaning to the manager to say it's not working at the minute. He needs to be careful and have a think about taking him off. Now
here's Gakpo as the Dutch come forward. The game has changed in the second half. Reinders. Gakpo again, running at Bukayo Saka. It's back in position. It's part of the defence for the time being. Reinders, square from him to Schouten, and then back to De Vrij. With just over 15 minutes to play. Dumfries. Reinders again, who's appeared on the right-hand side. They're a very industrious three, this midfield that the Dutch now have on the field, with Veerman coming on in the first half, the other one Schouten, now to Dumfries. Schouten again, back into the central area now through the middle. Reinders wants it, Simons. The Dutch knocking the ball about, as is their traditional style. Van Dijk, now back to Schouten again. Simons finds a little space on the right-hand side. Siemens, little dart forward towards the edge of the penalty area from him. And then Reinders back to Veerman, and then Schouten with Simons. And still the Dutch just knocking it, close passes, 10 yards, then back towards Van Dijk, now out to the left-hand side to Nathan Ake. Gakpo is there as well with his heels on the white line. Now he's running it. Bukayo Saka stabs it back to Ake. Ake's crossed into the area. That's headed away by Declan Rice. Harry Kane racing for it, but can't get there. Shouting comfortably there first. And the Dutch, their spirits are rising here because they're dominating the possession right now in the match, and England are on the back foot.
They are. They've dropped 20 yards further back, and they're the one that are soaking up the pressure now. They're the ones that are sitting back now, England.
So it is again the Dutch with Schouten. De Vrij then is able to come forward and then just tap it square again. Reinders turns, but Kobbie Mainoo comes across in front of him. Nathan Ake. And it is Veerman again in quite a deep lying position. Chips it out towards the left-hand side where Gakpo is up against Walker this time. Gakpo's ball in, right-footed into the penalty area. Might bounce down for the shot from Simons into the ground. And then it bounces up and Pickford is able to hold it comfortably.
Well, it's good play from Gakpo, 1v1v Kyle Walker, and he decides to come back inside on his right and whip it in there for Weghorst again. And it falls well for Simon, but he just can't get his volley away. He hits it into the ground, which is straight at Pickford.
So down pitch side behind that goal to Izzy.
Yeah, a really long bit of play where England had to just withstand and soak up the pressure, didn't they? Dutch moving the ball really well side to side. It was a comfortable save in the end for Pickford, but the Dutch, you can see, just growing in enthusiasm, getting that shot off will bring them confidence without a doubt.
But how much, Matt, is it the way that England are playing that is helping the Dutch confidence?
Yeah, it's just we've not had the rhythm. And then because the Dutch are getting back into it, Weghorst has been a brilliant focal point, I have to say. He's relieving pressure and not only getting hold of the ball, he's then laying his teammates in, and the Dutch have managed to get up the pitch and ride the storm. And whenever that ball goes in the box, they're just looking for crossing opportunities. Gakpo, one-on-one, he'll shift it onto his right foot and he will whip that in every time, knowing that Weghorst and Simmons are just waiting in the box for him.
Rice gave it away, but it bounces back for England. Palmer and Watkins are going to come on for England. Here's Shaw now, left-footed ball across the box, headed away by Van Dijk. That'll come out to Rice. He just has a look to see where Gakpo is and draws him, and then gives it to Walker. Walker makes ground up the right-hand side, then back towards Rice. Yeah, it's really had the feel that England needed freshening up. They needed substitutes, and it is Watkins, as you suggested, Alan, who's going to come on, and Palmer as well. So we're going to see a double change. The question is, who's coming off? Foden now. Foden towards the edge of the area. Now to Walker. Walker's ball in. Saka! 2-1 England. Offside flag goes up and the goal is ruled out. Oh, agony for England. For the third time at the tournament, they've had the ball in the net and the goal's ruled out for offside.
And on the one occasion that they do threaten down the right-hand side, oh, that is very, very tight, you know. That is so tight with Kyle Walker there, and he picks out Bukayo Saka in the middle there, and he finishes it really, really well. It's a tight call, that is.
Let's just see if it is confirmed. Yeah, confirmed. Offside. The goal is ruled out. It remains Netherlands 1, England 1. But there we are. I mean, that's what England have been crying out for the second half. And who's coming off? It is going to be Harry Kane. So that's it. Harry Kane taken off in the 80th minute today. And the other, I'm not sure if the number's actually gone up yet.
Phil Foden.
So it is Foden. Foden comes off. It'll be interesting to see what the body language is like here. Gareth Southgate does go across to him. Cole Palmer comes on. It's Gareth Southgate, there's a clasp of hands. He puts his arm around him. There's a little word between them. Harry Kane as well gets a hug, a pat on the back, the man who scored the equaliser from the penalty spot. And so there we are, Watkins and Palmer. Let's see what they can bring, Alan.
Yeah, well, he'll certainly bring fresh legs. He'll certainly bring someone who wants to and willing to run in behind, which they haven't had that at all, other than that one occasion where Walker was just offside. And someone who'll chase down and put them under pressure at the back. We haven't had that at all.
Well, that's what he's doing now. Watkins herring around the Aston Villa top scorer. Bellingham now slides in, but De Vrij hit that long. Weghorst got up, was able to head it out to Simons, but Luke Shaw was in, and now Mark Gay back to goalkeeper Pickford. So Cole Palmer has taken up a position over there on the right side of the midfield, and Mark Gay just playing it forward towards Kobbie Mainoo. We've got less than 10 minutes to go.
Interesting, Bellingham's still out on this left-hand side, isn't it? I mean, he's operating here, but he doesn't look particularly like he's in the zone or that interested in what he needs to do. And he's made those 2 changes, but he's still sitting over on this left-hand side, not really having much impact.
I have to say, I do feel for Phil Foden. He had a super first half, and again, he's done everything but score there. And then his frustration grew in the second period. And it probably was going to be either him or Bellingham. In the end, it was Foden. Ball goes back to Pickford. Then Mark Gay. And actually, Bellingham has dropped all the way back into the back line almost to receive the ball from Pickford. John Stones. Little ball over the halfway line. Palmer's first touch is assured. Well struck back to Bellingham. Into the last 10 minutes, reaching the stage of this match where now, with the score level at 1-1 on 5 Live and the World Service, next goal might be enough to take the team into the final, whoever is able to score it. Schouten. Then back to Reinders. Watkins just patrolling the area next to him, Palmer as well. Now Watkins again is putting Schouten under pressure, and then De Vrij goes back to Van Dijk. Virgil van Dijk gets the ball back from Schouten. Van Dijk just stares forward, ball at his feet. Back it comes to the captain. Schouten virtually part of the back line as England put the press on. Shaw didn't quite work there. England press again. Rice it is now on De Vrij, and then on the goalkeeper for Bruggen, who puts his foot on the ball. Cole Palmer over there to Van Dijk. The Dutch trying to play around this. Reinders, Palmer chasing after him. Reinders still going down the left wing. Infield, that's lovely. Ake, Reinders now down the right. Still Reinders, his ball across. Weghorst is there. Excellent challenge from Gay, who just put himself in there next to Weghorst, and the ball bounced down for Pickford.
Brilliant play from the Dutch. The way they move it, the way they pass it with pace, from the goalkeeper right through the defence to the midfield, and then into England's back, into the defensive area of England, and they're looking to get the ball in for Weghorst, and he just can't get the connection what he wants. But it was brilliant passing from the Dutch.
Netherlands' best move of the match. 1-1 the score. England, who have not tested for Bruggen in the second half. Well, for all the chances they had in the first period, when there was lots of positivity, brought Luke Shaw on at half-time. It felt like that was a positive move, but the changes that Ronald Koeman made have made it more difficult, more awkward for England. They've become more difficult opponents to play against. Stones, long pass from inside his own half. Watkins on the chase. It's headed away, a little slip from Bellingham, so Schouten gets there first. Bellingham tries to step in front of that. Bellingham goes again. Now Luke Shaw with Dumfries, leans into him. Bellingham's there with a flick. Shaw is there as well. Bounces up to Weghorst, and the free kick is given England's way. Bellingham wins the free kick. Simons is absolutely raging about that.
You can see why as well. That was never a free kick. I never thought that was a free kick at all. That was a fair challenge.
However, Bellingham reacted by trying to raise the England fans, many of whom are down in the stand in front of us here. So free kick, set piece. Shaw actually takes it short to Gay. We're in the 85th minute, so extra time not too far away. Here's Mainoo. Rice stretching, and Mainoo into the challenge. Dumfries goes sprawling. The referee says the Dutch are in possession, so he plays the advantage. Simons now clips it out to Gakpo over there on the far side. Walker turning in field, challenged by Bukayo Saka, sent him flying. Gakpo, it's a free kick, and Bukayo Saka might be fortunate not to be booked for that set piece.
Yeah, he just shoves him in the back, doesn't he, Gakpo? That's their threat, there's no doubt about it. I said it earlier about Gakpo and Simons either side of Weghorst, and Simons picking the ball up, and he has the options of either Weghorst to his right or to the left. Gakpo, he picks him out. This is a really dangerous area again on the left-hand side, and you know what's going to happen. It's going to be whipped in with pace, trying to find one of the big centre-halves who have both come up.
It is a yellow card for Saka. Felt as though it had to be. So we're going to see Veerman playing this free kick again. He's proved already in this match that he has a very dangerous delivery. The Dutch number 16 standing out towards the left-hand side. England have got a two-man wall there, but the delivery into the box, lots of movement. Veerman plays it in, Van Dijk on the stretch, couldn't get there, and it's all the way through. Weghorst, Van Dijk, and the referee says goal kick, and Van Dijk is hopping mad. And there's a yellow card, I presume, to the Dutch captain Van Dijk for his reaction to that.
Well, I understand his reaction, because it should have been a corner. It was John Stones that flicked it by. Referee got it wrong again.
I'm really surprised with the delivery there, actually. After seeing his last ball in, he just kind of like chips this one up to the back post. It was hard to, if you're going to get any contact on this, it's hard to score with the ball with so little pace on it, and he's shown he's got the ability to whip that with real fierce kind of speed to the ball. I thought that was going to be the delivery that Veerman was going to put in.
Are you ready for more extra time with England again, Matt?
Always, John, always ready.
Looks as though it's heading that way. It's John Stones. I must say he's been very good tonight, John Stones. Pickford receives it from him and then overarms it out. 3 minutes to go, plus added time. Gareth Southgate stands down there impassively. If it goes England's way, over the course of the next half hour, he'll become the first man to take England to a final overseas. But it feels like it's still quite a long way away. Bellingham, back to Rice. Now Ollie Watkins. Mark Gay nearer the centre circle. Walker with a pass out towards the figure of Bukayo Saka, challenged by Nathan Ake. And then Saka just sees an opening, so he takes it on, left-footed ball out towards the left-hand side. Shaw is there, gets the ball under control. Shaw's ball across, Watkins on the stretch, didn't get there. Palmer shoots across goal wildly. Sliced it really. Low fives between Van Dijk and De Vries, and it's a goal kick, 1-1.
It's a really good ball from the left-hand side from Luke Shaw. They switch the play, the long ball across, and he takes the touch, Shaw, and just puts it into the middle, hoping that Watkins is going to get on the end of it, but he makes his run just that little bit too quick, and it goes past him, but falls to Palmer. Just can't get it on target.
So goal kick it is, and there's just a little lull in the noise around this cavernous stadium. Brilliant setting. I remember watching the Germany-Italy World Cup semi-final in this stadium. That was an epic. That went to extra time as well before the Italians shocked and knocked out the hosts. This one level at 1-1. Gay is eased over by Gakpo, and again the Dutch fans are furious.
That's not a foul.
They are furious.
No chance is that a foul. I can see why they're furious. The players knew.
Yeah. Well, there's been a feeling among the Dutch fans that this was a bad appointment because of the history, so that it's in their heads already. Goal kick then, free kick then. England played out towards the right-hand side. Walker, who's again, as the vice-captain, Kyle Walker, taking the armband after Harry Kane went off, and certainly Ollie Watkins, as you suggested, would be the case, Alan. There is certainly, he's brought something to England up front, the movement that he has, as Palmer is being chased back into his own half, gives it back towards Walker. Walker all the way back to Pickford. Pickford just allows the ball to roll onto his left foot and then passes it out to Mark Gay, almost in the left-back position. Gay, who's being pressed by Simons, so plays it back to the goalkeeper. Now John Stones receives it from him. We're in the 90th minute. The score is still 1-1. John Stones. Declan Rice comes short, and then a stretch by Menu. Palmer's able to take up possession of the ball. Palmer, lovely ball to Watkins inside the area. Watkins, he scored! Watkins from an impossible angle across Verbruggen and into the far bottom corner. What a strike that is from Ollie Watkins. Big part in this England squad. but the hero of the semi-final in Dortmund. What a finish! Netherlands 1, England 2, and we're into added time in the semi-final. It seems England are set for Berlin, thanks to Ollie Watkins.
That is a sensational finish. That's what he offers. You ran him behind, he wanted the ball delivered. It was delivered, he took the touch. What a turn, what a finish. The keeper's got no chance. He finds the bottom of the net. That's what you want when you put a substitute on. You need him to impact the game. That's what he brought him on for that run, for that touch, and for that finish.
The reaction from the England fans in the stands, the players on the pitch racing to Ollie Watkins, and also all of the coaches, Harry Kane, the substitutes running down the line. Some of them came onto the pitch. Izzy, down pitch side, what was the reaction like from the England fans in the stands?
Oh my word, they have gone into absolute overdrive. Their arms, their shirts, everything is in the air, waving. So many of them are climbing up on the barriers. Unbelievable scenes, and there's a red flag going off.
The Dutch, Ronald Koeman, what an agonising moment that was for him. The goal going in just as we moved into added time. Ollie Watkins, well, we've questioned, Matt, you and I, when we've been commentating on England matches, whether he had it at international level. He had it there.
He's answered that question. I mean, how quick did he take it? It was like a lovely swivel and hit all in one, and I just think it caught De Vrij out, who was the covering defender, going across with that diagonal run into the side of the box. But the speed in which he's turned and hit it is just caught him off guard, right through his legs, and it's just nestled just inside the post. It's absolutely inch perfect, that finish. What a goal.
Listen, there's a rash of substitutions being made now. Saka's coming off, Konsa's coming on. What you need to know, by the way, we haven't said it yet, there are only 2 minutes of added time have been added on, and the Dutch are making changes. They're going to bring on Zirkzee as well, who we might see at Manchester United next season. It's a double change. Also, the young Ajax striker Brian Brobby is going to come on. This is his first appearance of the tournament, so Simons comes off, and Colin Gallagher came on for Kobbie Mainoo into the midfield, Alan.
Well, we know where this ball has gone, back to the goalkeeper and straight up front, I think.
And England now just trying to organise themselves. Konsa has gone to the right side of the three, so it is very much a back five now for England. And I make it, we're in the 4th minute of added time now. So it's all up to referee Felix Vaya. How long will be added on? The score, Netherlands 1, England 2. Weghorst tries to flick this ball on. Rice now with a stretch. Rice gets it down. Rice takes it away to the halfway line past Ake. Cole Palmer's almost in on this. Palmer is on this, but can't play it square. And the Dutch back in possession. Conor Gallagher chasing that ball, gets there ahead of Zirkzee and deflects it out of play. 3.5 minutes of added time have been played. There's a yellow card coming out for someone on the England bench who's out of our sight underneath the roof of the dugout. Difficult to know who that was. Not sure it was Gareth Southgate. I think it was someone to his left. Anyway, we're only seconds away now. England seconds away from a place in the final. Shaw heading it forward. Another late show for England here with a truly stunning strike, a surprising strike from Ollie Watkins. Palmer gives it away. Zirkzee through the middle. Zirkzee, tall, huge hair to Ake. Now Gakpo on the left. Gakpo's high ball into the England penalty area to the back post. He's headed across the box, but chested down by Bellingham. And Bellingham will just take this away downfield. We're now in the 5th minute of added time. Depends how long the referee is going to add on here as Bellingham draws the foul. Wins a free kick in front of the dugout. And actually, 3 of the England substitutes, Ramsdale, Gordon and Kieran Trippier, come and applaud Bellingham for winning the free kick like that. Free kick to England. They're almost there. What a finish, Alan.
What a finish, what a substitution. That's what he offers, what Harry hasn't been doing. Harry has brought different qualities. We know that he stuck the penalty away really well. But that's the one thing that he can do. That's why he brought him on, to upset the defence, and it's won the game for England.
There it is, the final whistle here in Dortmund, and Harry Kane races onto the pitch, and everyone's running to Watkins, the match winner, perhaps the unlikely match winner. Gareth Southgate and his coaches celebrate Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank down there. The English man against his Dutch nation. They go across to Ronald Koeman and they are going to Berlin. England are going to Berlin to the final, and for the first time England will play in a final on foreign soil. What a dramatic finish yet again from England, Alan Shearer.
Well, they had to suffer for large periods in that second half because of the switch that Ronald Koeman made. He got men behind the ball, they just couldn't find a way, and it was crying out for a substitute. It was crying out for someone that could run in behind and ask different questions of the two centre-halves, because they hadn't done that at all in the second half. That man was Ollie Watkins, and he did it perfectly well. The ball into him was brilliant, but the touch and the finish was sublime. The keeper had no chance into the corner of the net.
And it's the England fans that you can hear. They might have been outnumbered by the Dutch wall and all of this orange. Great disappointment for them and Ronald Koeman, who have fallen short here after he changed things quite significantly at half-time. But Ollie Watkins, Matt Upson, has won the day.
That's unbelievable, John, to be honest. I mean, there were moments in that second half where you just felt we're in a bit of trouble here. There was probably a 10-minute spell where the Dutch really got on top, put the ball in the box, a few set plays, looked threatening. We lost our rhythm. And then, credit to Gareth Southgate, the changes that he made, how he adjusted it, has just worked perfectly. And the goal was just a thing of beauty from a centre-forward perspective. I mean, the movement and the swivel and the turn and the hit all in one, it was so super sharp that it was just worthy of a winning goal. It was a cracking finish from Watkins.
Gareth Southgate just going around all of his players out there. There's a huge hug for Kobbie Mainoo, who has had such a strong performance in the first half. And there we are. England have confounded the critics again. They will be in Berlin on Sunday. Finalists, runners-up at Euro 2020. Now finalists again at Euro 2024, and on Sunday night we will have Spain against England for you. Final score here: Netherlands 1, England 2, and Mark Chapman again. England coming up with drama and tension.
And Ollie Watkins is on his own in front of the England fans first of all, before some of the England players go and join him, and the England players let him have that moment in front of the England fans, don't they, Izzy? He was there on his own for a little bit.
Yeah, he was tapping his chest where the England crest is on the left-hand side of his shirt, and what a moment. Alan called it in commentary, didn't he? Bring on Watkins, but to come on and do that, and spoken about in the 5 Live coverage about everybody in this tournament, everybody that plays for England that's been picked is going to have a moment, and that's Ollie Watkins' moment. Trent Alexander-Arnold had his moment against Switzerland with that winning penalty, and to take it and to be ready for it when you need it is just an unbelievable level of character and resilience, and a sense of calm in a moment where his country needed him. And Gareth Southgate, he is owed a lot of credit for the way that he managed that game, I tell you that.
They've given Ollie Watkins player of the match. They didn't need to do that, John. I'm sure he's going to do as many interviews as he gets asked for. He doesn't have to do the requisite player of the match one.
Yeah, they've sent him again on his own, and he's now he's leading the singing and dancing down there. He's the man who's closest to the stands, and really it's taken a while for Ollie Watkins. As I was saying, for Ollie Watkins, this is his 14th cap. It is his 4th goal, but we've never been sure. We've never been sure about him in an England shirt. He's never looked quite like the player who's looked so good for Aston Villa.
Hang on a minute. Where's this collective? Who's the collective we there?
When we've talked about him playing for England.
Yeah, but what he's very, very good at, it was crying out for that. It was crying out for the energy. Not only just to put the centre-halves under pressure when they had the ball, but more importantly, for someone to run in behind. Those two centre-halves are not quick on the turn. So when England had the ball in and around, It wasn't just the long balls. When they had the ball in and around the 18-yard box, they needed to turn the defenders, and that's what he is brilliant at. He's been superb at doing that this season, and he needed to do it once, and that once has won England the game.
That second half, I think, was really interesting because the Dutch brought on Weghorst, and he gave them an option, and Watkins came on to give England an option as well, but a different type of option.
Yeah, absolutely, completely different. And Weghorst, I have to say, was super effective at what he did, and the Dutch found him brilliantly. It was a good release when the pressure was on, and he played his part. But the two centre-backs, the two Dutch centre-backs, they love getting tight. De Vrij, the amount of times he gambled to get tight and win the ball or apply pressure to a player's first touch when they got the back to goal. He loves it. He loves it when he's in front. When he's running back the other way, he's not as happy at all. And it showed in that one moment that Ollie Watkins exposed. It showed, and it just, at this level, it just needs that one moment. And took advantage of it. It's so clinical what Watkins did. And like Alan said, that is his trademark in that sense, that kind of run.
Yeah, I just watched as well Gareth Southgate going to John Stones, who had a very different sort of challenge, didn't he, in the second half against Weghorst, and I thought I had an excellent night, Stones.
Well, I think maybe Alan, Matt, is here. You go first, Alan. Probably sums up the two halves. The first half, you're thinking, well, Kobbie Mainoo and Phil Foden are probably England's two players of the match. They're based on the second half. You might go Stones, actually, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Two very different halves. We said at half-time about the energy and the pace of the passing, and Phil Foden getting in that 10 role and causing all sorts of problems. Without doubt, it was England's best 45 minutes. But it was very different second half. Because of the changes that Ronald Koeman made, because everyone sat back and there was no space and everything was congested and it was tight, and there was a slight change to the system where they went four at the back, with a little bit of surprise, and there's no doubt Bellingham wasn't as happy as he was in the first half. The second half, because he had to play more of a left-hand side of a three without any joy. And I was just wondering when the changes were going to happen, whether it was going to be on 20 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go. They had to happen. The changes were right and the changes were perfect, and that change was Ollie Watkins, and what a night for him and what a night for England.
Yeah, I was struggling with the change of formation, because we looked so fluid in that first half. It was a brilliant performance. So many players excelled. And we just couldn't hit that rhythm with the back four and Bellingham on the left.
Are you all right, Matt?
I'm choking up.
Are you emotional?
Chappers,
yes,
can I just come in there with the most animated I've ever seen Gareth Southgate right in front of me, right? And we'll probably see it later. Well, we definitely will see it later on the highlights. But we've seen him animated after the previous game against Switzerland. He's just taken it up another 10 notches, because there just seemed to be this deep strength within him, and he just was fainting to the crowd. I lip read him, he said one more to the crowd, and the crowd responded to him. And there just seemed to be so much that came out of him within that moment, and he got it spot on. He got it spot on because he recognised, like Alan described, the weakness of the Dutch centre-backs, the strength, and how do we get on top of that? Ollie Watkins, he's the man. And what did he do? He went on and won the game, and it didn't go to extra time. Happy days.
Well, you don't blame him though, Dizzy. You don't blame. You don't blame him. I mean, 2 weeks ago they were throwing beer plastic skiffs at him and so on and so forth, and giving him stick. And by the way, that's not just a fans thing, that's a media thing as well, of which we're all part of. Some more stronger in their criticism of him than others. But I don't blame him for giving it back. To be honest, I'd be giving it back tenfold to some other people.
No, I'm not sure he was giving it back. I think he was actually enjoying it. I think, and so he should do. He's made a huge decision tonight in terms of the substitution, and it's worked perfectly for him. At times, yeah, he's been criticised, and rightly so, because England haven't performed as they could have and should have. In that first half tonight, I thought that was absolutely magnificent. It was more like what we wanted. And then in the second half, it had to be a different performance. He deserves all the credit.
I don't think you can kind of underestimate what that pressure valve is at this moment in time, when you feel a certain way, or you feel really passionate, or you wanted to prove something wrong, and then you do it it's an amazing feeling, and I think that valve just gets open, and then that comes out in terms of just relieving that stress and letting people know what you're about. And I think he's done that, Gareth Southgate, certainly in this game. Like Alan said, the decisions that he's made, how the team have settled and just weathered that storm early on in this competition, I think is you have to give a lot of credit to what that is.
Some lovely moments here at the moment, because the England friends and family are just down below us. They're above the England dugout, which is still wet on the top from all, I'm assuming that's from all the rain earlier and not from beer that's been thrown over the course of the 90 minutes. I mean, the other thing, just on the substitutions in all of this, Alan, is that not only was it Watkins with the finish, it was Palmer with the assist.
It worked perfectly for him. I mean, those two, as I said, when you put on as a substitute, you either put on to try and save the game or impact the game in a different way. We know why Palmer was brought on, to try and get that little bit of quality on the ball, which we couldn't find in the second half. But we also know why Watkins was brought on, to upset the defenders, to run in behind the defenders and make a nuisance of himself. And when he got a chance to put it away, it doesn't get any better than that, does it?
These are special moments for these England players and the England staff as well. They're not really wanting to leave in front of the dugout with all their family and friends down below us. I think what will happen now is that some of those the players will try and go into the tunnel, the staff will as well, and they'll want the ground just to quieten a little bit, and then they'll be able to come out and spend some time with their family and friends. Although I would say, given by what's going on behind Izzy at the moment, the fans aren't leaving the ground for the moment. Let's go down to the tunnel. Gary Flintoff, what's going on down there?
A real contrast down here, Mark. We've got the England players coming in. I mean, literally, they can hardly believe that they've managed to win this game right at the end. Actually, Seb Bassong, who's obviously done a bit of work on 5 Live over the years, just giving Kyle Walker a huge bear hug and a big hug for Harry Kane as well. But on the other side, just saw Virgil van Dijk come through, basically his head in his shirt. And I think it's safe to say the majority of those Dutch players are absolutely shell-shocked. They can't believe it. They thought it was going to extra time, and yet Ollie Watkins had the answer for England.
Well, look, I think we have to be brutally honest as well here. For all the celebration and all the joy, if we were doing Dutch radio tonight, we would be going straight in on the referee, wouldn't we?
Oh, certainly for me.
I mean, he was awful from that point of view.
I mean, certainly towards the end there was a couple of really dubious free kicks that he gave that actually broke up the play or broke up the Dutch winning the ball back and then attacking. But I mean, the huge talking point is the penalty. I just think Dumfries is so hard done by. He doesn't actually kick out into the challenge. He just puts his foot up and Kane kicks through. For me, it shouldn't go to VAR review, and it should just be the on-field decision. I thought it was a real poor use of VAR.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a Dutch player, if I'm Ronald Koeman, then I'm absolutely seething. If you remember when they brought it out VAR, they told it was sort of blinding obvious, and they're not going to re-referee games. That, for me, was a classic way of re-refereeing it. The referee didn't give anything on the pitch. He didn't think it was a penalty. I didn't think it was a penalty. So then for him to be sent there and overturn it, I was really surprised.
I didn't even see it was being checked, to be honest. I didn't see it come up on the screen, and I didn't assume there was either.
The other thing that you would say on that, though, I don't know if you felt it down there, Izzy, pitch side, is that they allowed themselves to get wound up by those decisions. And it's very easy for me to say sitting in the stand, but maybe they could have done with a calm head or two in that last 10 minutes.
The Dutch?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. But I think they've got reasons to feel aggrieved, because there was a few little challenges where I think it was Cody Gakpo down on that right-hand side in the second half. He just nicked the ball off. Was it Kobbie Mainoo? And he was away, and then the referee pulled it back for a free kick. And, you know, the England fans here are not complaining one little bit, but that's another reason why the Dutch can feel that way, and they'll definitely be going home, you know, feeling like they were hard done by. But that's the presence of England, and sometimes that happens. And England, in the end, they played some fantastic football in the first half, but we've got to remember we were drawing 1-1 at half time, and then it's actually the second half when They didn't play as well, England, but then we went on and won the game. So it's just funny how things work. But this team is in a fantastic position now to go and play Spain.
We will, I'm sure, look ahead to that final this evening. I think we're going to spend a lot of the next few days looking ahead to that final as well. Let's hear from the player of the match, the winning goal scorer, Ollie Watkins, and in his player of the match interview with Gabriel Clark.
Unbelievable. I've been waiting for that moment for weeks. You know, it's taken a lot of hard work to get to where I am today, and grateful that I got the opportunity, and I've grabbed it with both hands, and I'm delighted.
Talk us through the goal.
I swear on my life, my kid's life, I said to Cole Palmer, we're coming on today and you're going to set me up. And that's why I was so happy with Coley I knew as soon as he got the ball he was going to play me, and you got to be greedy, touch and finish. And when I've seen it go in the bottom corner, it's the best feeling ever.
And the manager's had a bit of criticism for not making substitutions early enough. He's got it dead right tonight.
Look, there's been a lot of criticism, but at the end of the day, we're in the final, and that's all that matters. So forget all the outside noise, we're in the final.
And to sum it up for this team now, you've seen last minute overhead kick equalisers, penalties, a last minute winner tonight. Something feels special here.
Yeah, exactly. We've got that kind of bounce back factor, you know, going a goal behind, but it seems to kick us into gear, and we never give up, and we've won on penalties, we've come from behind. One more game now, one more game.
Ready for Spain?
Yeah, ready.
maybe let him celebrate first of all. The lines are open. 4606, Chris and Robbie on the way. 08085 909 693. I like Ollie Watkins' predictions there, Matt Upson, the confidence. But that's what we've seen, I suppose, during this tournament, haven't we? We've seen England subs ready to come on and change a game.
I'll be honest, I think one of the big things about this group is I think we've got a bit of a cocky arrogance about us, but in a good way. Not too much, but you cast your minds back to the game against the French in the World Cup, and that arrogance and belief that they feel they're better and that they can win. I think this group has just kind of developed that over the last 18 months. We've got a few individuals that are exceeding, you know, huge levels of performance in top teams across the world, and across the board I think we are really confident as a group, and it shows in the penalties, and it shows in moments like that where we're just doing the right things, hitting the right note at the right time in massive moments in games. And if you're going to do that and you play well and you've got the players, you've got a great chance of winning this thing.
Alan?
I feel drained. I feel as if I've been out there myself. It's a great night. I mean, at times, you know, you have to suffer international football. It's not ever going to be easy. I thought we really dominated the first half, particularly after they scored. It was a great response. They upped their game, they passed it and had great energy, as I said. And then the second half, when it got really, really tough, they had to come up with different answers, and they had to defend really well, and they had to find a way again. And this team has done that without playing spectacular football for 4 or 5 of the games. They've just done enough when it really, really mattered, and they're into the final, and they've got an incredible chance of winning it.
Tonight for England to celebrate Izzy. Over the course of the next few days, there will be so much preview of the final against Spain, which is a 9 o'clock kick-off local time in Berlin, 8 o'clock in the UK. We'll have all the build-up, full commentary, of course, here on 5 Live. Watch it on BBC television as well. And there will be a lot of analysis of England first half, England second half, and also of other games in this tournament where maybe they've gone off well and then dropped back a bit. For that analysis to be fully in-depth and fully fair tonight, do you actually have to give the Dutch credit and Ronald Koeman credit for how he changed things as well? It's not just a one-way street, is it?
No, it's not. And I think the first half, we spoke about it before the game, didn't we, in the build-up, about the way that the Netherlands play is probably actually going to bring the best out of England, because they went for it. And I think one of the key moments in the match was Memphis Depay going off injured, and it forced the Dutch to change their shape a little bit. They'd obviously addressed that at half-time, brought on Wout Weghorst to, you know, essentially they look like a 4-4-2 from where I'm sat, and then just dropped off, because previous teams in the tournament have had a success playing 4-4-2 against England, they've completely slowed down England's rhythm, taken the zip out of their passing and frustrated us. But what we did was we responded to that, and I think the previous experiences of playing through this tournament in a 4-4 against a 4-4-2 actually helped England in that second half, because all we needed was a moment, and that happened because of the intelligence of the substitutes that came on and then the impact that they made. So it's going to be a completely different ball game against Spain, and of course we're not going to go into that now. There'll be loads, obviously, like you say, Chappers, but because Spain zipped the ball, England might perform at the same level that they did in the first half tonight, which is really exciting for the England fans.
Ollie Watkins' winner was timed at 89 minutes and 59 seconds, which is the latest winning goal scored in a semi-finals at the Euros, or World Cup, apparently, excluding extra time. It was also England's only shot on target in the second half of this match.
I mean, there might not have been brilliant performances in this, but we've had drama, haven't we? We can't deny that. I mean, back to Bellingham's overhead kick, penalties, that goal. It just feels like it's going to be the time. I'm going to say it's got that feeling like it's going to happen.
Name on the trophy.
That's how it feels. It just...
If you were
I don't know. I can't explain why.
If you were in that England camp, would you be, as a player and all the superstitions that you have and everything, would you be thinking name on the trophy?
If I had been through what these players have been through together and come to this point and still be standing, absolutely I would, because they should.
And then you're still an England player and some lummox like me interviews you in the build-up to the final and says, so Matt, do you think the name's on the trophy?
Yeah, love that question, don't you? Just love getting that question from lummox like you. But it just feels right. At every moment they've been doubted. It's just a great story to this point, and why shouldn't it go on?
And you lot were laughing at me the other night and saying settle down when I said this post-game.
Whoa. What?
Come on.
I don't remember that.
As I often... John was definitely laughing at you, absolutely laughing at you. He's not here to defend himself, so we'll have a go at John. 08085 909 603 if you want to get in touch. Yeah. And here is John now. He won't defend himself. Instead, he'll talk to Kobbie Mainoo.
Yes, I won't do that in front of Kobbie Mainoo, who's part of an England team that has reached a final on foreign soil for the first time. So how does that feel?
It's an undescribable feeling, you know. We're all buzzing. It's been such a journey to get here, you know. I feel like we've built on all the performances that we've had leading to this point, and I feel like the only way is up. Time to put ourselves into history, you know.
I feel the first half performance was the best you've shown yet.
Yeah, it was. I feel like in the first half it was clicking with the whole team, you know. Everyone was getting on the ball, me, Phil, Decker, Jude. We had to feel like we had the game under control in the middle of the park, and I feel like the second half we just had to grind it out, you know. It was tough, but the whole squad was a help. I mean, the impact off the bench from Cole and Ollie, I mean, what a finish, you know, what a way to end it, you know. So we're just buzzing.
Yeah, that finish from Ollie Watkins, that was the man who causes havoc at Aston Villa, wasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen what we've done in the season this season, so you know, it was the time was coming for him to score like that. I knew I could feel it, you know, and he did that.
Kobbie, it seems like 5 minutes I was sitting down with you in March where you had been catapulted into the senior squad, and here we are now.
Yeah, it's happened quick, but you know, I've just been taking it day by day, game by game, and yes, now we're in the European Championship final, so yeah, buzzing.
And what about taking on that Spanish team?
Yeah, you know, everyone's seen they're a good side, have taken down some big teams, but you know, we'll be ready for that. I feel like we've built up so much now, on building on the performances, and now the only way is up, and we're going to be ready for that, and we're going to give it everything.
Listen, off you go and enjoy it. Thanks, Kobbie. Cheers. Kobbie Mainoo, Mark.
Thank you, John. Some kid, isn't he, Alan? I mean, just not only as a player, but just how he conducts himself, how he talks, how he takes everything in his stride.
Class. I think everything about him, isn't it? Just the way he sort of handles everything. It's so impressive. He played a huge part, particularly in the first half, with his passing and his pace of his passing. Nothing phases him, does it, at all? He just looks so comfortable and at home in everything that he's doing.
he added I don't think he said that to John there, but he added this when he spoke to TV earlier. We're not just here to get to the final and call it quits. We've got a job to do.
Well, he was my player of the match. I would go with him if I had to pick one out of an England team. Across the 90 minutes averaging out, I thought he was absolutely superb. He showed every side to his game tonight. He was tackling, intercepting the ball, getting into position, what he did with the ball. He's got this lovely way of letting the ball roll across, or he puts his foot on top of it and he sees the space and he just rolls it quickly, and when he's gone, he's got this kind of big stride and he chews up the ground, and then he's at the back four and then he's slipping passes off. He was absolutely superb, and that kind of body language that he has, he looks just completely relaxed, but for a player his age, I mean, doesn't bear the size of the occasion at all on his shoulders.
His stats, Izzy, tonight: 51 touches, 36 passes completed, 2 chances created, 100% long balls completed, 100% of his duels won, 2 interceptions, wow. 2 tackles, and that's the other thing in all of that. And Alan, I think, mentioned it at half-time. 2 or 3 times in that first half defensively, he saved England.
Yeah, those stats are brilliant. I was really actually thinking then when you were speaking, I'd love to know his stats. So thanks for filling that void, chappers.
He's good for something.
Hang on, Izzy, hold it. I'm just going to go back down to the tunnel. Next for John Murray, Jude Bellingham.
Yeah, it's Jude Bellingham, and Jude, the story goes on.
And I told you last time, we live to fight another day, don't we? You know, another late goal. It'd be nice to score first at some point and have that kind of peace of mind. But when you know that you have players coming off the bench or in the starting 11 that are going to go right to the end, it really doesn't matter. And we know we're always in the game. We know we're going to fight with each other till the end, and you know the rewards come if you do the right things, and we did that tonight.
It had a lot of different sides to it, that game, didn't it?
Definitely. You know, I think even when they scored the first goal, I didn't think we were playing badly, to be honest. It's one of those things where ball turns over and it's a good finish, to be fair. And yeah, we didn't even really take a dip after we conceded. It felt like we got straight back into the rhythm of the game, and that's probably why it took so quick to get back into it. And yeah, really happy, really proud of the boys, of the reaction again, the attitude, the mentality. Quality is one thing, but those kind of characteristics you can't learn every day in training. You get it from experience and each other, you know, and really proud that it's rubbing off on each other.
Yeah. Listen, I'm feeling the euphoria here. You know, England players, Gareth Southgate just to our left, but you're here to win the whole thing, aren't you?
That's it, yeah, that's it. And you know, at the start of the tournament, you look at it after a long season, you think, 7 games, oh my God, 7 games. And I think that's the way I've approached it. Each game that's gone by, whether it's positive, negative, it's one more down till we get to Berlin. And now it's one more game. And we're tired, you know, it's been a long season, but it's one more last push for our country, for our families, for each other, and for history, really. So we'll give it everything.
And for you, it's Spain.
Yeah, what a season. My old club in the Champions League final, and then the country that I'm playing in the European Championship final. So, yeah, a weird one. Obviously know a lot of the players well. Had an amazing tournament. But, you know, I'm always confident in the ability and the characters that we have in our changing room. So it'll be an interesting game to go toe-to-toe.
Jude, well done. We'll see you in Berlin.
See you in Berlin, mate.
Yeah.
Something very amusing about Jude Bellingham calling John Murray mate at the end of that interview. I tell you what, if Jude Bellingham finds himself at the start of that game on the left-hand side, I would imagine his teammate at Real Madrid, Dani Carvajal, might give him an early little hello.
He may well do, and I'm not too sure if Jude will like playing wide out on the left in that game. That was another feature of that second half that you could see that he wasn't too happy, but he's happy to do it for the team, and he'll do it to the best that he can. But whether or not that really does slot in properly, I think there is certainly something there. But I mean, he talks so well, doesn't he? He's got such an amazing head on his shoulders for what he's done in such a short space of time, and you know, that again, that belief of this group's going to win it, it's just oozing out of the interviews at the moment after the game.
Izzy, do you want to go back to your Kobbie Mainoo point?
Well, yeah, I mean, just what stood out to me was the 2 interceptions in that first half. Really crucial reading of the game. There was one that sustained an attack in the attacking third. I think the Dutch had cleared the ball and he just slid and just kept the attack alive, which I thought was fantastic. And there was a defensive one as well in the first half, and those were moments where you could feel the Dutch were turning the screw a little bit, and for him just to read the game so well and to play with that intensity and that kind of awareness of when to release the ball, when to hold on to it a little bit longer, it's just unbelievable for a 19-year-old.
Let's see if we have a positive 606 trail. Chris Sutton.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what a result. I'm absolutely delighted, Mark, especially for Gareth, because normally 606s throughout this tournament has been Gareth has got this wrong, Gareth has got that wrong, Gareth should be sacked. I mean, but tonight I thought his substitutions were first class. Taking off Harry Kane, think about that. He's been the main goal scorer for England for however long, but being brave enough to take him off, getting Watkins on, and you made the point, Mark, about it was Cole Palmer who slipped the pass to him. I mean, he deserves a lot of credit for that. And I'm with Izzy. You didn't listen to Izzy, and a lot of people haven't listened to me in this tournament. It's not how you start the tournament, it's how you finish it. And I'm delighted for Gareth.
When did you say that?
Right.
When did you say that?
Well, as you know, Mark, I'm always consistent with my opinions, Mark, and I've been saying the same thing all the way along. Mark.
No, yeah, but when did you say it?
I've said it all along.
Okay, right. And do you think anybody will ring in and find fault somewhere?
No.
Okay.
I really do. How can they find fault in what England have actually done? They've got to, a final. I think listening to John Murray, the first time England have reached a final on foreign soil. I've already had a message from one of my friends. I haven't got many friends. Oh God, I'm just looking for a recipe for humble pie, and he's one of thousands across the country who have doubted Gareth Southgate, and Gareth Southgate has proven them wrong.
08085 909 693. If you want to talk to Chris and Robbie, they'll be on their way shortly. We should get Gareth Southgate at some moment. We've done a lot of these games, Matt, Alan, Izzy, where we've sat by the family and friends as they wait for players to come out after what has not been a very good evening. There are a lot of smiles down there at the moment, aren't there?
They've got to embrace it, they've got to enjoy it. And what an occasion, and I hope they can. They know, I mean, we heard from Jude, didn't he, and said there's one to go, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy tonight, because they're under huge pressure, and you have to be able to enjoy these moments. That's what you're in the game for, but also understand they've got one big game to go.
It is really important they enjoy tonight, actually.
It is, and I'll take that back to the comments Gareth made before the game, in that it's not normal. It's not normal that you keep achieving back-to-back finals or semi-finals. I mean, these are big moments in any player's career from any country. But this group of players are doing it consistently. We're now in another final. So absolutely take a step back, see your family, enjoy it, embrace it. They're amazing memories, aren't they, for these lads, and you've got to make the most of it.
More reaction. Harry Kane, England captain, with Kelly Summers.
Well, Harry, you England players have given the fans some memorable nights over the years, but this one's up there, isn't it?
100%. I mean, another semi-final win. It doesn't get more special than that. So, unbelievable tournament so far. We've had to show unbelievable character, resilience, physical strength, mental strength. We've shown it all, but there's still one more to go. And we spoke a lot after the last final about being back here, being back to where we belong, and going that one step further. Now we have the opportunity on Sunday. It'll be a really tough game, of course, but we can just take the belief that we from the last knockout games into that final now.
Talk me through the composure you showed for that penalty.
Yeah, it was a long wait. Obviously, with the VAR now, you're waiting to see if you're getting a penalty, and then obviously it takes a bit of time to clear everyone out of the way. But yeah, I practice them a lot. It's something that can have a big impact on the game. Some people just assume they're easy or assume you just get on with it, but they take a lot of practice, a lot of mental strength as well, and of course I was really happy to see that one go in.
Happy for Ollie, I imagine, as well. We noticed that you went over to celebrate him with him pretty quickly.
Yeah, look, we're a team, all 26 of us. We dig deep, we talk a lot, and we spoke a lot before the tournament about everyone being ready. whether you play 1 minute, 5 minutes, whether you don't play at all, you can have an impact on this team, you can have an impact on this tournament. And Ollie was the prime example. He's been training well. Of course, he's been itching to get on. Everyone wants to play, everyone wants to get on, but we've got a world-class squad. So you have to be patient, and when your opportunity comes, you have to take it, like he did today. I mean, what an unbelievable finish, and I mean, that moment will live with him forever.
See you on Sunday.
See you Sunday.
Harry Kane with Kelly Summers. I am loving watching these friends and family, because there are some who, to a certain extent, have been there before and are experienced in this. You know, England obviously have made a final before on home soil, and, you know, Phil Foden or Declan Rice, and, you know, their family and friends, they've been there and seen it. Adam Wharton's family and friends over there look like having a ride party, and I don't blame them.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they should.
They must think, is it always like this?
Yeah. You've got people that are like kind of raising their eyes like, oh, here again. And then ones that are like, wow, what's going on?
All got a fresh round in, having a little bit of a dance. I mean, honestly, what? I know he hasn't got on there, but even a penny for his thoughts, where he's at your former club, Alan, started his season there, and now he's in the thick of this.
Unbelievable. What a night. Where's that guy gone that's carrying that thing on his back with us selling the pints? We need him here.
Adam Wharton's friends and family are just keeping him round there. He ain't moving.
Send him over here, guys.
Let's get some final thoughts from everybody. Izzy, I'll start with you, because we should have listened to you all along.
Oh, don't go there, Choppers. I remember saying it, and I'll have to have a little word with John Murray if he was shaking his head at me. But no, I think that was a super performance. A lot in it that England can take forward, and I mean, I'm so happy for Ollie Watkins. I keep speaking about it. It's about moments, and you know, Kane spoke about it there. Everyone's got a role to play, and whatever that is, and you've just got to buy into the project, and you've got to be ready, you've got to be sharp. And Watkins comes on, he's got one chance and he does it, and look who's going to Berlin now.
Matt?
The stars are aligning, aren't they? Things are happening. This tournament's been like that. At the right moment, the right thing has happened, whether it be a decision, an amazing individual piece of skill, or somebody's done something, the manager's made the right choice. It's just all slotting into place, and it's building momentum, and the performances are getting more assured. The confidence and the arrogance on the pitch is there. It feels good.
I just want, before we hear from Alan, I just want to go back down to the tunnel. Who have you got with you, John, mate?
Well, I've got the man who's become the first England manager to take a team to 2 finals, Gareth Southgate. Congratulations.
Thank you, John. It's a very special night, and hopefully a special night for everybody at home.
Went through the ringer again?
Well, I suppose in terms of a late goal, but I thought our performance was really good. You know,
best yet?
Definitely. You know, we showed some signs of that in the last game with the ball, and tonight we felt that you knew with the Netherlands that they have more quality, so they can punish you like they did, but maybe a little bit more opportunity to play. And I thought our midfield players, I mean Phil Foden especially, just kept finding space, getting on the ball. We had a lot of freedom to play. And they had to keep changing what they were doing, which meant we then had to keep changing what we were doing. So
very tactical, wasn't it?
It was a very complicated game, particularly defensively. You know, Bukayo did an immense job for us. He started as a wing back, he covered into midfield, he defended as a winger at times. It was one of those nights where everybody had to be really flexible, but the players made so many good decisions on the pitch.
And on the subject of good decisions, substitutions, you bring on those 2 guys, Palmer and Watkins, and they combine for a stunning goal, really.
No, it was. Look, I mean, we were happy with how Phil and Harry were playing. Harry had definitely had the knock in the first half, but we've got a good bench. We had freshness, and we know that Ollie can make those little runs down the side, which at the beginning of a game can be a problem, but definitely at the end can be an even bigger problem. And yeah, Cole has been showing those moments as well. So in many respects, there's no way Phil deserved to come off, but we just thought a bit of freshness and worth going for it before extra time, really.
And so it's a final in Berlin on Sunday against Spain. First time England have been to a final on foreign soil. But I'm sensing here in the dressing room area, the England players we've spoken to, that there is a determination.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this is what we came here to do, and we've been building for 2 years towards this. we've got to enjoy tonight because you have to enjoy nights like this. But equally, it's such a quick turnaround, and we've got a day less than the team who've been the best in the tournament so far. So it's going to be a very, very tough game. But you wouldn't expect to get to a final and it not be. So it's fabulous for everybody at home to look forward to.
Great. Well, we'll see you in Berlin then. Thanks, Gareth. Congratulations again.
Some lovely moments down below us, as well as the England players start to come out. Phil Foden's come out to see his friends and family down below, as John Stones has one of his children in his arms. I'm assuming he also then gave a big hug to his mum whilst holding his son as well, just stroking his daughter's hair, I think. It is, you see what all the friends and family go through as well, don't you, Alan?
No, absolutely. They have to enjoy it. What a moment for them. What a way to win it in front of all their fans and their family. They've come a long way. Gareth just said they've worked so hard to get to this position, so they have to be able to enjoy tonight and then back to work in a day or two.
Ollie Watkins has just come out to join them and has got cheered by everybody's friends and family. They're all giving him a big round of applause, and Kobbie Mainoo came out with him as well. Are you able to put into words what Ollie Watkins must have felt as that hit the back of the net?
I mean, the feeling is you just want to explode. I mean, as I said, his run was he timed it to perfection, and then the touch and the swivel and the turn. I've done it so many times myself when it goes through the defender's legs. That's what you're hoping. And when they see that ball hitting the back of the net, oh my word, where am I? What am I doing? What am I going to do next? You haven't got a clue. It's just pure elation. What a feeling for him, and what a feeling for his family and for the England team and for Gareth.
Let's go back down to the tunnel. Your final thoughts, John?
Well, I just think, this could be a classic case of the end justifying the means. And, I think they know it. We've said it for such a long time that for Gareth Southgate, really, only winning the European Championship trophy will be enough. And any other circumstances wouldn't be enough. And so there's been the criticism for the way that they've plotted their way through this tournament, and yes, they've had some breaks, but if they are able to come out with Harry Kane lifting that trophy on Sunday, no one is going to care particularly when history tells its story of how it was done.
John, Izzy, Alan, Matt, thank you. We will be in Berlin on Sunday evening, of course. Game kicks off at 8 o'clock. I think our build-up begins at 6 o'clock. There will be plenty of previews over the course of the next few days as well. Thank you for listening this evening. England are in the final. Spain await. We will see you on Sunday evening.
Are you ready to have your say in the UK's biggest football debate? Your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
8 p.m, the Euro 2024 final. It's Spain v England.
Palmer, lovely ball to Watkins inside the area. Watkins, he scored! Watkins from an impossible angle across Verbruggen and into the far bottom corner. What a strike that is from Ollie Watkins. What a finish. Netherlands 1, England 2. England are set for Berlin.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
It's back-to-back Euro finals for, as you called him, Christopher, Gareth Southgate. England fans, the number to call is 08285 909 693. Chris is out in Germany. Christopher, into the final. You've said it all along on 606. It's not how you start, it's how you finish, Christopher.
Yeah, and do you know what, Robin? I think you're the same. I'm genuinely delighted for Gareth Southgate. He has taken a pummeling on this show. We've had people call in earlier on in the tournament and say Gareth should be sacked. But tonight, it was a managerial masterclass. Substitutions were brilliant. Having the courage to take Harry Kane off, Ollie Watkins on, Cole Palmer on with the assist. let's hear lots of praise for Gareth tonight. It has to be praised, doesn't it?
Yeah, he showed class, he showed integrity, Chris, and I am pleased for Gareth Southgate, all the criticism. As you said, there'll be lots of people out there, who've said, sack Southgate, get rid of him, and he has come to the party. He's produced a substitution. Just as people online, social media saying, can England make subs in the second half? All those people now be looking at that and thinking, do you know what? Well done, Gareth Southgate. But I've got to say, listen, Chris, what a finish, by the way, from Watkins.
Oh, brilliant finish. Well, the beauty of Ollie Watkins getting him on is Harry Kane doesn't really run in behind, does he? Ollie Watkins does, and Gareth absolutely nailed it. The angle against him. But we've seen him score goals for Aston Villa all season, and assist, by the way. But, I mean, what a moment for him. What a moment for England. I tell you what, though, Rob, I've seen Spain 4 or 5 times in this tournament. Already they've got the work cut out on Sunday. But they're there.
And if you were in that Dutch dressing room, Chris, you would be absolutely fuming. That is, Chris, never, ever, ever a penalty.
I thought it was a penalty, Rob.
Oh, come on. Listen, it doesn't matter. Come on.
Just hear it.
Come on, no. Don't say anywhere on the pitch.
Right. No, right, okay. So let's be. I'm going to be short and sharp. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with me there, but I'll tell you why. Harry Kane. So hang on, just listen to me, and then I'll let you answer. Okay, Harry Kane got his shot off. Okay, Dumfries went to block the ball. Kane got there first, and then Dumfries caught him outside the box. Would that be a free kick?
Chris, you're talking nonsense.
I think the point Alan Shearer made in commentary about the game being re-refereed was a fair point. But look, we've seen penalties in the Premier League.
You've done so well this tournament. You've done so well. You've just let yourself down.
That's a foul. That was a foul.
It doesn't matter. It was given. Come on, Chris. 08285 909 693. You've had such a great time. After that comment, you might get left out of the final Sunday, Chris. Right, let's go to Dave. How are you, Dave?
Oh, Robbie, I'm ecstatic. I'm a 6-year-old who feels like an 18-year-old. It's my father's 90th birthday today. He's called Peter Smith. He's ecstatic as well. And you know me, I'll be coming on this show for years and years. Just praising Gareth Southgate's integrity, his managerial ability, and for him tonight, total vindication. He's the greatest of all time, and I've said this for years on this show, and I've never wavered in my support for him. It's been testing. The last few games have been very, very testing, and we've rode our luck. But come on, this is just absolutely magnificent. And anybody who says we want Southgate out, just be very careful what you wish for, because he's got these lads playing out of their skin for him, and I just think it's absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. Just quickly, happy birthday to Peter. Peter Smith, 90th birthday. Well done, Peter. I mean, what a celebration! What a day to have a birthday with England qualifying.
I know, it's amazing. I could cry. It's just fantastic. It's a perfect day. And this is what it does to you. This is what football does to you. My friend said, that old quote from Alex Ferguson, football, bloody hell. I mean, really, the ending of that. What a finish. And wow, I just can't see us losing on Sunday. I think they're going to be a bit inexperienced. I mean, now we've got kids. We've got this for 10 years plus now. Talk about the golden generation. This is it. These boys are here. And it's just so exciting. I'll probably be 70. I'll probably be 80 when Foden's 38 running around. It's going to be amazing. And as an Oldham Athletic fan, and a West Didsbury ex-player, Robbie, you said you're going to turn out for us. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, I came on, said, get the wing-backs on. I did. I was on after the first match, and I said, we need to play wing-backs. And you agreed with me, Chris, actually. You thought it was a good idea. So anyway,
listen, well done. Listen, well done, Dave. Love the emotion.
Thanks,
and happy
Dave.
birthday to your father, Peter. Chris, just a quick one before we bring Peter in. Kane's got to start the final. Kane starts, 100%.
Why are we having this debate?
Peter, how are you?
Why are we having this debate, Chris? Because I've just looked at the UEFA stats. Out of 6 games, he's had 6 attempts on target and 4 off target.
Are you Statman Peter?
Well, why not? I think I do very good on with Statman Dave, if I'm honest. That's the thing entirely. But I'm sorry, he is. I called him pedestrian to your producers earlier today, and that's being polite. It really is. He held England back today, and he's held England back too many times. He's too defensive-minded. He's tired.
What do you mean too defensive-minded? How many? What, just in general, or just in this tournament?
In general, but I just don't think.
How many goals did he score?
That system today suited England perfectly against the Dutch, and yet he was a passenger. Yes, he got a good shot off just outside the area that led to another opportunity, but. And he took the penalty very well, so I will give him praise there.
Peter, can I just ask you a question? And Chris, as a centre forward, a brilliant centre forward, can answer this as well. But I'll ask you first, Peter. So Harry Kane for the first 79 minutes. He's up against 2 fantastic centre halves. He's given them different problems. He's more physical than Ollie Watkins. He'll be bumping into him, he'll be backing into him. They'd be dropping off. Do the centre halves go in with him, or do they stay? And then Gareth Southgate, absolutely brilliant. So Kane's done his job. He scored a penalty, showed great mental strength after missing against France. Scoring one, missing one in a big tournament. So he's done his job for 79 minutes. Ollie Watkins comes on, gives the centre-halves a different problem, and he scored the goal. So I would say Harry Kane done his job, and then what Gareth Southgate's seeing, he needs another problem for somebody to run him behind. That's why Gareth Southgate, Harry Kane, Ollie Watkins all got it spot on tonight.
Well, this leads on to the whole debate you're going to have with the callers later on about Gareth Southgate leaves substitutions too long. Ollie Watkins only had 11 minutes to make an impact. And he scored. Absolutely. But that's not going to happen week in, week out, though, is it? Is it, though, Robbie? Let's be honest. It takes 20, 30 minutes for these things to take place.
Not week in, week out, no. It's a 7-game tournament.
Peter, you can't come on and moan about him getting his substitutions wrong tonight of all nights.
No, that's not what I'm calling about. I think Ivan Toney deserves a start. Personally, I'm a Toney man over Ollie Watkins. If I'm honest, personally, I think you look at the
you would play. So let me just, Peter. So you would play Toney over Kane and Watkins, who both scored tonight.
I would, yes.
Wow. All right, Peter, we're proud there. Would you start Toney over Watkins and Kane in the final of the Euro 2024 when both players have scored tonight? 08085 909 693. Would you, Chris?
It's unbelievable. Look, I like Ivan Toney.
Yeah.
I think the point you actually, you made about Kane likes to come to the ball, doesn't he? And he doesn't stretch defences. I do think that there has been a problem for England in this tournament, but the fact that, people can't call in tonight and criticise Gareth for getting things wrong when he put Watkins on, who stretches backlines. That was the whole reason he put him on, and he came good. So,
but Chris, when you played, listen, before we go to Paul, when you play, Chris, a big centre forward, and you're backing into centre halves, you're making it difficult for centre halves. They're having 60, 70 minutes thinking, Chris is like causing havoc, and then you come off and a quick striker goes on. To get him behind. I'm just saying, it's a different. It's a different problem, and you've tired out the centre halves.
Yeah, but it's about principles of play, isn't it? And without boring you to tears, Rob, if defenders become used to the centre forwards making the same movement short to the ball, which Harry Kane does, it becomes easy for them. As soon as Watkins came on, Van Dijk and De Vrij had a problem. Balls in behind.
They certainly did. Paul, you're a Villa fan.
I am indeed, yes. And glad to see Watkins coming on at long last.
But you must have been delighted, though, to see him make such an impact. He's had a brilliant season for Villa, hasn't he? And, Gareth got it right, didn't he? You're saying at last, but for him to come
Gareth
on and take the chance.
Right, but I think there are an awful lot of people who would say that was a fairly obvious decision he could have taken a long time ago. Ollie Watkins that was his first start, I think. I can't remember. So if that goal had been a minute later, we'd have been out of the Euros. To give him 10 minutes to make an impact, it always reminds me of.
I can't believe people having. I cannot believe people having a go at Gareth Southgate for bringing Watkins on in 79th minute. He scored the winning goal. What has he got to do, this man? It's ridiculous. Bring him on earlier. He scored the goal that's got England to the final by Gareth Southgate, bringing him on in the 79th minute.
Yeah, if I could just finish. I think Watkins should have started. I agree with your previous caller. I don't think Kane is a good fit for the way we play. You've got Bellingham, Saka, Foden, and Watkins all playing quick passing, through balls, round the back. And Watkins, when he plays with Villa, he benefits from having Bailey, his sheer pace. Well, Saka is very similar. And I think Watkins is a much better fit for our team than Kane.
Do you
I
think
would have started him.
It's interesting you say that, and I think some of the points you make, I understand. But do you think that it's good that Gareth has the option of bringing Watkins off the bench? And Kane is a different player.
I think the better option would be to start Watkins and have the option of Kane coming off the bench.
Okay.
It's the way the team is set up. It's absolutely set up for somebody of Watkins' directness and pace. To me, Kane, he's not had a good Euros. He's been, regardless of what you say, quite static.
He's leading scorer. Joint leading scorer, I think.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, joint leading scorer. Yeah. So one penalty, one nodding from a deflection.
If you just you've got to score the penalties.
So penalties,
yes, I know,
penalties
but,
don't count.
If you're going to have a chance to score, a penalty is the easiest way to do it.
Well, okay, Paul, thank you. I can't believe it's 2 callers. Don't play Kane in the final. And Gareth Southgate should bring on people earlier when he's just scored the winner.
Yeah, but we can't say it's about opinions. But is that
Gareth
is that the
Southgate's
opinion?
proven? Gareth Southgate, Chris, is proven, and you've stuck with him all along. Gareth Southgate is proven he knows more than 99% of pundits, the general public, because he's getting the big decisions right. Fact.
And the good thing about tonight, I thought that was England's best performance. The first half they had real control. But let's put it out there, Rob. The fact, the last 2 callers have said Watkins over Kane. Put it out there. Do most of the country feel that way? I don't.
909-693. James, how are you?
I'm actually off work sick today. James isn't my real name, so better not mention that.
So James isn't your real name?
No, I've got a pounding headache, yeah. But, I made that offside goal as well. I was punting, and then all that, my head was pounding afterwards, and all for nothing. Never mind. Yeah, that wasn't the main point, by the way. Another thing that wasn't my point, but it's nice to hear you defending Southgate in England, Robbie Savage. I love that. I'm a United fan, and I love hearing you all season long, sort of digging up United and defending them to the hilt, and then I forget how much it winds me up when I hear you not giving England any credit during the internationals. So, but yeah, you got me on at a good time. Anyway, I won't take too much of your time. I've got a million points I could make.
Well, you've just taken a couple of minutes, and you still haven't made your point.
Yeah.
Come on, James.
Well, I'll get there. It's good for you, Chris, because I need to thank you. I was taking your inspiration for championing Gareth Southgate all the way through the tournament, and I was deciding to stay positive as well. But I gave up for 10 minutes at the end of the Slovakia game, and I doubted. And I think when Southgate wins and his boys win on Sunday, that they will stand there by themselves with the nation around them. The nation will owe them gratitude and an apology. But, I think Southgate is the kind of man who will ask for an apology. But I think he's been brilliant. The weirdest thing, subbing Ivan Toney on as if he was wasting time in the Slovakia game. But apart from that, you just don't forget how much good stuff Southgate does.
James, thank you. James, a bad line, James, a bad line. Listen, thank you so much for calling. Get better soon, James. Anthony, how are you?
Well, over the moon, to be fair. Absolutely over the moon. He's got it right again. Gareth, everyone knocks him, me included, but again, he takes.
But you've just said Gareth. You've just said Gareth's got it right again. You said everyone knocks him, me included. Which
well,
which
no,
is
I mean
it?
myself included.
Yeah.
Because journalists have knocked him. Everyone has. But he's got it right. He got it right again.
He has it. And so are you? Is this a bit of a guilty call then, Anthony? Where you feel that you
possibly yeah. I mean, throughout the tournament, I have said we haven't played well at all. But tonight, I think probably was one of our best matches that we've played.
The best.
Well, probably, yeah. You're right, Chris. The best that we've played.
It was a very tactical game, wasn't it? It was a very tactical game because the first half, the gaps for them was brilliant. You know, the whole midfield, the boxing midfield, there was gaps everywhere, and because the Netherlands were quite expansive, that suited England, Chris. And earlier in the tournament, you said when England come against a team like that, you'll probably see the best of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Definitely. He took a gamble taking the captain off, Harry Kane. But for me, I wouldn't have started him tonight. To be honest,
you wouldn't have started him. So you would have started who then?
I'd have gone with Ivan Toney. I'd have gone with Ivan Toney.
Okay.
So just explain. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe Robbie's missing something. We normally do most weeks, but just explain. Harry Kane, who scored however many goals in the Bundesliga this last season, who scored however many goals over recent seasons, and Ivan Toney, I think myself and Rob would both say that he has some great attributes, but come on, you can't start Ivan Toney ahead of Harry Kane. That's nonsense.
I think.
Tell us why.
I think the thing is, Harry Kane keeps dropping so deep, and then when you've got the likes of Saka putting balls in the box, he's not there because he's dropped so deep. So there's no outlet there for him.
I don't subscribe to that. I think there has been the odd occasion where they're possibly not on the same wavelength, but that happens with all strikers. But how many goals did Harry Kane score in the Bundesliga this last year, Rob? I mean, he scored
41 is all comp, I think, 40 odd.
So I got it up here. So he scored 36 goals in 32 Bundesliga games, and this is a guy who plays too deep. Just imagine how many he would have scored getting in the box, Rob.
But that formation, Chris, when he does drop deep, it's important that somebody fills that 9 position. Whereas Bellingham, Ford, I thought the rotations were good. The box midfield with that number 9, you listen to yourself and all the fantastic number 9s. People are saying he's got to play in the last line of defence. He's got to stay high because if he drops deep, he's crowding the 2 10s. But if one of the 10 moves out of position and fills the 9, it's perfect because he can play as a 10. So I think it suits England, that formation. It's proven that.
Yep. But I thought he did occupy the 2 centre-halves at times at night, but he does drop deep as well.
He certainly did, Christopher.
The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606. We're here until just after midnight, so plenty of time to get your calls in on 08085 909 693. And I guess, Christopher, the question everyone is going to be asking from now until Sunday, can England beat Spain?
I need to think about that, Rob. At this moment, Spain are favourites, aren't they? Let's get it right. Spain have been the head and shoulders above every other team in the competition. But I think England, that's the third time England have come from behind to win, which is a good sign. Control in the first half this evening. So a lot of positives. Is it written in the stars, Rob?
Well, there's one Sutton in the Sutton household that's getting the predictions right. So Sophia getting the prediction right. 2-1, Christopher.
Yeah, and what was my prediction?
2-1.
2-1.
And guess what mine was?
Great minds.
2-1. There you go, Christopher. to England. 08085 909 693. So many calls, Christopher. Let's go to Joe, first time caller. How are you, Joe?
How you doing, Rob? How you doing, Chris?
Good,
Come on
thanks,
then,
Joe. You must be delighted. That was flawless tonight. Gareth got every decision right, didn't he?
It's actually not quite how I feel. I think the decisions were right. I think the time in which they were implemented was wrong. And look, I'm not trying to say I'm not absolutely jubilant here, because I'm absolutely buzzing. You can be sure of that. But I think that if you try to make a decision which is going to be so late in the game, you do that against a team like Spain or France, you get beat. And
he's won the game. 70. He's won the game.
I know.
Palmer assisted for Watkins.
I am more buzzing than you can imagine. Listen, this is a boy who came up, through the ranks, Western Superman. Right? He's come into the game. This is a non-league. I'm not having a proper South. Look, all the credit to him. He's done unbelievably well. Right? He's done well. But this is the thing. It's a different beast now. Final game. Right? We've got the two best teams in Europe. Sorry, the best team in Europe that's come through that we're playing against. Those decisions, you make them too late, you get beat. And you know what? Look, there has been some luck.
Make them too early, you might get beat.
Sorry, make them too early, you might get. Well, having said that, it was a no-brainer that Kane had to come off that pitch.
So make them too early, you might get beat.
Chris making the point, how many goals has he got in the Bundesliga? Look, you got to watch the past few games. Like there are hungry boys that want to get on that pitch, and you saw what the boy coming out of Western Superman non-league can do. Right, that is clinical, lethal. Right, that is what you want. You want that hunger. Right, start popping those balls over the top, and you got Ollie going after them in behind. That's what you want in the final. Get out on the front foot. Right, this is it, boys. Right, this is it. This Sunday, we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
Joe, let me ask you a question then. So, Harry Kane scored the penalty in the first half. Everybody's saying, listen, bring on Ollie Watkins.
He won the penalty.
He does it. He does it at half-time. He takes off his captain, Kane, brings on Ollie Watkins, you get beat 2-1. What's everybody saying?
The decision was clear that Kane needed to come off. I'm a massive Kane fan.
The manager got it right.
He did. Right. I'm just saying that look, we scored in the 91st minute, Rob.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
What a great time to score.
Great time to score.
The next game, this is like a whole nother beast. As you know, you boys have been playing at the top, right? You know that if you don't get it right, and that starts with the decisions of who's playing, starting on the pitch, right? The first 11, right?
Who are you
is
starting
that going to be H?
So who are you starting
Who am I
then?
starting, Chris? Up top?
Yep.
Not Kane. Okay.
So that means not Kane, not Tony. That'll be Watkins.
No, I'm not saying not. I'm saying not Kane. But look,
who are you starting? Who are you starting?
Between Tony and Watkins, I don't know.
Hang on a minute. You can't be a manager.
Okay. I'll say Tony. I'll say Tony with Watkins coming on.
You will start Ivan Toney. Okay. So based on what?
That's how I feel. That's how I feel, Chris. But
you can't say you can't. No, I'm not letting you off here. Okay, you can't say I'm starting Tony. You need to base it on something. Yeah. You need to tell us why.
I hear that, and don't get me wrong, H, he's one of the greatest, but
Joe, you can answer the question. Joe, you can answer the question.
In the context of this tournament, right? We want to be there. We want to win this. We want to win this, right? We want to be on the front foot, right? Does that involve playing a player who's going to drop 40 yards, right? And in the nicest way, you can't press with Kane, like. The way he sets up, right, with the wing backs, it's perfect.
Joe, we've got a busy night, Joe, we've got to move on. So give us a reason why. Then you start talking quickly. Right. We've got to move on.
No reason why. I just want to give a shout out to all the boys at Altrincham. Right, one of those boys are going to do what Ollie Watkins did and make it all the way. Right. And that's all. I just want to send my love to the whole team and the whole country. We're going to do it. We're going to do it.
There you go.
We
Joel,
make the right
thank
decisions.
you.
We're going to do it.
Yeah, Joel, thank you so much for the call. Wow, I can't believe this, Chris. People saying leave Kane out. Wow.
But we're even getting the thing which I'm surprised
Tony
about
to start,
because a lot
not
of
Watkins.
I mean, yeah, no, exactly that. That's a surprise. I mean, even our producer, who, I mean, some weeks we think he's really balanced. He's gone mad tonight, hasn't he? And he's saying, get Kane out, get Watkins in.
Well,
what's going on?
Well, you know what it is, Chris. He's won a few games with his under sevens. Not even playing 11 aside yet. It's under 9s.
Yeah.
Just
Over celebrating.
Running down the touchline, scoring goals. Now wow. It's not about him tonight, though, Chris. Paul, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm good, thank you. Celebrating, happy, really pleased that we've got through.
How are you celebrating, Paul?
Oh, we was in the pub with a couple of friends, and we've been watching England for the last 40 years together, and so it's kind of one of those things that we just we know what to expect, and it's such a change with Gareth Southgate since he's come in, and people. It's like we have collective amnesia every 2 years that we forget how poor we were at the start of tournaments all the way through from 1970. Well, 74 or 78, we didn't qualify. I don't know if you remember, Rob, I spoke to you it must have been about 8 or 9 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. And I asked the question of what round we went out in most often between 1970 and 2008.
Oof, can't remember that. Wow, what a question that was.
Well, it was a trick question. We did not qualify 6 times.
Wow.
And
wow.
Did Rob get that right?
No, I don't think it was. Everybody was saying quarterfinal, semi-final, whatever. But it was. I think nobody expected it to be this. Did not qualify, and it was just that we forget how poor we've been at major tournaments. And then you've got this guy, and he's got 4 quarterfinals, 3 semi-finals, 2 finals, and I think one wins. It's a good possibility. He's just getting them at the right time. He knows tournaments. He's played in 6 tournaments. He's managed in 4. He understands. He's not the best coach. He's not the best in-game coach.
Well,
you can see that.
He got it right tonight. He's pretty good in game tonight. Paul, can I ask you what was the atmosphere like in your pub?
Yeah, everybody was going for it. They wanted England to win. They were excited. They clapped all the players as they came off, and it's been like that in this particular pub anyway since.
Nice little boozer, is it? Well, what's the name of the pub?
Yeah, it is. Well, to tell you the truth, they tend to be more into horse racing, and we have to ask them to put the football on when we go in sometimes.
But not tonight, surely. I mean, surely they're
not tonight. All the horse racing people, they had their bets on the football, I think. But everybody was watching the football tonight, and everybody was dressed up and ready and excited.
Well, Paul, thank you so much for the call. Luke, how are you?
All good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Come on then, Luke.
Are you? You don't sound happy, Luke. Are you happy?
I'm absolutely buzzing, Chris. Come on, loving it. I just can't. What I don't understand is all these callers that are calling in, talking about Tony Watkins starting the final. Have they gone mad? Do they not understand that we've got England's record top goal scorer starting up front for us? Yes, he drops deep. Yes, he comes to collect the ball in midfield. But that's why we have one of the best late runners into the box in Jude Bellingham this season. He scored how many goals for Real Madrid? People are getting on to Harry Kane, but everyone knows Harry Kane's play. He drops deep to midfield, gets the ball and plays. The people who should be running in behind is Bellingham and Saka. And so I don't understand how people can get on to Harry Kane when he's top goal scorer, joint top goal scorer in the Euros, scored how many goals this season? He's absolute banging form. But you're going to sub him out for the biggest game of the year. I don't understand it.
Make some great points, Luke.
I like the cut of your jib, Luke. Luke, what would you say? What would you say to people out there, Luke? I mean, the callers tonight who were calling for Harry Kane to be dropped.
Go on to BBC Sport and read the top headline. We're in the Euros final. Clearly, something is working. We've just beaten a very good Netherlands team. Yes, albeit with a great last-minute screamer, but. Ollie Watkins, in-game management, by the way, a Netherlands defence that was tiring. You brought Ollie Watkins on at the perfect time because Harry Kane has drawn out the Netherlands defenders, like you said, backing into them, pulling them across, tiring them out. So if you take off Harry Kane any earlier, Ollie Watkins probably isn't going to have that much joy. But once he comes on against a very tired Netherlands defence, he runs rings around him. He should have scored a goal actually off Luke Shaw's cross, but he wasn't there. And imagine if he didn't score the screamer after that. We would all be going crazy for not getting that chance in the first place.
Luke, do you know what? To be fair, Luke, you make some very, very good points. The penalty. If you're in that Dutch dressing room, you are absolutely raging.
Luke's not going to be in the Dutch dressing room because he's not Dutch.
I'm just saying, Luke, that is never, ever, ever a penalty, is it?
Yeah, if it was the other way around, I'd be fuming. I think we all were as a nation. But it's football. Some things go for us, some things don't.
It was.
Yeah, really?
I thought that was a penalty, Luke. Harry Kane got his shot off and he was fouled in the process.
Wow.
So outside the box, yourself and Rob would be saying, "Well, that's a free kick. It's inside the box."
It's in the box.
I don't agree. I don't like the re-refereeing, Rob. That's the one thing I didn't like. But I can see what it was given.
Yeah, I understand that. But at the end of the day, Chris, who cares? You know what I mean? Whether it was a penalty, whether it wasn't.
That's it. It's good to get to the
Germany,
right decision.
It reminds me of the same thing. Cucurella, same thing with that.
Yeah.
Germany feel angst. They should have got a penalty.
That wasn't a penalty.
Yeah. Luke, thank you so much for the call. If you're a Dutch fan listening, 08085.
But it doesn't have to be a Dutch fan, just a football fan.
Fan in general. Yeah, but a Dutch fan will be more emotive and more emotion, wouldn't there? Because I cannot believe you're saying it's a penalty. It's ridiculous. Come on, you are better than that.
Let's just strip it back. Did Harry Kane get a shot off?
Chris, it's not a penalty.
So hang on. Yes or no answers. Yes or no answers. Does Harry Kane get a shot off?
Let me ask you a question. How many times in the world
I'm not playing.
You see them in the game?
I'm not answering because you won't answer me.
Right, okay, let's go to Tim. How are you, Tim?
Good. How are you, Mr.
Never
Savage?
a penalty. Never a penalty, Tim, is it? Be honest.
Right, forget the penalty. Right, forget the penalty. Right.
Forget that, Rob.
Like you, and like Mr. Sutton, I have been a bit of a doubter at times, but tonight he's pulled the ace out of the pack, hasn't he? I was thinking, right, you need substitutions. I'm thinking, like some of your previous callers have called, said like, oh, yeah, let's bring on Tony. But at the end of the day, he has pulled the ace out of the pack, and we're in a final. And surely he has to go down as the most successful manager, England manager of all time now.
No, Sal Ramsey is because he won the World Cup.
No, because that's all he did. That's all he did.
You're joking.
Right, hang on.
Come on, you've got the ace in the back, but now you're becoming a joker now. Come on.
Right, Chris, that was in 1966. I was 2 years old.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how old you were in 1966. Sal Ramsey won the World Cup. You can't say that Gareth is.
Yeah, but look, like Gareth, and as I said, I had my concerns since he took over, but he has pulled this group of players together. All right, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Maybe you two do a little bit more than I do, but you sort of have to doubt him, but you can't argue with his credentials and where he's taken this English team.
So hang on a minute. What do you mean you have to doubt him, but you can't argue his credentials? Which side? It sounds like you're arguing with yourself here.
No, Chris. What I'm saying is, I'm doing a generalisation of, people are criticising him. I have in the past. You have in the past. But what he's done is he's taken England football to new levels that we've never been at before. We are in.
So Tim, is he in your opinion the greatest England manager ever?
If Sunday we're successful,
yes or no, Tim?
Right now, you
yes
said
or no? Right. As we stand now, he has taken us to more.
So is he the best ever?
Well, he's better than Alf Ramsey.
Okay, thank you so much, Tim. So, Chris, I'll ask you the question. So, Alf won the World Cup, only the World Cup in 1966. If Gareth Southgate
when Tim was two.
If Gareth Southgate wins the Euros, who's the best ever?
That's a stupid question.
It was not at all. Come on.
Well, the world, Rob. You've got the world and you've got the Euros. The world. You've got the world and you've got the Euros, Rob. Come on. World Cup.
Okay, so are you
going to?
So you're saying Gareth Southgate's not that great then? Amar, how are you?
I'm shocked at Tim, the last caller.
Hey, can you hear me?
How are you, Amar?
Come on, bring
I'm
some
good.
sense.
How are you, mate?
Bring some sense.
I'll bring some sense into this debate. I think a lot of England fans, or so-called fans who've been called this line, have been mean about the result. Listen, end of the day, mate, we've won, right? And it was a great finish from Watkins. And the reason I called is because I wanted to say the pub I was in, right, when Watkins was, he was warming up and everyone's like, oh, not Watkins, bring on Ivan Toney, right? He's good for the penalties, right? Everyone was assuming that the game's just going to end a draw in extra time and go straight to penalties. But who
was assuming that?
A lot of my friends and people from the reaction at the pub I was at in Richmond. But yeah, no, honestly, I think it was Ivan Toney's goal, his penalty from the last game, where it was like a no-look goal. Everyone just loved that aura about him and decided, like, hey, listen, we need him again. All right, Watkins has.
I question, Emma. I question your friends. If you're knocking around with people who prefer a no-look penalty to somebody who can do the business. Actually, in open play.
Are you saying Watkins can do the business? I mean, I don't think Watkins done any business in the Euros as of just today, in my opinion. Right? Actually, no, he hasn't.
It was quite good though, getting England to the final, wasn't it?
Listen, I'm ecstatic, but that's my point, right? I was saying, like, everyone's been a bit, slightly dampening the mood on England getting there. Listen, we're there. It's incredible. It's like, listen, let's hope against Spain. I mean, you've heard about Al Morata he had an incident with a cameraman, which is very unfortunate. But I'd argue he's been one of their best players.
Oh, Amar, your line's just dropping there. Your line's just dropping. Thank you so much for the call. Amar, 08285.
Is there anybody out there, Rob? Seriously, because everybody, I can understand there's a lot of excitement in the country. Is there anybody out there? Can somebody come on and tell me why England will beat Spain on Sunday?
Yeah. Are you getting the call up for the final on 5 Live?
I think so. I think
wow.
Yeah, I think I'm here till Monday.
Wow, congratulations.
That's what I've been told, but I've been dropped before, Rob. Wouldn't be the first time, would it?
But you've not been dropped, are you really? Because you've not done an England game yet, so you're getting promoted. 08285.
Yeah, but who's the best team in the tournament? Spain. Done lots of Spanish games.
Chris, how are you? Not you, Chris. The other Chris.
Hi,
this Chris. How are you, Chris?
I'm doing very well, thanks, guys. Yeah, great. Well, first of all, obviously delighted with the result. Every Englishman is delighted with the result. I think we have to be honest. I think that's probably the best rub of the green we've had with a referee for a very long time. Whether he went in there with that Jude Bellingham situation hanging over him, he did seem like a bit of a homer if he was on, for the home team, so to speak. Because I felt we got the rub of the green with that. I thought that the penalty decision was very fortunate.
How is he a homer if he's
that
German and he's giving England the decisions? You can't see that.
I think without
sense.
Without dwelling on that point too much, I felt that he definitely favoured England if you were looking at it through Dutch eyes. The penalty was fortunate. I think we could argue for a long time about whether it was, whether it wasn't. I would suggest probably 90% of people think it was never a penalty. I completely agree with you. And I felt that changed the game in the first half.
90%. You can't just pluck a number. 90% of people.
99.
99. I was being generous with 90. So anyway, I felt that changed the momentum. The Dutch felt hard done by. We pressed on, did very well. I think that's probably the best 45 minutes that England have played since the first 13 minutes against Serbia in the first game. I think we've been dreadful since then. And I think without that penalty, things could be very different. The second half proved it. The Dutch did what teams do against us, or good teams do against us. Slowly pressed, slowly took advantage. They soaked up some pressure, realised we weren't that good, pushed on. Van Dijk, very unfortunate that he didn't get better contact, and obviously Pickford, who I think has been very good for us this tournament again, made an excellent save, and we relied on a moment of individual brilliance. But I'm not trying to put a down on it. I think I am so delighted, and everything that we've done under Gareth has been brilliant. But I still don't think, and I've been trying to think about it, that we have got a top nation scalp in a major tournament under our belt. We have been unbelievably fortunate with the draws that we've had, and we've taken advantage of them. And I'm not saying that's easy, because we've lost to Iceland and Romania and things in previous years, and Gareth has to be commended. But we are dealing with a very talented group of lads as well.
So do you think Gareth should have gone to UEFA and said that UEFA, we're really unhappy that we've got a good side of the draw. Can we possibly go on the difficult side?
No, I mean we're England. We couldn't do that. We'll lose. And that's proven by history. We haven't beaten the top nation. We have not beaten the top nation. On paper, we should have beaten the Dutch. They bring on Weghorst up front. A guy who's on Burnley and on the fringe of the Manchester United team, and that's their striker. Ake and Van Dijk at the back, they'd walk into our team. But beyond that, on paper, we should be beating the Dutch. And it's one thing saying it in football; it's another thing actually doing it. And we've done it. But I don't think it takes away from the poor performances that we've had, and the fact that we've had to have Bellingham and Saka in individual moments of brilliance to drag us to this point. So I'm delighted. We go against Spain as underdogs. If this is Gareth's moment to get a big scalp against a top nation, against a team that should beat us on paper, which I believe they should, then I'll eat my words. But up until this point, I haven't seen anything that makes me massively confident.
Okay, Chris. Well,
but
Chris,
it's the final.
Ring back on Sunday after the final.
I hope I do, and I hope I will be smiling. I'll be eating my words. Hopefully,
okay. Chris, thank you. Thank you so much for the call.
I think that's a really interesting call, Rob, because there still seems to be a lot of the callers. They still remarkably seem pretty. Is underwhelmed, right?
That makes me laugh. I think you've been guilty of this. When people have said, "Well, Portugal won it without playing well," nobody remembers that. Well, obviously everybody remembers it because everybody goes on about it. Portugal didn't play well, but they won it, so everybody remembers it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Husmul, how are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
What did you make it tonight, Husmul?
I mean, it's fine. We won. That's the main thing. And I don't agree with anybody else. I think Kane should start the final. I don't even think it's a question.
Totally agree.
And so tell us why, in your opinion. I think myself and Robbie, we both agree with what you're saying. Tell us why then, Husmul, Kane should start.
I mean, obviously I'm a Spurs fan, so this just reminds me of 2019 and the Champions League final. Should Kane start? Should he not start? And obviously that was completely different. We didn't win, that's fine. But I've seen Kane play for Tottenham. I've seen him play for absolutely horrible Tottenham teams where he's just out of nowhere in a flash of brilliance, he'll score. He'll literally turn the game around just by himself. It's just you can't drop him. You can't drop him. It's just as simple as that.
Because for that final in the Champions League, he'd been injured, hadn't he, Husmul?
Yes, yeah.
This is different. I agree. I totally agree. He has to start. He's the captain. I think he's a joint top scorer. He works hard. It was a great penalty. He's the leader. And you heard, I don't know if you heard his interview afterwards, I think it was with John Murray, saying about the team, and he was delighted for Ollie Watkins. He was the first onto the pitch to congratulate him. So you can just see the team spirit, and he's a team player.
Can I just, Husmul, can I ask you a quick question just about your team Spurs and next season? How do you think they're going to fare under Big Ange? Good first season.
I think we'll win.
Do you think you'll?
Pardon?
I think we can win. I think we have just as good of a chance.
What do you think, Rob?
No, I don't think Spurs will win the league, no.
I mean, if you asked me 2 seasons ago, I wouldn't have said that, but I think we can.
Okay, Husmo, thank you so much for the call. Have you got time
You're
to
quite
squeeze
negative, right? Is this the way you feel about...
just brought
Is this the way you feel about
England
Mac? Are you taking this negative mindset into Macclesfield? Next season we can't win.
The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606. England fans, get your calls in now. 08085 909 693. I think we're going to stay a little bit longer tonight, Christopher, as well. Around about 20 past 12. Yeah, because
what at our age?
Yeah, you're an hour ahead, so you'll be up a bit late tonight, Christopher, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so I'm in Berlin, Rob. Warm evening. Be hotter on Sunday.
Are you there already? Oh, you've had the nod early then.
Travelled across with Ian Dennis, nodded off on the train. He was chatting to us. I love that.
And I seen, BBC 5 Live, I think it was, on social media saying that you're getting on really well with him. You had your arm around him. I got a bit jealous, I must admit.
Did you? Oh
yeah.
I'll give you a hug.
Yeah.
And we had producer George. He likes his grub, George. I tell you, blimey, tucking into a hot dog last night.
08085 909 693. Right then, Chris, let's go to Jack. How are you, Jack?
I'm well. How are you, Robbie?
Yeah, we're good. Thanks, Jack. Go on then, Jack. England in the final. Good. Go on. What a night.
It's amazing. It's so good, but I'm just so torn. I think the person before last said it. It's just uninspiring and makes you think, how can we win on Sunday? But I was thinking to myself whilst I was waiting, I've been watching Derby all season and I never came away thinking, oh, that was great. But we kept pulling wins out. The defence was great. I think it was like the best in the league. We just got goals out of nothing. And whether we can do that on Sunday, I'm so torn. I don't know. But I also struggle with some of the praise that Gareth's getting. I feel like tonight was a performance that we should have had a couple of times at least already this tournament. I don't know about you guys.
That's a bit disingenuous, isn't it? I mean, because my angle on Gareth is that he has been absolutely panned on 606 in the group stage. We had, and it wasn't; these weren't isolated callers calling for Gareth to be sacked, to go. So when he gets things right, which England did tonight, then we have to praise him, right? We have to praise him.
Yeah.
And yet, so why is there this reluctance then not to give him credit where credit's due? Because he nailed everything tonight.
You're probably right. I think it's. I guess one thing would be some of the praise bringing on Ollie Watkins with 10 minutes to go. I mean, bringing on a striker when you need a goal to me is pretty standard to me. Also, some of the kind of stuff about Harry Kane, I get it. He's not going to leave him out for the final. I get that, but he has struggled. Like, to me, yeah, he's top scorer for us, obviously. But does Watkins and Tony not score those goals in those positions? I don't think so. I feel Tony's a very similar player to Kane. He obviously drops deep better than those guys, but I think he had his chance to make a change in the third game of the group game, and he didn't. So he's not going to change it. He's going to stick with Kane.
Do we have to look? Cause you made some really interesting points, but do we have to look at Harry Kane and his consistency in terms of his goal scoring over his career, over the seasons, over this last season in the Bundesliga? Barrel-load of goals, 36. Ollie Watkins, good season.
Yeah.
Ivan Toney. He had a difficult start to the season, didn't he? He didn't play, and then later on in the season he did okay. He got the nod to play for England, but I really don't get this Toney over Kane debate. I do not understand that. I understand I understand people who are talking about Watkins being a different type of player to Kane, and that to some extent, but the Toney over Kane debate, I mean, that's a non-starter for me.
You really think? I just think he's so similar, but he's got that bit of youth. I get it. Kane has obviously been very consistent, but he's played in a very good team, arguably, and Tony's played No disrespect, but
it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in a million years that Tony starts at a Kane. So it's a pointless debate. It's not going to happen.
True, very true.
Yeah. Jack, thank you. Yeah, okay. Jack, thank you so much.
I was just going to ask Jack about Derby County next season.
But let's move
Sorry,
on.
Jack.
Stuart, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks, mate. Yeah, how are you two?
Yeah,
we're
not going to happen,
we're
is it?
both delighted. We're both delighted, myself and Rob. Aren't we, Rob?
No, I'm delighted for Gareth Southgate. Listen, proud Welsh. I wanted to see England in the final, Chris. I told you that, and I'm glad they're in the final.
Do you hope they win it, Rob? Do you hope they go on
I hope
and
they
win
do,
it?
yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Good.
Stu, do you?
I think, I do. I do think they can win it. Yeah, I think my point is the reason I've called in tonight is, I think you just mentioned it, Chris, is that Gareth Southgate has been panned on 606 for the last however many weeks for the tournament, and personally, I don't get it, because for me, football is about one thing: it's about winning. I don't care whether we play well or however we play. If it's lumping the ball up to someone and we win it 1-0, whatever, I want to see England win and I want to see them get through. And if you think about like the tournaments pre-Southgate, we couldn't even get out of the groups, and now we're getting to finals, semi-finals consistently. I just don't understand this whole negativity around Gareth, really, because people saying, "Oh, well, I would have bought on Watkins earlier." Well, then the situation might not have played out how it played out.
So here's one for you. Stuart, here's one for you, and Chris. You've listened to 606 all the way through the tournament, and Stu as well, because you can tell.
Yeah.
When people have rang up, Chris, and if Gareth Southgate wins the Euros, yeah, and it would be unbelievable, and you've mentioned it, he's done unbelievably well, right? People will still say that Gareth Southgate, even if he wins the Euros, would never manage a City, a Liverpool, a top team. He would manage a Fulham, a Bournemouth. Why is that?
My view is that I think international football is different than managing a club. I'm not sure that's how Gareth necessarily works, but he might do. He might come in, he had the experience at Middlesbrough, but that was a long time ago. So he may come in and do a different job. It's not to say he wouldn't. I mean, I hear a lot about as well, like players, why doesn't Foden play like he does for England for Man City? Because there's different players around him. It's that simple. So you don't really know what a guy's going to do with the players around him. But
do you think it will be his last game, Stuart and Chris? Do you think it will be Gareth Southgate's last game as an England manager, regardless of the results on Sunday?
Yes.
Chris?
Yeah.
Let me have a think about that, Rob. Give us a couple of days.
Yeah, I just think.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think I get the feeling. He made the comment about having the beer thrown at him, and that I think he's getting to the point where he's probably had enough of the job.
That's a great point, and it's interesting tonight, isn't it? And the England fans after the game, Sweet Caroline. It was only a few games ago where there were England fans chucking beer at the England manager, and he was actually he came out swinging, Gareth, didn't he? Talking about that particular incident. He's really passionate and upset. I mean, this is a guy who deserves so much better, and we are both delighted for him, Rob.
Yes,
with the result.
100%.
He's a good man.
Yeah. Max, how are you?
Hi, boys.
Hi, Max.
Harry Kane, Max, has to start. Not even a debate.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Harry Kane, I don't know if you guys recall it, but in the last Euro final, Harry Kane and Jordan Henderson were probably the two most negative players on the pitch on that particular day. They were playing back passes. They were constantly just putting pressure back on the team.
Harry Kane was playing back passes.
Right, I'll explain to you.
At the last Euros final, is that what you just said?
Yes. I mean, the thing about Harry Kane is it goes back to his pace. Harry Kane's pace off the ball and his movement off the ball is very weak in comparison to other players. Even like, for example, Ollie Watkins, the style of run that Ollie Watkins made to make that goal, Cole Palmer saw him and made that pass. But that's the exact type of run that Harry Kane should be making throughout the game.
I would say Harry Kane's movement's pretty good, scoring 36 goals last season. I think as a forward, Chris, his movement must be pretty good.
I get what you're saying about 36 goals, but my point goes back to the same thing. It's 36 goals against teams that have players here that would not even get into the international football team.
No. Disagree. Let me just stop you there. Borussia Dortmund got to the Champions League final. Bayer Leverkusen got to the Europa League final. And that's without Bayern Munich. So that's a little bit disrespectful to the Bundesliga.
No, I'm not disrespecting Harry Kane, but what I'm saying is this. I'm saying Harry Kane is a brilliant footballer. But what I'm saying is that Gareth Southgate, even if he can only get 70 minutes out of him, where he's got fast-paced running off the ball, he's making them diagonal runs, he's given the midfield players the opportunity to pass the ball to him, to try to get a goal out of him. What's happening is, and I was watching this game with my sons, and I was trying to explain to them why Harry Kane is dropping deep. But every time he's dropping deep, I don't know if you were watching very carefully, but Jude Bellingham was having to pick up his spot and was having to go into that number 7 position of trying to score a goal, whereas really it should be Harry Kane doing all that. The point being is it goes back to what Gary Lineker said, is that Harry Kane needs to put more trust in his midfield players. He needs to show that trust in that I'm here for you. Just give me the ball, give me that diagonal ball, and I'll bang it in the back of the net. Now, if you go back to what he scored, Harry Kane, he scored 1 tap in and a penalty, but he's not scored anything which is away from the 16-yard box. Or even a long range shot. He's not even had an attempt on goal.
Harry Kane's joint top scorer in the tournament,
and he scored more goals for England than Gary Lineker.
Yes, he has scored more goals. But the thing is it goes. You guys were talking about this here about would Gareth Southgate be considered the greatest manager? No, because the style of football that used to be played back in them days. For example, the penalty that was given today. There is no chance on earth. Back in '66, that would have been given a penalty.
Shouldn't have been, Max. I agree with you. Shouldn't have been given today, Max. Shouldn't have been given today, Max.
Why are you comparing that to '66? I don't quite get that. The penalty was awarded. There've been a history of penalties over the years which have been awarded.
Your question was, would Gareth Southgate be considered the greatest manager of England? No, he won't, because the style of football and the way the football was played back in them days, you kicking lumps out of each other and you wouldn't even get a foul for it. Nowadays, it's just basically a quick touching on the floor. Don't get me wrong, I was delighted for Harry Kane to put that on the back of the net. I'm a big fan of him banging the goal.
Max, would you start Harry Kane then Sunday?
100%. But I would say that Harry Kane needs to be given that free roll from Gareth Southgate, that make them diagonal runs, go charging at the ball, drag the Spanish defence back. Because don't get me wrong, Spain is a brilliant team, but Spain is a brilliant team because they play a very compact style of football. If Harry Kane does not take the defence back, does not keep pushing them back, they will just play pocket football, and England won't even have a chance. Because you saw what happened in second half when they took Phil Foden out of the game in the second half, where Ronald Koeman put more players in the midfield and Phil Foden couldn't even get a touch of the ball. That's exactly what Spain will do. The only way to counter that is to put pressure on their defence, to say to Harry Kane, hang off the last man.
But Max, he took Foden off and he took Kane off. He put Palmer and Watkins on, and Palmer set up to go for Watkins, so he got it right.
That's my point. My point is that if he's going to play Harry Kane, he's got to say to Harry Kane, you've got to give us them diagonal runs, you've got to give us that pace, you've got to give us that run, you've got to give us that opportunity to get the midfielders to play the ball to you. And if that means you only get 70 minutes out of Harry Kane and only Watkins comes on for 20 minutes, so be it. But at least you get the best of Harry Kane for 70 minutes. What's happening is we gain 85 minutes of Harry Kane, of him just plodding along, and every time he drops deep, he's coasting. There's no pace. It's like when back in the days when Wayne Rooney was playing in that position. Wayne Rooney would come charging to the back, and he'll get the ball and go charging back out. Harry Kane doesn't do that. He coasts in and out, and he puts pressure on the team.
You've made that point very, very well.
Yeah. So play Kane for 70 minutes, give everything, and bring on Watkins. Thanks for the call, Max. Neil, how are you?
Yeah, good evening, gents. How are you?
Good evening.
Yeah, well, we are both delighted. England are in a major final again. So what did you make of all the whinging about Harry Kane? Harry Kane is the new Gareth Southgate. He's taking a bit of a kicking tonight, unfairly so.
How can you? I mean, he's our captain. You know what I mean? So don't get me wrong. The way we've played the first group stages, round of 16, blah de blah, we were poor, but he's done a job. I think a lot of these people ringing tonight, I think they've been sniffing the socks. I think there's something wrong with them. But,
are you a snock? Are you a sock sniffer?
What?
Sniffing the socks. Sniffing the
What's
socks.
a snock? Are you a snock sniffer?
Are you a sock sniffer?
A snock. So yeah, just going. Listen, he's done brilliant. We as English people, I don't know why we do it. We build all these people up, and then we knock them down. Can't understand it myself.
There is a lot of that, isn't there?
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I've been following. I'm a Manchester United fan. I live in Stretford. I followed England in the 80s. Been abroad all over the place. Last Euros was 1988, obviously in Germany, where I was a serving soldier over there at the time. So yeah, you can't. Tournament football is a different kettle of fish altogether.
And I mean, if you, I don't know if you've watched the whole tournament, Neil, or every game or not, but that there haven't been. I think one criticism of the tournament is a lot of the bigger teams. They haven't really found their form. I think we've seen Spain perform better than anybody else. We've seen Germany. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, Germany got Spain, and that was an outstanding game. But a big criticism of the French team, Didier Deschamps, has been how poorly they've played with the elite players that he has to work with.
Definitely so. But I mean, if you look at the other sort of teams like the Turks, I mean, where did they get their energy from? I mean, they were all over the place, up, down, left, right, centre, here, there, and everywhere. But when you look at this tournament football, like you say, how can these people be slagging off Kane? He's joint top scorer. Bellingham only has to score one more. He's another joint goal scorer. So whoever wins, the Golden Boot, Kane only has to score one in the final, and that'll do me.
Well, Neil, thank you for the call, Neil. So many calls tonight, Chrissy. So you're not a snock sniffer, no?
Let's hope. What's the time?
It is late. It's
10 to 1 in Berlin, Rob. And forgive me for being a snock sniffer.
Tim, how are you, Tim?
Yeah, good. I've not been sniffing any snocks today.
Have you? You're better than that, Tim. Come on. Then. What? So come on then, Tim.
Well, I think, Chris, did you ask the question earlier? Why does anybody think maybe we could go on to beat Spain?
Yes, yeah, because Spain, I think most balanced people who watch football would think that's going to be a tough ask with the way that they have played the players they have.
Yeah, and I would agree with you there. It will be a tough ask, but I'll tell you the reason why I think we can go on to beat Spain is for one simple reason, and that's because this one feels different, boys. Being a England fan in this tournament, I have never had this feeling before. We're not the guys who last-minute goals, who score the bicycle kicks, or we even win penalty shootouts, or even play bang average and still keep progressing. It's just, this isn't a feeling that any of us ever had watching England play before. It just feels very different, and for that reason, I'm back in England on Sunday.
So even if it goes to penalties, Chris, you look at the penalties. Look at the 5 they took in the quarter-final. You look at Kane's penalty tonight. If it went to penalties, you would fancy England as well.
I said this to you. I said this to Rob the other night. Why are you doing that, Rob? You are Jonah-ing England.
No, I'm not. The penalties were unbelievable. No, I really think, as Tim is saying, Tim makes some great points. If you'd have had to penalties, the last-minute goal from Bellingham in spectacular style, the fortunate penalty tonight. Listen, 99% of people. Tim, just well on that. You didn't think it was a penalty, did you?
No, that would that was that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, exactly.
That is the decision that goes the other way for England.
Correct.
Every time. Like we've seen loads of them over the tournament.
So what you're saying then, Tim, is the name on the trophy, Tim?
This is Tim.
It's already home.
There's no science, Tim, behind your belief. This is a written in the stars moment for you, isn't it? It just smells right. It just sniffs right.
Like those snocks.
Socks. I'll sniff plenty of socks if we're winning Sunday. But it is, it just feels very different. And look, I felt like a lot of people have felt about Gareth Southgate through this tournament. I don't know whether I wanted to give him a bit of stick or to get his name tattooed on my arm, because it's a strange one. Watching England when they've got all the talent they have. I mean, arguably four of those players are Man City players. Cole Palmer has played, so for Man City, I don't think many people would argue aren't the best team in the world at the moment. And then if you take that, we've got four.
They're not the best team in the world.
All right, they're a very good team, and they play very attacking, pressing football. And then, so if you take four players who've been used to playing under Pep there, people are wondering why, when you then add in Jude Bellingham and Kane and a bunch of other array of other good talent, why aren't they playing the way that we're used to seeing attacking and very good teams play? So I've been in that same camp where I'm confused watching that team, but ultimately, this is maybe Gareth's job is just to make those players feel really good. And if you ever listen to them in interviews, they all feel that they love playing for him. And
yeah, they do, Tim. They do, Tim. Yeah, they do, Tim. Thank you so much. I'll tell you what, Chris, I'll give you credit. Yeah, I've watched every show, listened to radio stations, listened to everything, and I reckon that you have been the most consistent from the start of the talk about Southgate being positive, and I really think that. And listen, like you are when you've got friends like Big Ange, you're consistent about him, but with Southgate you have been the most consistent person from the first kick they've had in this tournament. I've got to give you credit for that.
And the only reason, Rob, is because
he lives next door to you.
Lives at the bottom of my garden in a cottage. But same as you, and a lot of players. You don't have to just be have played football, but any sport. It's about the players know they haven't played well, but they know their potential is so much greater, but they're finding a way to win. That's a big thing in sport, isn't it? And then you think, well, blimey, just imagine if it does click. And I thought tonight it clicked for England, and England have got some tremendous players. You match them up against Spain. And yet, I mean, that if you were to pick a team out of the English team and the Spanish team, I mean, that would
more
be
more England players in it.
Do you know what? We're on Saturday, aren't we?
Oh, why do we do that?
Why don't we? Yeah, why don't we? And let's not
do that.
Chat to each other.
Okay.
But honestly, but Spain have been phenomenal, haven't they?
Let's do that. Let's do that on social as well. You know, let's get the combined England Spain team for the final. Wow, I think there'll be more England players. Sebastian, how are you?
Hi there, Robbie. Hi there, Chris. How are you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
Very good.
Good. I thought I'd call up and talk a little bit about strategy, because a lot of the callers tonight have been talking about tactics, and if you look down that avenue, you'd see why you want Harry Kane off. But I'm definitely on the Gareth Southgate train, because he's a strategist, and this is modern international football. You have to have a strategy. And the Netherlands' strategy tonight was to keep amending the formation till you have it, and in the second half they found a formation that was going to put pressure. England's strategy throughout this whole tournament has been have the team on there that's going to wear the opposition out, and when there's a part of the pitch that's looking tired, you've got all these amazing substitutes that can come on and run at them, run in between the defenders, and then see if they can grab that goal. And by God, it's a risky strategy, but it's working. And it's worked tonight as well. They saw Phil Foden absolutely tearing apart the right-hand side, and they saw at some point, Phil Foden can now come off because they're tired, and we can bring on Cole Palmer. Ollie Watkins can now run at the centre of defence because Harry Kane isn't going to have the pace now, and it just worked. I think
it's really interesting that you say that. So you think that's planned?
Yes, I think this. If you've been watching the whole tournament, this has been the plan, and it's worked sometimes. It's not worked others. It's horrible, terrible to watch as a fan because everything happened in the last 5-10 minutes. My question really is would that strategy work against Spain? And I'm really concerned it probably wouldn't, because they are a very fit team. There's going to be no point where you look at a particular part of that team and think, okay, they're tired now, we can start running at them. Is that strategy going to work?
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Chris. Yeah, Sebastian, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. When Spain played, I think you did the game, was it Georgia? When Georgia took the lead.
4-1. Georgia took the lead.
Yeah, took the lead. And then there was times in that first half where they were running at them and they looked dangerous, Georgia. They could have got a second. Will Spain's style suit England?
I mean,
they knew they were going to win it. They knew they were going to win the game. Correct. But will Spain play their same style, be expansive against England? Because that might suit England.
But the Spanish team under De La Fuente this tournament, they're actually different to Spanish teams of the past in that they haven't always dominated possession. I think there are 2 games, I can't remember which 2. Croatia was one of them. Well, I think Germany was the other one, where Croatia and Germany had more possession than Spain, but Spain still won those games. So they can play in different guises. They play in different ways, and that's the beauty of them. They have the 2 young wingers, Williams and Yamal. The midfielders, Rodri and Ruiz, Rob. I mean, you'd appreciate them as players. I mean, they've got a lovely balance, and then they lose Pedri, and they've got Dani Olmo who's come in, and he looks unbelievable. And the other thing,
Morata, will he be fit, Chris? You think?
Yeah, I was going to say about Morata as well.
Go on.
That Morata against France, he was probably their best defender. He was running up and down that pitch and getting high praise, and then when Harry Kane does it, we all criticise him for doing it.
Good point.
Seb, thank you so much for the call. Quick reminder that Chris and I will be back with 606 on Saturday between 6 and 8, taking all your calls ahead of the Euro final.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
Amazing, I could cry. It's just fantastic. It's perfect there, and this is what it does to you. This is what football does to you.
Who am I starting, Chris? Up top?
Yep.
Not Kane.
Peter, so you would play Tony over Kane and Watkins, who both scored tonight.
I would, yes. After 6 games, he's had 6 attempts on target and 4 off target.
Are you Statman Peter?
Well, why not? I think I do very good on with Statman Dave, if I'm honest.
I cannot believe people having a go at Gareth Southgate for bringing Watkins on in the 79th minute. He scored the winning goal. What has he got to do, this man? It's ridiculous.
What I don't understand is all these callers that are calling in, talking about Tony Watkins starting the final. Have they gone mad?
I've seen Kane play for Tottenham. I've seen him play for absolutely horrible Tottenham teams where he's just, out of nowhere, in like a flash of brilliance, he'll score. He'll literally turn the game around just by himself. It's just you can't drop him.
The penalty was fortunate. I think we could argue for a long time about whether it was, whether it wasn't. I would suggest probably 90% of people think it was never a penalty. I completely agree with you. And I felt that changed the game in the first half.
90%. You can't just pluck a number 90% of people.
99, I'd say.
99. I was being generous with 90.
This isn't a feeling that any of us ever had watching England play before. It just feels very different, and for that reason I'm back in England on Sunday. And look, I felt like a lot of people have felt about Gareth Southgate through this tournament. I don't know whether I wanted to give him a bit of stick or to get his name tattooed on my arm.
Surely he has to go down as the most successful England manager of all time now.
No, Sal Ramsey is, because he won the World Cup.
No, because that's all he did. That's all he did.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Yeah, welcome back to 606. Great edit there from Dave, one of the production staff. A fellow Welshman, Chris, who was still with me. Never a penalty that was, and Dave was raging. But well done, Dave. That was a great montage, wasn't it, Christopher?
Yeah, very good. Was a penalty, though. Got a wasp come into my room.
90969. CJ, how
Hello,
are you?
Ella. I'm great. How are both of you? I know you're probably up late past your bedtime.
Yeah, I've got a wasp which has come into my room in Berlin. You can't just come in.
I hope you survive.
CJ.
I hope you survive. My point was I wanted to ask you both a question. Now, at the end of the day, results don't lie, and England are in the final. So we can't complain, and you can't look a gift horse in the mouth when it comes to the draw or anything like that. But some of the decisions, for example, say Saka at fullback, leads me to the question that I want to ask you both, which is, has Southgate given in to media and some of the pressure from what the fans are saying? Because Ian Wright mentioned Saka at fullback, and then we see him there, and the fans have been asking to see more of Cole Palmer and to see more of Watkins. So yes, he's making those decisions, but compared to what he thought was his best squad, his best starting 11 at the start of the tournament, do you think he's given in to some of that fan pressure or that media pressure to see other players on the pitch?
So you think Gareth Southgate would actually cave in because of what the media have said, what pundits have said? Come on, that's not. He's managed for too long to succumb to what people in the media have said.
Well, all you guys have experience as well, and the truth is we're seeing those decisions. So we've seen Saka at fullback, we've seen Ollie Watkins and Tony get more time, and the truth is, I'm not the biggest fan of Kane when it comes to the structure of the team, but you have to start him at the end of the day. But
just remember, CJ, you ask a valid question, but I think if you're a management team and you let social media, pundits, media influence your decisions, you may as well not be a manager. I think, and let's not forget, Gareth Southgate is a football fan as well, and all his coaching staff will be, so they might be seeing the same things as us, and probably are.
Exactly, and you know what? That's a great point as well. So two things could be true at the same time. But I look at things like Gallagher getting minutes first, when a lot of people was like, when it comes to the profile, Kobbie Mainoo should have been starting, who's been a revolution since he's been playing. And you look at, for example, especially Kobbie Mainoo, he should have been starting from the beginning. But we haven't seen Trent again, we haven't seen Gallagher again. And I could be wrong, but my opinion is a lot of the times at international tournaments, the team you see start probably the first game is who you probably think your best 11 is. And obviously, as it's gone on, we've seen more of these other players that have come through.
As well. Do you know the biggest thing is this as well? Everybody, and this is why we love football, Chris is watching that wasp in his room. I can see him on Zoom. Yeah, everybody has got an opinion on football. Everybody thinks, I've watched the game tonight in a bar here. Everybody thinks they know better. Everybody thinks they can pick the better team. Everybody thinks they can do better substitutions. But there's only one person that counts, and that's the manager who knows better than anybody because he's getting it right.
Absolutely.
No,
totally agree.
Yeah, CJ's gone. Yeah, CJ's gone. We've seen it, Chris. You know that what you are you okay? I'm watching Chris on Zoom now. There's a wasp in the room. Okay. Not happy there. Yeah. Okay, Luke, how are you?
How you doing, lads? You all right?
How are you?
All right. Yes. Good.
Yeah. I've got a question for Robbie actually.
Yeah.
I think Southgate's been great, but my him lad for nadai mi and willy me Chantorion and Wogyon free.
Obviously, you're a Welsh.
That's lovely. What is it?
Lou, yeah.
So here's one for you two. What about your new manager?
Who?
Craig Bellamy. That's
your man from Iceland. Oh, he's managing.
No, Craig Bellamy. Who is it?
Hang on a minute. You just spelled it out.
You just sang the Welsh national anthem. The Welsh manager has been named today.
Who is it? Bellamy.
Yeah, Craig Bellamy.
Yes. Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
What is going on there?
Alex, how are you?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Yeah,
good.
I'm
good,
okay,
thanks.
but Chris is. If you can hear rattling around in the background, Chris is trying to move away from the wasp in his room in Berlin. So,
This
Alex,
is tricky.
Yeah. Go on, Alex.
Go on,
yeah,
Alex.
sorry. So I thought the performance today was so much better, especially in the first half. And you would say the performances up to this point have been fairly sort of stodgy. But what you would say is this team knows how to win, and they get across the line one way or another. And I think if this was another team, if this was the Germans or Portuguese, who were just getting across the line and knew how to win, I think there'd be endless praise for them. But because it's England, I think because it's Southgate, because there's a bit of a narrative in the media, I think it's difficult to overcome that. But we do know how to win. It's a group of players who know how to win and been successful at the club level. Obviously, it's going to be a really difficult game against a quality team on Sunday. But I think back to the FA Cup final, City, United. I mean, City.
One-off game, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, one-off game. Fantastic throughout the entire season. And United going into the game were, fairly dreadful, well off form. But, yeah, it's a one-off game. And, anything can happen. I do worry slightly about Harry Kane. I am a Spurs fan, and I have memories of the Champions League final and watching him running through Treacle.
He was injured. He was injured, wasn't he? He was injured. It was different.
Yeah, and I know he's been banging in the goals for Bayern. A lot of those goals came in the first half of the season. He picked up an injury towards the end of the season, missed a couple of weeks, and I don't know if he's managed to play himself into fitness. He still doesn't look quite right.
So what would you'd make a change then? Would you?
I mean, that's such a tough one, isn't it? Because this, Harry is the all-time English goal scorer, but I just think Watkins does offer something different. It's also a squad game, and there's 5 subs. You can bring Harry on in the 60th, 70th minute.
But let's be fair. Gareth Southgate is not going to drop his captain. You imagine he leaves his captain out, a guy, as Chris says, scored endless amount of goals. He's England's, one of England's greatest ever goal scorers. Is he the greatest ever goal scorer? He is, Chris, isn't he? He's got the most goals, isn't he, for England?
I'm more worried about this wasp in the room.
You imagine Gareth Southgate left him out in the final and England lost.
You're right. So what I'd like to see, Gareth just be a little bit braver with his subs and just bring him off a little earlier if he sees him struggling. I think he's not played fantastically well this tournament, but he's still got three goals, hasn't he?
That's the whole thing with him. You can't write. We can't write Harry Kane off. Earlier on in the tournament it was Gareth Southgate, and now it's Harry Kane getting savage.
Here's one for you, Chris. At the start of last season, if you'd have said Harry Kane's going to go to Bayern Munich and the only trophy he'll win is the Euros, what would you have said?
That's amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. Yeah, good shout. Yeah, could win a trophy on German soil. Hasn't Bayern.
Yeah, Christopher. Chris, how are you? Not Chris Sutton. Chris.
Hello.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
How are you?
All right there. Yeah. I just wanted to phone up to think about West Midland football. How good it is suddenly. Because you've got the 2 Claret and Blue boys. Gareth Southgate played for the Villa years ago. And then you got the lad from the Small Heath Alliance who now plays in Germany and who does the job.
You there, Chris? So I'm just saying, Chris. Chris is going after the wasp. You're right there, Chris.
No, just got the wasp. Just flick the wasp out. That's gone.
You put him out.
Yeah, he's gone.
Good. What was your point, Chris? Sorry about that, Chris.
Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I was worried about the wasp. No, I was just saying, but singing the praises of West Midland football. Suddenly, you've got all these Manchester fans phoning up and Spurs fans phoning up, but the West Midland boys are doing the job. You got the 2 from the Villa. Southgate is the manager who played for the Villa. You've got the lad from Small Heath Alliance who now plays in Germany. West Midland football is better than you'd think, and we're going to beat Spain on Sunday.
And you've got myself and Rob, former West Midlands players. Rob Birmingham, myself Birmingham City, and Aston Villa.
There you go. So there you are. It's all pointing the right way, and we are going to do Spain on Sunday because they're nothing.
Oof, they're nothing. Fighting talk, Chris. Well done, Chris. Thank you so much for the call. Jack, how are you?
Hey, Robbie. How's it going?
All right, Jack.
Yeah, how you doing? You good?
Are you happy? Are you a happy Jack?
I'm ecstatic. Yeah, it was great. We were in the Euros final. How was everybody not absolutely buzzing about this? We've had some hard games. I think against Slovakia, it was. I mean, we were a bit lucky, weren't we? Bellingham scored an extraordinary goal. But isn't that what international football is about? It's about defending well for the most part, not letting too many goals go, and then those moments of magic from brilliant players. And that's what we've done through the last 3 knockout rounds. What is there not to celebrate about? I think we can do Spain. We can suck the life out of them. We can use our moments of magic from players like Foden, Saka, Bellingham, Kane. We've got it in us to win it, absolutely.
And you'd like to see Harry Kane start because there's a lot of people have called in tonight, got doubts about Harry Kane. Do you doubt Harry Kane, Jack?
Absolutely not. I think it's crazy that people are doubting Harry Kane. This guy is an elite player. I mean, he has done everything in the Premier League apart from win with Tottenham, but that's another thing. But he scores goals. He's an amazing player. He ties defenders out. He really puts pressure on the defence. And I think Southgate made the absolute right decision in bringing Watkins on when he did. Watkins, all credit to him, amazing player. That finish was a 1 in 10, 1 in 20. It was a magic finish, if we're completely honest. If he tries that another 10 times, he might not be getting that right into the corner at that angle like he
Chris,
did.
was that just was that just instinctive, Chris? So as a forward in that position, Chris, he's a great turn. Has he picked that corner out, Chris, or has he just hit it across the goal?
I mean, as you well know, Rob, you do hundreds as a. Well, I mean, you're a midfielder, but strikers do hundreds of shooting sessions, don't they? Different angles, and he has that awareness, doesn't he? Where, I mean, it was a brilliant finish, brilliant, instinctive, I think, but
it was
through practice. And Jack, give us a score then for Sunday in Berlin. What do you think?
The final.
Yep.
2-1 England. We're going to do it. We're going to suck the life out of Spain. We're going to make it really hard for them. Our defence is top quality. We've got some of the players of the best teams in Europe. We're going to make it hard for them. Okay. It's going to go to the end. It's going to go to the wire, and moments of magic are going to win it for us. We're going to win 2-1.
Jack, 2-1. Jack says, Colin, you got the last word.
Wow, how are you doing, guys? You must be must be knackered.
You've got about a bit
tired, but just buzzing, Colin. Go on. What's your point, Colin?
Well, I just want to say, I want to back Gareth Southgate all the way to the hilt. I think the things that he's done over the past 10 to 15 years, he's been involved in the grassroots football. I think he's learnt a lot from what the Germans did with Joachim Löw in charge, and the same philosophy of football all the way through. And he's been a part of all of that, bringing in a style of football to try and bring all the way through into the seniors. He came into the England job a little bit earlier than probably expected with Sam Allardyce going so soon, and I think he's brought in that kind of that pride. First of all, I think he's a person that has made you very proud to be an England supporter again, and it brought us back an identity. And I think, if anything, he may not be arguably the best tactician, but
Cole, give us a prediction, Colin, please.
I'll give you a quick prediction. I think it's going to be. I think we will have the best game that we played. It, the more expansive.
You said quick. I said quick, Cole. I said scoreline, Cole. 2-1. There you go. Thank you, Christopher, and thanks for listening. Good luck in the final, Chris. I'm going to enjoy your commentary.
We'll see you Saturday night.
Oh, Saturday night, of course. Yes. We'll be back, Christopher, as you say, on Saturday at 6 p.m. until 8 ahead of the big one on Sunday. Right now on 5 Live, it's a chance for you to hear tonight's Football Daily with all the reaction to England's semi-final. 606 is a Shoot and Shout production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Good night, Christopher.
Good night, Rob.